A Woman's Kingdom. Chapter 1. Christmas Eve. Here was a thick roll of notes. It came from the bailiff at the forest villa. He wrote that he was sending 1,500 rubles, which he had been awarded as damages, having won an appeal. Anna Akhimovna disliked and feared such words as awarded damages and won the suit. She knew that it was impossible to do without the law, but for some reason, whenever Nazarich, the manager of the factory, or the bailiff of her villa in the country, both of whom frequently went to law, used to win lawsuits of some sort for her benefit, she always felt uneasy and, as it were, ashamed. On this occasion, too, she felt uneasy and awkward, and wanted to put that 1,500 rubles further away that it might be out of her sight. She thought with vexation that other girls of her age, she was in her 26th year, were now busy looking after their households, were weary and would sleep sound, and would wake up tomorrow morning in holiday mood. Many of them had long been married and had children. Only she, for some reason, was compelled to sit like an old woman over these letters, to make notes upon them, to write answers, then to do nothing the whole evening till midnight. But wait till she was sleepy. And tomorrow they would all day long be coming with Christmas greetings and asking for favors. And the day after tomorrow there would certainly be some scandal at the factory, someone would be beaten or would die of drinking too much vodka, and she would be fretted by pangs of conscience. And after the holidays Nazarich would turn off some 20 of the workpeople for absence from work, and all of the 20 would hang about at the front door, without their caps on. And she would be ashamed to go out to them, and they would be driven away like dogs. And all her acquaintances would say behind her back, and write to her in anonymous letters, that she was a millionaire and exploiter, that she was devouring other men's lives and sucking the blood of the workers. Here there lay a heap of letters read through and laid aside already. They were all begging letters. They were from people who were hungry, drunken, dragged down by large families, sick, degraded, despised. Anna Akhimovna had already noted on each letter, 3 rubles to be paid to one, 5 to another. These letters would go the same day to the office, and next the distribution of assistance would take place, or, as the clerks used to say, the beasts would be fed. They would distribute also in small sums 470 rubles, the interest on a sum bequeathed by the late Akim Ivanovitch for the relief of the poor and needy. There would be a hideous crush. From the gates to the doors of the office there would stretch a long file of strange people with brutal faces, in rags, numb with cold, hungry and already drunk. In husky voices calling down blessings upon Anna Akhimovna, their benefactress, and her parents, those at the back would press upon those in front. And those in front would abuse them with bad language. The clerk would get tired of the noise, the swearing, and the sing-song whining and blessing, would fly out and give someone a box on the ear to the delight of all. And her own people, the factory hands, who received nothing at Christmas but their wages, and had already spent every farthing of it, would stand in the middle of the yard, looking on and laughing, some enviously, others ironically. Merchants, and still more their wives, are fonder of beggars than they are of their own workpeople, thought Anna Akhimovna. It's always so. Her eye fell upon the roll of money. It would be nice to distribute that hateful, useless money among the workpeople tomorrow, but it did not do to give the workpeople anything for nothing, or they would demand it again next time. And what would be the good of 1,500 rubles when there were 1,800 workmen in the factory besides their wives and children? Or she might, perhaps, pick out one of the writers of those begging letters, some luckless man who had long ago lost all hope of anything better, and give him the 1,500. The money would come upon the poor creature like a thunderclap, and perhaps for the first time in his life he would feel happy. This idea struck Anna Akhimovna as original and amusing, and it fascinated her. She took one letter at random out of the pile and read it. Some petty official called Chalikov had long been out of a situation, was ill, and living in Gushchin's buildings. His wife was in consumption, and he had 5 little girls. Anna Akhimovna knew well the 4-storied house, Gushchin's buildings, in which Chalikov lived. Oh, it was a horrid, foul, unhealthy house. Well, I will give it to that Chalikov, she decided. I won't send it, I had better take it myself to prevent unnecessary talk. Yes, she reflected, as she put the 1,500 rubles in her pocket, and I'll have a look at them, and perhaps I can do something for the little girls. She felt light-hearted. She rang the bell and ordered the horses to be brought round. When she got into the sledge it was past 6 o'clock in the evening. The windows in all the blocks of buildings were brightly lighted up, and that made the huge courtyard seem very dark, at the gates. And at the far end of the yard near the warehouses and the workpeople's barracks, electric lamps were gleaming. Anna Akimovna disliked and feared those huge dark buildings, warehouses, and barracks where the workmen lived. She had only once been in the main building since her father's death. The high ceilings with iron girders, the multitude of huge, rapidly turning wheels, connecting straps and levers, the shrill hissing, the clank of steel, the rattle of the trolleys. The harsh puffing of steam, the faces, pale, crimson, or black with coal dust, the shirts soaked with sweat, the gleam of steel, of copper, and of fire, the smell of oil and coal. And the draught, at times very hot and at times very cold, gave her an impression of hell. It seemed to her as though the wheels, the levers, and the hot hissing cylinders were trying to tear themselves away from their fastenings to crush the men, while the men, not hearing one another, ran about with anxious faces, and busied themselves about the machines, trying to stop their terrible movement. They showed Anna Akimovna something and respectfully explained it to her. She remembered how in the forge a piece of red-hot iron was pulled out of the furnace. And how an old man with a strap round his head, and another, a young man in a blue shirt with a chain on his breast, and an angry face, probably one of the foremen, struck the piece of iron with hammers. And how the golden sparks had been scattered in all directions, and how, a little afterwards, they had dragged out a huge piece of sheet iron with a clang. The old man had stood erect and smiled, while the young man had wiped his face with his sleeve and explained something to her. And she remembered, too, how in another department an old man with one eye had been filing a piece of iron, and how the iron filings were scattered about. And how a red-haired man in black spectacles, with holes in his shirt, had been working at a lathe, making something out of a piece of steel. The lathe roared and hissed and squeaked. And Anna Akimovna felt sick at the sound, and it seemed as though they were boring into her ears. She looked, listened, did not understand, smiled graciously, and felt ashamed. To get hundreds of thousands of rubles from a business which one does not understand and cannot like, how strange it is. And she had not once been in the workpeople's barracks. There, she was told, it was damp, there were bugs, debauchery, anarchy. It was an astonishing thing, 1,000 rubles were spent annually on keeping the barracks in good order, yet, if she were to believe the anonymous letters, the condition of the workpeople was growing worse and worse every year. There was more order in my father's day, thought Anna Akimovna, as she drove out of the yard, because he had been a workman himself. I know nothing about it and only do silly things. She felt depressed again, and was no longer glad that she had come. And the thought of the lucky man upon whom 1,500 rubles would drop from heaven no longer struck her as original and amusing. To go to some Chalikov or other, when at home a business worth 1,000,000 was gradually going to pieces and being ruined, and the workpeople in the barracks were living worse than convicts, meant doing something silly and cheating her conscience. Along the high road and across the fields near it, workpeople from the neighboring cotton and paper factories were walking towards the lights of the town. There was the sound of talk and laughter in the frosty air. Anna Akimovna looked at the women and young people, and she suddenly felt a longing for a plain rough life among a crowd. She recalled vividly that faraway time when she used to be called Anyetka, when she was a little girl and used to lie under the same quilt with her mother, while a washerwoman who lodged with them used to wash clothes in the next room. While through the thin walls there came from the neighboring flats sounds of laughter, swearing, children's crying, the accordion, and the whir of carpenters' lathes and sewing machines. While her father, Akim Ivanovitch, who was clever at almost every craft, would be soldering something near the stove, or drawing or planing, taking no notice whatever of the noise and stuffiness. And she longed to wash, to iron, to run to the shop and the tavern as she used to do every day when she lived with her mother. She ought to have been a work girl and not the factory owner. Her big house with its chandeliers and pictures, her footman Mashenka, with his glossy mustache and swallowtail coat, the devout and dignified Varvarushka, and smooth-tongued Agafyashka. And the young people of both sexes who came almost every day to ask her for money, and with whom she always for some reason felt guilty. And the clerks, the doctors, and the ladies who were charitable at her expense, who flattered her and secretly despised her for her humble origin, how wearisome and alien it all was to her. Here was the railway crossing and the city gate, then came houses alternating with kitchen gardens, and at last the broad street where stood the renowned Gushchin's buildings. The street, usually quiet, was now on Christmas Eve full of life and movement. The eating houses and beer shops were noisy. If someone who did not belong to that quarter but lived in the center of the town had driven through the street now, he would have noticed nothing but dirty, drunken, and abusive people. But Anna Akimovna, who had lived in those parts all her life, was constantly recognizing in the crowd her own father or mother or uncle. Her father was a soft fluid character, a little fantastical, frivolous, and irresponsible. He did not care for money, respectability, or power. He used to say that a working man had no time to keep the holy days and go to church. And if it had not been for his wife, he would probably never have gone to confession, taken the sacrament or kept the fasts. While her uncle, Ivan Ivanovitch, on the contrary, was like flint. In everything relating to religion, politics, and morality, he was harsh and relentless, and kept a strict watch, not only over himself, but also over all his servants and acquaintances. God forbid that one should go into his room without crossing oneself before the icon. The luxurious mansion in which Anna Akimovna now lived he had always kept locked up, and only opened it on great holidays for important visitors, while he lived himself in the office. In a little room covered with icons. He had leanings towards the old believers, and was continually entertaining priests and bishops of the old ritual, though he had been christened, and married. And had buried his wife in accordance with the orthodox rites. He disliked Akim, his only brother and his heir, for his frivolity, which he called simpleness and folly, and for his indifference to religion. He treated him as an inferior, kept him in the position of a workman, paid him 16 rubles a month. Akim addressed his brother with formal respect, and on the days of asking forgiveness, he and his wife and daughter bowed down to the ground before him. But 3 years before his death Ivan Ivanovitch had drawn closer to his brother, forgave his shortcomings, and ordered him to get a governess for Anyetka. There was a dark, deep, evil-smelling archway under Gushchin's buildings, there was a sound of men coughing near the walls. Leaving the sledge in the street, Anna Akimovna went in at the gate and there inquired how to get to number 46 to see a clerk called Chalikov. She was directed to the furthest door on the right in the 3rd story. And in the courtyard and near the outer door, and even on the stairs, there was still the same loathsome smell as under the archway. In Anna Akimovna's childhood, when her father was a simple workman, she used to live in a building like that, and afterwards, when their circumstances were different. She had often visited them in the character of a Lady Bountiful. The narrow stone staircase with its steep dirty steps, with landings at every story, the greasy swinging lanterns, the stench. The troughs, pots, and rags on the landings near the doors, all this had been familiar to her long ago. One door was open, and within could be seen Jewish tailors in caps, sewing. Anna Akimovna met people on the stairs, but it never entered her head that people might be rude to her. She was no more afraid of peasants or work people, drunk or sober, than of her acquaintances of the educated class. There was no entry at number 46, the door opened straight into the kitchen. As a rule the dwellings of workmen and mechanics smell of varnish, tar, hides, smoke, according to the occupation of the tenant. The dwellings of persons of noble or official class who have come to poverty may be known by a peculiar rancid, sour smell. This disgusting smell enveloped Anna Akhimovna on all sides, and as yet she was only on the threshold. A man in a black coat, no doubt Chalikov himself, was sitting in a corner at the table with his back to the door, and with him were 5 little girls. The eldest, a broad-faced thin girl with a comb in her hair, looked about 15, while the youngest, a chubby child with hair that stood up like a hedgehog, was not more than 3. All the 6 were eating. Near the stove stood a very thin little woman with a yellow face, far gone in pregnancy. She was wearing a skirt and a white blouse, and had an oven fork in her hand. "I did not expect you to be so disobedient, Liza," the man was saying reproachfully. "Fie, fie, for shame. Do you want Papa to whip you, eh?" Seeing an unknown lady in the doorway, the thin woman started, and put down the fork. "Vasily Nikitich," she cried, after a pause, in a hollow voice, as though she could not believe her eyes. The man looked round and jumped up. He was a flat-chested, bony man with narrow shoulders and sunken temples. His eyes were small and hollow with dark rings round them, he had a wide mouth, and a long nose like a bird's beak, a little bit bent to the right. His beard was parted in the middle, his mustache was shaven, and this made him look more like a hired footman than a government clerk. "Does Mr. Chalikov live here?" asked Anna Akhimovna. "Yes, madam," Chalikov answered severely, but immediately recognizing Anna Akhimovna, he cried, "Anna Akhimovna," and all at once he gasped and clasped his hands as though in terrible alarm. "Benefactress!" With a moan he ran to her, grunting inarticulately as though he were paralyzed. There was cabbage on his beard and he smelt of vodka, pressed his forehead to her muff, and seemed as though he were in a swoon. "Your hand, your holy hand," he brought out breathlessly. "It's a dream, a glorious dream. Children, awaken me." He turned towards the table and said in a sobbing voice, shaking his fists, "Providence has heard us. Our Savior, our angel, has come. We are saved. Children, down on your knees. On your knees." Madame Chalikov and the little girls, except the youngest one, began for some reason rapidly clearing the table. "You wrote that your wife was very ill," said Anna Akhimovna, and she felt ashamed and annoyed. "I am not going to give them the 1,500, she thought. "Here she is, my wife," said Chalikov in a thin feminine voice, as though his tears had gone to his head. "Here she is, unhappy creature. With 1 foot in the grave. But we do not complain, madam. Better death than such a life. Better die, unhappy woman." "Why is he playing these antics?" thought Anna Akhimovna with annoyance. "One can see at once he is used to dealing with merchants." "Speak to me like a human being," she said. "I don't care for farces." "Yes, madam, 5 bereaved children round their mother's coffin with funeral candles, that's a farce?" Said Chalikov bitterly, and turned away. "Hold your tongue," whispered his wife, and she pulled at his sleeve. "The place has not been tidied up, madam," she said, addressing Anna Akhimovna. "Please excuse it, you know what it is where there are children. A crowded hearth, but harmony. I am not going to give them the 1,500, Anna Akhimovna thought again. And to escape as soon as possible from these people and from the sour smell, she brought out her purse and made up her mind to leave them 25 rubles, not more. But she suddenly felt ashamed that she had come so far and disturbed people for so little. "If you give me paper and ink, I will write at once to a doctor who is a friend of mine to come and see you," she said, flushing red. "He is a very good doctor. And I will leave you some money for medicine." Madame Chalikov was hastening to wipe the table. "It's messy here." "What are you doing?" hissed Chalikov, looking at her wrathfully. "Take her to the lodger's room." "I make bold to ask you, madam, to step into the lodger's room," he said, addressing Anna Akhimovna. "It's clean there. Osip Ilyich told us not to go into his room," said one of the little girls, sternly. But they had already led Anna Akimovna out of the kitchen, through a narrow passage room between two bedsteads. It was evident from the arrangement of the beds that in one two slept lengthwise, and in the other three slept across the bed. In the lodger's room, that came next, it really was clean. A neat-looking bed with a red woolen quilt, a pillow in a white pillowcase, even a slipper for the watch, a table covered with a hempen cloth and on it, an inkstand of milky-looking glass, pens, paper, photographs in frames, everything as it ought to be. And another table for rough work, on which lay tidily arranged a watchmaker's tools and watches taken to pieces. On the walls hung hammers, pliers, awls, chisels, nippers, and so on, and there were 3 hanging clocks which were ticking. One was a big clock with thick weights, such as one sees in eating-houses. As she sat down to write the letter, Anna Akimovna saw facing her on the table the photographs of her father and of herself. That surprised her. "Who lives here with you?" she asked. "Our lodger, Madame Pimenov. He works in your factory." "Oh, I thought he must be a watchmaker." "He repairs watches privately, in his leisure hours. He is an amateur." After a brief silence during which nothing could be heard but the ticking of the clocks and the scratching of the pen on the paper, Chalikov heaved a sigh and said ironically, with indignation, "It's a true saying, gentle birth and a grade in the service won't put a coat on your back. A cockade in your cap and a noble title, but nothing to eat. To my thinking, if anyone of humble class helps the poor he is much more of a gentleman than any Chalikov who has sunk into poverty and vice." To flatter Anna Akimovna, he uttered a few more disparaging phrases about his gentle birth, and it was evident that he was humbling himself because he considered himself superior to her. Meanwhile she had finished her letter and had sealed it up. The letter would be thrown away and the money would not be spent on medicine, that she knew, but she put 25 rubles on the table all the same, and after a moment's thought, added 2 more red notes. She saw the wasted, yellow hand of Madame Chalikov, like the claw of a hen, dart out and clutch the money tight. "You have graciously given this for medicine," said Chalikov in a quivering voice, "but hold out a helping hand to me also, and the children," he added with a sob. "My unhappy children. I am not afraid for myself, it is for my daughters I fear. It's the hydra of vice that I fear." Trying to open her purse, the catch of which had gone wrong, Anna Akimovna was confused and turned red. She felt ashamed that people should be standing before her, looking at her hands and waiting, and most likely at the bottom of their hearts laughing at her. At that instant someone came into the kitchen and stamped his feet, knocking the snow off. "The lodger has come in," said Madame Chalikov. Anna Akimovna grew even more confused. She did not want anyone from the factory to find her in this ridiculous position. As ill luck would have it, the lodger came in at the very moment when, having broken the catch at last, she was giving Chalikov some notes, and Chalikov, grunting as though he were paralyzed, was feeling about with his lips where he could kiss her. In the lodger she recognized the workman who had once clanked the sheet iron before her in the forge, and had explained things to her. Evidently he had come in straight from the factory. His face looked dark and grimy, and on one cheek near his nose was a smudge of soot. His hands were perfectly black, and his unbelted shirt shone with oil and grease. He was a man of 30, of medium height, with black hair and broad shoulders, and a look of great physical strength. At the first glance Anna Akimovna perceived that he must be a foreman, who must be receiving at least 35 rubles a month, and a stern, loud-voiced man who struck the workman in the face. All this was evident from his manner of standing, from the attitude he involuntarily assumed at once on seeing a lady in his room, and most of all from the fact that he did not wear top boots. That he had breast pockets, and a pointed, picturesquely clipped beard. Her father, Akim Ivanovitch, had been the brother of the factory owner, and yet he had been afraid of foremen like this lodger and had tried to win their favor. "Excuse me for having come in here in your absence," said Anna Akimovna. The workman looked at her in surprise, smiled in confusion and did not speak. "You must speak a little louder, madam," said Chalikov softly. "When Mr. Pimenov comes home from the factory in the evenings he is a little hard of hearing." But Anna Akimovna was by now relieved that there was nothing more for her to do here. She nodded to them and went rapidly out of the room. Pimenov went to see her out. "Have you been long in our employment?" she asked in a loud voice, without turning to him. "From 9 years old. I entered the factory in your uncle's time." "That's a long while. My uncle and my father knew all the work people, and I know hardly any of them. I had seen you before, but I did not know your name was Pimenov." Anna Akimovna felt a desire to justify herself before him, to pretend that she had just given the money not seriously, but as a joke. "Oh, this poverty," she sighed. "We give charity on holidays and working days, and still there is no sense in it. I believe it is useless to help such people as this Chalikov." "Of course it is useless," he agreed. "However much you give him, he will drink it all away. And now the husband and wife will be snatching it from one another and fighting all night," he added with a laugh. "Yes, one must admit that our philanthropy is useless, boring, and absurd. But still, you must agree, one can't sit with one's hand in one's lap, one must do something. What's to be done with the Chalikovs, for instance?" She turned to Pimenov and stopped, expecting an answer from him. He, too, stopped and slowly, without speaking, shrugged his shoulders. Obviously he knew what to do with the Chalikovs, but the treatment would have been so coarse and inhuman that he did not venture to put it into words. And the Chalikovs were to him so utterly uninteresting and worthless, that a moment later he had forgotten them. Looking into Anna Akimovna's eyes, he smiled with pleasure, and his face wore an expression as though he were dreaming about something very pleasant. Only, now standing close to him, Anna Akimovna saw from his face, and especially from his eyes, how exhausted and sleepy he was. "Here, I ought to give him the 1,500 rubles," she thought, but for some reason this idea seemed to her incongruous and insulting to Pimenov. "I am sure you are aching all over after your work, and you come to the door with me," she said as they went down the stairs. "Go home." But he did not catch her words. When they came out into the street, he ran on ahead, unfastened the cover of the sledge, and helping Anna Akimovna in, said, "I wish you a happy Christmas." Chapter 2. Christmas morning. They have left off ringing ever so long. It's dreadful, you won't be there before the service is over. Get up. 2 horses are racing, said Anna Akimovna, and she woke up. Before her, candle in hand, stood her maid, red-haired Masha. "Well, what is it?" "Service is over already," said Masha with despair. "I have called you 3 times. Sleep till evening for me, but you told me yourself to call you." Anna Akimovna raised herself on her elbow and glanced towards the window. It was still quite dark outside, and only the lower edge of the window frame was white with snow. She could hear a low, mellow chime of bells. It was not the parish church, but somewhere further away. The watch on the little table showed 3 minutes past 6. "Very well, Masha." "In 3 minutes," said Anna Akimovna in an imploring voice, and she snuggled under the bedclothes. She imagined the snow at the front door, the sledge, the dark sky, the crowd in the church, and the smell of juniper, and she felt dread at the thought. But all the same, she made up her mind that she would get up at once and go to early service. And while she was warm in bed and struggling with sleep, which seems, as though to spite one, particularly sweet when one ought to get up, and while she had visions of an immense garden on a mountain and then Gushchin's buildings, she was worried all the time by the thought that she ought to get up that very minute and go to church. But when she got up it was quite light, and it turned out to be 9:30. There had been a heavy fall of snow in the night. The trees were clothed in white, and the air was particularly light, transparent, and tender, so that when Anna Akhimovna looked out of the window her first impulse was to draw a deep, deep breath. And when she had washed, a relic of faraway childish feelings, joy that today was Christmas, suddenly stirred within her. After that she felt light-hearted, free and pure in soul, as though her soul, too, had been washed or plunged in the white snow. Masha came in, dressed up and tightly laced, and wished her a happy Christmas. Then she spent a long time combing her mistress's hair and helping her to dress. The fragrance and feeling of the new, gorgeous, splendid dress, its faint rustle, and the smell of fresh scent, excited Anna Akhimovna. "Well, it's Christmas," she said gaily to Masha. "Now we will try our fortunes. Last year, I was to marry an old man. It turned up 3 times the same. Well, God is merciful. Well, Anna Akhimovna, what I think is, rather than neither one thing nor the other, I'd marry an old man," said Masha mournfully, and she heaved a sigh. "I am turned 20, it's no joke." Everyone in the house knew that red-haired Masha was in love with Mishenka, the footman, and this genuine, passionate, hopeless love had already lasted 3 years. "Come, don't talk nonsense," Anna Akhimovna consoled her. "I am going on for 30, but I am still meaning to marry a young man." While his mistress was dressing, Mishenka, in a new swallowtail and polished boots, walked about the hall and drawing room and waited for her to come out, to wish her a happy Christmas. He had a peculiar walk, stepping softly and delicately. Looking at his feet, his hands, and the bend of his head, it might be imagined that he was not simply walking, but learning to dance the first figure of a quadrille. In spite of his fine velvety mustache and handsome, rather flashy appearance, he was steady, prudent, and devout as an old man. He said his prayers, bowing down to the ground, and liked burning incense in his room. He respected people of wealth and rank and had a reverence for them. He despised poor people, and all who came to ask favors of any kind, with all the strength of his cleanly flunky soul. Under his starched shirt he wore a flannel, winter and summer alike, being very careful of his health. His ears were plugged with cotton wool. When Anna Akhimovna crossed the hall with Masha, he bent his head downwards a little and said in his agreeable, honeyed voice, "I have the honor to congratulate you, Anna Akhimovna, on the most solemn feast of the birth of our Lord." Anna Akhimovna gave him 5 rubles, while poor Masha was numb with ecstasy. His holiday get-up, his attitude, his voice, and what he said, impressed her by their beauty and elegance. As she followed her mistress she could think of nothing, could see nothing, she could only smile, first blissfully and then bitterly. The upper story of the house was called the best or visitors' half. While the name of the business part, old people's or simply women's part, was given to the rooms on the lower story where Aunt Tatyana Ivanovna kept house. In the upper part the gentry and educated visitors were entertained, in the lower story, simpler folk and the aunt's personal friends. Handsome, plump, and healthy, still young and fresh, and feeling she had on a magnificent dress which seemed to her to diffuse a sort of radiance all about her. Anna Akhimovna went down to the lower story. Here she was met with reproaches for forgetting God now that she was so highly educated, for sleeping too late for the service, and for not coming downstairs to break the fast. And they all clasped their hands and exclaimed with perfect sincerity that she was lovely, wonderful. And she believed it, laughed, kissed them, gave one a ruble, another 3 or 5 according to their position. She liked being downstairs. Wherever one looked there were shrines, icons, little lamps, portraits of ecclesiastical personages. The place smelt of monks. There was a rattle of knives in the kitchen, and already a smell of something savory, exceedingly appetizing, was pervading all the rooms. The yellow-painted floors shone, and from the doors narrow rugs with bright blue stripes ran like little paths to the icon corner, and the sunshine was simply pouring in at the windows. In the dining room some old women, strangers, were sitting. In Varvarushka's room, too, there were old women, and with them a deaf and dumb girl, who seemed abashed about something and kept saying, "Bli, bli." 2 skinny-looking little girls who had been brought out of the orphanage for Christmas came up to kiss Anna Akimovna's hand, and stood before her transfixed with admiration of her splendid dress. She noticed that one of the girls squinted, and in the midst of her light-hearted holiday mood she felt a sick pang at her heart at the thought that young men would despise the girl, and that she would never marry. In the cook Agafya's room, 5 huge peasants in new shirts were sitting round the samovar. These were not workmen from the factory, but relations of the cook. Seeing Anna Akimovna, all the peasants jumped up from their seats, and from regard for decorum, ceased munching, though their mouths were full. The cook Stepan, in a white cap, with a knife in his hand, came into the room and gave her his greetings. Porters in high felt boots came in, and they, too, offered their greetings. The water carrier peeped in with icicles on his beard, but did not venture to come in. Anna Akimovna walked through the rooms followed by her retinue, the aunt, Varvarushka, Nikandrovna, the sewing-maid Marfa Petrovna, and the downstairs Masha. Varvarushka, a tall, thin, slender woman, taller than anyone in the house, dressed all in black, smelling of cypress and coffee, crossed herself in each room before the icon, bowing down from the waist. And whenever one looked at her one was reminded that she had already prepared her shroud and that lottery tickets were hidden away by her in the same box. "Anyutinka, be merciful at Christmas," she said, opening the door into the kitchen. "Forgive him, bless the man. Have done with it." The coachman Pantely, who had been dismissed for drunkenness in November, was on his knees in the middle of the kitchen. He was a good-natured man, but he used to be unruly when he was drunk, and could not go to sleep, but persisted in wandering about the buildings and shouting in a threatening voice. "I know all about it." Now from his beefy and bloated face and from his bloodshot eyes it could be seen that he had been drinking continually from November till Christmas. "Forgive me, Anna Akimovna," he brought out in a hoarse voice, striking his forehead on the floor and showing his bull-like neck. "It was Auntie dismissed you, ask her." "What about Auntie?" said her aunt, walking into the kitchen, breathing heavily. She was very stout, and on her bosom one might have stood a tray of teacups and a samovar. "What about Auntie now? You are mistress here, give your own orders, though these rascals might be all dead for all I care. Come, get up, you hog," she shouted at Pantely, losing patience. "Get out of my sight. It's the last time I forgive you, but if you transgress again, don't ask for mercy." Then they went into the dining room to coffee. But they had hardly sat down, when the downstairs Masha rushed headlong in, saying with horror, "The singers!" and ran back again. They heard someone blowing his nose, a low bass cough, and footsteps that sounded like horses' iron-shod hoofs tramping about the entry near the hall. For half a minute all was hushed. The singers burst out so suddenly and loudly that everyone started. While they were singing, the priest from the almshouses with the deacon and the sexton arrived. Putting on the stole, the priest slowly said that when they were ringing for matins it was snowing and not cold, but that the frost was sharper towards morning, God bless it. And now there must be 20 degrees of frost. Many people maintain, though, that winter is healthier than summer, said the deacon. Then immediately assumed an austere expression and chanted after the priest. "Thy birth, O Christ our Lord." Soon the priest from the workmen's hospital came with the deacon, then the sisters from the hospital, children from the orphanage, and then singing could be heard almost uninterruptedly. They sang, had lunch, and went away. About 20 men from the factory came to offer their Christmas greetings. They were only the foremen, mechanicians, and their assistants, the pattern makers, the accountant, and so on, all of good appearance, in new black coats. They were all first-rate men, as it were picked men, each one knew his value, that is, knew that if he lost his berth today, people would be glad to take him on at another factory. Evidently they liked Auntie, as they behaved freely in her presence and even smoked, and when they had all trooped in to have something to eat, the accountant put his arm round her immense waist. They were free and easy, perhaps, partly also because Varvarushka, who under the old masters had wielded great power and had kept watch over the morals of the clerks, had now no authority whatever in the house. And perhaps because many of them still remembered the time when Auntie Tatyana Ivanovna, whose brothers kept a strict hand over her, had been dressed like a simple peasant woman like Agafya. And when Anna Akimovna used to run about the yard near the factory buildings and everyone used to call her Anyutka. The foreman ate, talked, and kept looking with amazement at Anna Akimovna, how she had grown up and how handsome she had become. But this elegant girl, educated by governesses and teachers, was a stranger to them. They could not understand her, and they instinctively kept closer to Auntie, who called them by their names, continually pressed them to eat and drink, and, clinking glasses with them, had already drunk 2 wineglasses of Rowanberry wine with them. Anna Akimovna was always afraid of their thinking her proud, an upstart, or a crow in peacock's feathers. And now while the foremen were crowding round the food, she did not leave the dining room, but took part in the conversation. She asked Pimenov, her acquaintance of the previous day, "Why have you so many clocks in your room?" "I mend clocks," he answered. "I take the work up between times, on holidays, or when I can't sleep. So if my watch goes wrong I can bring it to you to be repaired?" Anna Akimovna asked, laughing. "To be sure, I will do it with pleasure," said Pimenov, and there was an expression of tender devotion in his face, when, not herself knowing why, she unfastened her magnificent watch from its chain and handed it to him. He looked at it in silence and gave it back. "To be sure, I will do it with pleasure," he repeated. "I don't mend watches now. My eyes are weak, and the doctors have forbidden me to do fine work. But for you I can make an exception." "Doctors talk nonsense," said the accountant. They all laughed. "Don't you believe them," he went on, flattered by the laughing. "Last year a tooth flew out of a cylinder and hit old Kalmykov such a crack on the head that you could see his brains, and the doctor said he would die. But he is alive and working to this day, only he has taken to stammering since that mishap. Doctors do talk nonsense, they do, but not so much," sighed Auntie. "Pyotr Andreich, poor dear, lost his sight. Just like you, he used to work day in day out at the factory near the hot furnace, and he went blind. The eyes don't like heat. But what are we talking about?" she said, rousing herself. "Come and have a drink. My best wishes for Christmas, my dears. I never drink with anyone else, but I drink with you, sinful woman as I am. Please God." Anna Akimovna fancied that after yesterday Pimenov despised her as a philanthropist, but was fascinated by her as a woman. She looked at him and thought that he behaved very charmingly and was nicely dressed. It is true that the sleeves of his coat were not quite long enough, and the coat itself seemed short-waisted, and his trousers were not wide and fashionable. But his tie was tied carelessly and with taste and was not as gaudy as the others. And he seemed to be a good-natured man, for he ate submissively whatever Auntie put on his plate. She remembered how black he had been the day before, and how sleepy, and the thought of it for some reason touched her. When the men were preparing to go, Anna Akimovna put out her hand to Pimenov. She wanted to ask him to come in sometimes to see her, without ceremony, but she did not know how to, her tongue would not obey her. And that they might not think she was attracted by Pimenov, she shook hands with his companions, too. Then the boys from the school of which she was a patroness came. They all had their heads closely cropped and all wore grey blouses of the same pattern. The teacher, a tall, beardless young man with patches of red on his face, was visibly agitated as he formed the boys into rows. The boys sang in tune, but with harsh, disagreeable voices. The manager of the factory, Nazarich, a bald, sharp-eyed old believer, could never get on with the teachers, but the one who was now anxiously waving his hands he despised and hated. Though he could not have said why. He behaved rudely and condescendingly to the young man, kept back his salary, meddled with the teaching, and had finally tried to dislodge him by appointing, a fortnight before Christmas, as porter to the school a drunken peasant, a distant relation of his wife's, who disobeyed the teacher and said rude things to him before the boys. Anna Akhimovna was aware of all this, but she could be of no help, for she was afraid of Nazarich herself. Now she wanted at least to be very nice to the schoolmaster, to tell him she was very much pleased with him. But when after the singing he began apologizing for something in great confusion, and Auntie began to address him familiarly as she drew him without ceremony to the table, she felt, for some reason, bored and awkward, and giving orders that the children should be given sweets, went upstairs. In reality there is something cruel in these Christmas customs, she said a little while afterwards, as it were to herself, looking out of window at the boys, who were flocking from the house to the gates and shivering with cold, putting their coats on as they ran. At Christmas one wants to rest, to sit at home with one's own people, and the poor boys, the teacher, and the clerks and foremen, are obliged for some reason to go through the frost. Then to offer their greetings, show their respect, be put to confusion. Mashenka, who was standing at the door of the drawing-room and overheard this, said, "It has not come from us. And it will not end with us. Of course, I am not an educated man, Anna Akhimovna, but I do understand that the poor must always respect the rich. It is well said, God marks the rogue. In prisons, night refuges, and pothouses you never see any but the poor, while decent people, you may notice, are always rich. It has been said of the rich, deep calls to deep. You always express yourself so tediously and incomprehensibly," said Anna Akhimovna, and she walked to the other end of the big drawing-room. It was only just past 11. The stillness of the big room, only broken by the singing that floated up from below, made her yawn. The bronzes, the albums, and the pictures on the walls, representing a ship at sea, cows in a meadow, and views of the Rhine, were so absolutely stale that her eyes simply glided over them without observing them. The holiday mood was already growing tedious. As before, Anna Akhimovna felt that she was beautiful, good-natured, and wonderful, but now it seemed to her that that was of no use to anyone. It seemed to her that she did not know for whom and for what she had put on this expensive dress, too, and, as always happened on all holidays, she began to be fretted by loneliness and the persistent thought that her beauty, her health, and her wealth, were a mere cheat, since she was not wanted, was of no use to anyone. And nobody loved her. She walked through all the rooms, humming and looking out of window, stopping in the drawing-room. She could not resist beginning to talk to Mashenka. "I don't know what you think of yourself, Misha," she said, and heaved a sigh. "Really, God might punish you for it." "What do you mean?" "You know what I mean. Excuse my meddling in your affairs. But it seems you are spoiling your own life out of obstinacy. You'll admit that it is high time you got married, and she is an excellent and deserving girl. You will never find anyone better. She's a beauty, clever, gentle, and devoted. And her appearance. If she belonged to our circle or a higher one, people would be falling in love with her for her red hair alone. See how beautifully her hair goes with her complexion. Oh, goodness! You don't understand anything, and don't know what you want," Anna Akhimovna said bitterly, and tears came into her eyes. "Poor girl, I am so sorry for her. I know you want a wife with money, but I have told you already I will give Masha a dowry." Mashenka could not picture his future spouse in his imagination except as a tall, plump, substantial, pious woman, stepping like a peacock, and, for some reason, with a long shawl over her shoulders. While Masha was thin, slender, tightly laced, and walked with little steps, and, worst of all, she was too fascinating and at times extremely attractive to Mashenka, and that, in his opinion, was incongruous with matrimony and only in keeping with loose behavior. When Anna Akhimovna had promised to give Masha a dowry, he had hesitated for a time. But once a poor student in a brown overcoat over his uniform, coming with a letter for Anna Akhimovna, was fascinated by Masha, and could not resist embracing her near the hat stand. And she had uttered a faint shriek. Mashenka, standing on the stairs above, had seen this, and from that time had begun to cherish a feeling of disgust for Masha. A poor student. Who knows, if she had been embraced by a rich student or an officer, the consequences might have been different. "Why don't you wish it?" Anna Akhimovna asked. "What more do you want?" Mashenka was silent and looked at the armchair fixedly, and raised his eyebrows. "Do you love someone else?" Silence. The red-haired Masha came in with letters and visiting cards on a tray. Guessing that they were talking about her, she blushed to tears. "The postmen have come," she muttered. "And there is a clerk called Chalikov waiting below. He says you told him to come today for something." "What insolence," said Anna Akhimovna, moved to anger. "I gave him no orders. Tell him to take himself off, say I am not at home." A ring was heard. It was the priests from her parish. They were always shown into the aristocratic part of the house, that is, upstairs. After the priests, Nazarich, the manager of the factory, came to pay his visit, and then the factory doctor, then Mashenka announced the inspector of the elementary schools. Visitors kept arriving. When there was a moment free, Anna Akhimovna sat down in a deep armchair in the drawing room, and shutting her eyes, thought that her loneliness was quite natural because she had not married and never would marry. But that was not her fault. Fate itself had flung her out of the simple working-class surroundings in which, if she could trust her memory, she had felt so snug and at home, into these immense rooms, where she could never think what to do with herself, and could not understand why so many people kept passing before her eyes. What was happening now seemed to her trivial, useless, since it did not and could not give her happiness for 1 minute. "If I could fall in love," she thought, stretching. The very thought of this sent a rush of warmth to her heart. "And if I could escape from the factory," she mused, imagining how the weight of those factory buildings, barracks, and schools would roll off her conscience, roll off her mind. Then she remembered her father, and thought if he had lived longer he would certainly have married her to a working man, to Pimenov, for instance. He would have told her to marry, and that would have been all about it. And it would have been a good thing, then the factory would have passed into capable hands. She pictured his curly head, his bold profile, his delicate, ironical lips, and the strength, the tremendous strength, in his shoulders, in his arms, in his chest. And the tenderness with which he had looked at her watch that day. "Well," she said, "it would have been all right. I would have married him." "Anna Akhimovna," said Mashenka, coming noiselessly into the drawing room. "How you frightened me," she said, trembling all over. "What do you want?" "Anna Akhimovna," he said, laying his hand on his heart and raising his eyebrows, "you are my mistress and my benefactress, and no one but you can tell me what I ought to do about marriage. For you are as good as a mother to me. But kindly forbid them to laugh and jeer at me downstairs. They won't let me pass without it." "How do they jeer at you?" "They call me Mashenka's Mashenka." "Pooh, what nonsense!" cried Anna Akhimovna indignantly. "How stupid you all are! What a stupid you are, Misha! How sick I am of you! I can't bear the sight of you." Chapter 3. Dinner. Just as the year before, the last to pay her visits were Krylin, an actual civil counselor, and Lysovich, a well-known barrister. It was already dark when they arrived. Krylin, a man of 60, with a wide mouth and with grey whiskers close to his ears, with a face like a lynx, was wearing a uniform with an Anna ribbon and white trousers. He held Anna Akhimovna's hand in both of his for a long while, looked intently in her face, moved his lips, and at last said, drawling upon one note, "I used to respect your uncle, and your father, and enjoyed the privilege of their friendship. Now I feel it an agreeable duty, as you see, to present my Christmas wishes to their honored heiress in spite of my infirmities and the distance I have to come. And I am very glad to see you in good health." The lawyer Lysovich, a tall, handsome fair man, with a slight sprinkling of grey on his temples and beard, was distinguished by exceptionally elegant manners. He walked with a swaying step, bowed as it were reluctantly, and shrugged his shoulders as he talked, and all this with an indolent grace, like a spoiled horse fresh from the stable. He was well fed, extremely healthy, and very well off. On one occasion he had won 40,000 rubles, but concealed the fact from his friends. He was fond of good fare, especially cheese, truffles, and grated radish with hemp oil, while in Paris he had eaten, so he said, baked but unwashed guts. He spoke smoothly, fluently, without hesitation, and only occasionally, for the sake of effect, permitted himself to hesitate and snap his fingers as if picking up a word. He had long ceased to believe in anything he had to say in the law courts, or perhaps he did believe in it, but attached no kind of significance to it. It had all so long been familiar, stale, ordinary. He believed in nothing but what was original and unusual. A copybook moral in an original form would move him to tears. Both his notebooks were filled with extraordinary expressions which he had read in various authors. And when he needed to look up any expression, he would search nervously in both books, and usually failed to find it. Anna Akhimovna's father had in a good-humored moment ostentatiously appointed him legal adviser in matters concerning the factory, and had assigned him a salary of 12,000 rubles. The legal business of the factory had been confined to 2 or 3 trivial actions for recovering debts, which Lysovich handed to his assistants. Anna Akhimovna knew that he had nothing to do at the factory, but she could not dismiss him, she had not the moral courage, and besides, she was used to him. He used to call himself her legal adviser, and his salary, which he invariably sent for on the 1st of the month punctually, he used to call stern prose. Anna Akhimovna knew that when, after her father's death, the timber of her forest was sold for railway sleepers, Lysovich had made more than 15,000 out of the transaction, and had shared it with Nazarich. When first she found out they had cheated her she had wept bitterly, but afterwards she had grown used to it. Wishing her a happy Christmas, and kissing both her hands, he looked her up and down, and frowned. "You mustn't," he said with genuine disappointment. "I have told you, my dear, you mustn't." "What do you mean, Viktor Nikolaich?" "I have told you you mustn't get fat. All your family have an unfortunate tendency to grow fat. You mustn't," he repeated in an imploring voice, and kissed her hand. "You are so handsome. You are so splendid. Here, Your Excellency, let me introduce the one woman in the world whom I have ever seriously loved. There is nothing surprising in that. To know Anna Akhimovna at your age and not to be in love with her, that would be impossible. I adore her," the lawyer continued with perfect sincerity, but with his usual indolent grace. "I love her, but not because I am a man and she is a woman. When I am with her I always feel as though she belongs to some third sex, and I to a fourth, and we float away together into the domain of the subtlest shades, and there we blend into the spectrum." Leconte de Lisle defines such relations better than anyone. He has a superb passage, a marvelous passage. Lysovich rummaged in one notebook, then in the other, and, not finding the quotation, subsided. They began talking of the weather, of the opera, of the arrival, expected shortly, of Duse. Anna Akhimovna remembered that the year before Lysovich and, she fancied, Krylin had dined with her, and now when they were getting ready to go away, she began with perfect sincerity pointing out to them in an imploring voice that as they had no more visits to pay, they ought to remain to dinner with her. After some hesitation the visitors agreed. In addition to the family dinner, consisting of cabbage soup, sucking pig, goose with apples, and so on, a so-called French or chef's dinner used to be prepared in the kitchen on great holidays, in case any visitor in the upper story wanted a meal. When they heard the clatter of crockery in the dining room, Lysovich began to betray a noticeable excitement. He rubbed his hands, shrugged his shoulders, screwed up his eyes, and described with feeling what dinners her father and uncle used to give at one time. And a marvelous matelote of turbots the cook here could make. It was not a matelote, but a veritable revelation. He was already gloating over the dinner, already eating it in imagination and enjoying it. When Anna Akhimovna took his arm and led him to the dining room, he tossed off a glass of vodka and put a piece of salmon in his mouth. He positively purred with pleasure. He munched loudly, disgustingly, emitting sounds from his nose, while his eyes grew oily and rapacious. The hors d'oeuvres were superb. Among other things, there were fresh white mushrooms stewed in cream, and sauce provençale made of fried oysters and crayfish, strongly flavored with some bitter pickles. The dinner, consisting of elaborate holiday dishes, was excellent, and so were the wines. Mashenka waited at table with enthusiasm. When he laid some new dish on the table and lifted the shining cover, or poured out the wine, he did it with the solemnity of a professor of black magic, and, looking at his face and his movements suggesting the first figure of a quadrille, the lawyer thought several times, "What a fool." After the third course Lysovitch said, turning to Anna Akhimovna, "The fin de siècle woman, I mean when she is young, and of course wealthy, must be independent, clever, elegant, intellectual, bold. And a little depraved. Depraved within limits, a little, for excess, you know, is wearisome. You ought not to vegetate, my dear. You ought not to live like everyone else, but to get the full savor of life, and a slight flavor of depravity is the sauce of life. Revel among flowers of intoxicating fragrance, breathe the perfume of musk, eat hashish, and best of all, love, love, love. To begin with, in your place I would set up 7 lovers, one for each day of the week, and one I would call Monday, one Tuesday, the third Wednesday, and so on, so that each might know his day." This conversation troubled Anna Akhimovna. She ate nothing and only drank a glass of wine. "Let me speak at last," she said. "For myself personally, I can't conceive of love without family life. I am lonely, lonely as the moon in the sky, and a waning moon, too, and whatever you may say, I am convinced, I feel that this waning can only be restored by love in its ordinary sense. It seems to me that such love would define my duties, my work, make clear my conception of life. I want from love peace of soul, tranquility. I want the very opposite of musk, and spiritualism, and fin de siècle, in short," she grew embarrassed, "a husband and children." "You want to be married? Well, you can do that, too," Lysovitch assented. "You ought to have all experiences, marriage, and jealousy, and the sweetness of the first infidelity, and even children. But make haste and live, make haste, my dear, time is passing, it won't wait." "Yes, I'll go and get married," she said, looking angrily at his well-fed, satisfied face. "I will marry in the simplest, most ordinary way and be radiant with happiness. And, would you believe it, I will marry some plain working man, some mechanic or draftsman. There is no harm in that, either." The Duchess Georgiana loved Gwynplaine, and that was permissible for her because she was a Grand Duchess. Everything is permissible for you, too, because you are an exceptional woman. If, my dear, you want to love a Negro or an Arab, don't scruple, send for a Negro. Don't deny yourself anything. You ought to be as bold as your desires, don't fall short of them. Can it be so hard to understand me?" Anna Akhimovna asked with amazement, and her eyes were bright with tears. "Understand, I have an immense business on my hands, 2,000 workmen, for whom I must answer before God. The men who work for me grow blind and deaf. I am afraid to go on like this, I am afraid. I am wretched, and you have the cruelty to talk to me of Negroes and you smile." Anna Akhimovna brought her fist down on the table. "To go on living the life I am living now, or to marry someone as idle and incompetent as myself, would be a crime. I can't go on living like this," she said hotly, "I cannot." "How handsome she is," said Lysovitch, fascinated by her. "My God, how handsome she is. But why are you angry, my dear? Perhaps I am wrong. But surely you don't imagine that if, for the sake of ideas for which I have the deepest respect, you renounce the joys of life and lead a dreary existence, your workmen will be any the better for it? Not a scrap. No, frivolity, frivolity, he said decisively. It's essential for you, it's your duty to be frivolous and depraved. Ponder that, my dear, ponder it. Anna Akhimovna was glad she had spoken out, and her spirits rose. She was pleased she had spoken so well, and that her ideas were so fine and just, and she was already convinced that if Pimenov, for instance, loved her, she would marry him with pleasure. Mashenka began to pour out champagne. "You make me angry, Viktor Nikolaich," she said, clinking glasses with the lawyer. "It seems to me you give advice and know nothing of life yourself. According to you, if a man be a mechanic or a draftsman, he is bound to be a peasant and an ignoramus. But they are the cleverest people. Extraordinary people. Your uncle and father. I knew them and respected them," Krylin said, pausing for emphasis. He had been sitting upright as a post, and had been eating steadily the whole time. "Were people of considerable intelligence and, of lofty spiritual qualities." "Oh, to be sure, we know all about their qualities," the lawyer muttered, and asked permission to smoke. When dinner was over, Krylin was led away for a nap. Lysovich finished his cigar, and, staggering from repletion, followed Anna Akhimovna into her study. Cozy corners with photographs and fans on the walls, and the inevitable pink or pale blue lanterns in the middle of the ceiling, he did not like. As the expression of an insipid and unoriginal character. Besides, the memory of certain of his love affairs of which he was now ashamed was associated with such lanterns. Anna Akhimovna's study with its bare walls and tasteless furniture pleased him exceedingly. It was snug and comfortable for him to sit on a Turkish divan and look at Anna Akhimovna, who usually sat on the rug before the fire, clasping her knees and looking into the fire and thinking of something. And at such moments it seemed to him that her peasant old believer blood was stirring within her. Every time after dinner when coffee and liqueurs were handed, he grew livelier and began telling her various bits of literary gossip. He spoke with eloquence and inspiration, and was carried away by his own stories. And she listened to him and thought every time that for such enjoyment it was worth paying not only 12,000, but 3 times that sum, and forgave him everything she disliked in him. He sometimes told her the story of some tale or novel he had been reading, and then 2 or 3 hours passed unnoticed like a minute. Now he began rather dolefully in a failing voice with his eyes shut. "It's ages, my dear, since I have read anything," he said when she asked him to tell her something. "Though I do sometimes read Jules Verne. I was expecting you to tell me something new." New," Lysovich muttered sleepily, and he settled himself further back in the corner of the sofa. "None of the new literature, my dear, is any use for you or me. Of course, it is bound to be such as it is, and to refuse to recognize it is to refuse to recognize, would mean refusing to recognize the natural order of things, and I do recognize it." But, Lysovich seemed to have fallen asleep. But a minute later his voice was heard again. "All the new literature moans and howls like the autumn wind in the chimney. Ah, unhappy wretch! Ah, your life may be likened to a prison. Ah, how damp and dark it is in your prison! Ah, you will certainly come to ruin, and there is no chance of escape for you. That's very fine, but I should prefer a literature that would tell us how to escape from prison. Of all contemporary writers, however, I prefer Maupassant." Lysovich opened his eyes. "A fine writer, a perfect writer." Lysovich shifted in his seat. "A wonderful artist. A terrible, prodigious, supernatural artist." Lysovich got up from the sofa and raised his right arm. "Maupassant," he said rapturously. "My dear, read Maupassant. 1 page of his gives you more than all the riches of the earth. Every line is a new horizon. The softest, tenderest impulses of the soul alternate with violent tempestuous sensations. Your soul, as though under the weight of 40,000 atmospheres, is transformed into the most insignificant little bit of some great thing of an undefined rosy hue which I fancy, if one could put it on one's tongue, would yield a pungent, voluptuous taste. What a fury of transitions, of motives, of melodies. You rest peacefully on the lilies and the roses, and suddenly a thought, a terrible, splendid, irresistible thought, swoops down upon you like a locomotive, and bathes you in hot steam and deafens you with its whistle. Read Maupassant, dear girl, I insist on it. Lysovitch waved his arms and paced from corner to corner in violent excitement. Yes, it is inconceivable, he pronounced, as though in despair. His last thing overwhelmed me, intoxicated me. But I am afraid you will not care for it. To be carried away by it you must savor it, slowly suck the juice from each line, drink it in. You must drink it in. After a long introduction, containing many words such as demonic sensuality, a network of the most delicate nerves, simum, crystal, and so on, he began at last telling the story of the novel. He did not tell the story so whimsically, but told it in minute detail, quoting from memory whole descriptions and conversations. The characters of the novel fascinated him, and to describe them he threw himself into attitudes, changed the expression of his face and voice like a real actor. He laughed with delight at one moment in a deep bass, and at another, on a high shrill note. Clasped his hands and clutched at his head with an expression which suggested that it was just going to burst. Anna Akhimovna listened enthralled, though she had already read the novel, and it seemed to her ever so much finer and more subtle in the lawyer's version than in the book itself. He drew her attention to various subtleties, and emphasized the felicitous expressions and the profound thoughts, but she saw in it only life, life, life and herself. As though she had been a character in the novel. Her spirits rose, and she, too, laughing and clasping her hands, thought that she could not go on living such a life. That there was no need to have a wretched life when one might have a splendid one. She remembered her words and thoughts at dinner, and was proud of them, and when Pimenov suddenly rose up in her imagination, she felt happy and longed for him to love her. When he had finished the story, Lysovitch sat down on the sofa, exhausted. "How splendid you are! How handsome," he began, a little while afterwards in a faint voice as if he were ill. "I am happy near you, dear girl, but why am I 42 instead of 30? Your tastes and mine do not coincide, you ought to be depraved, and I have long passed that phase, and want a love as delicate and immaterial as a ray of sunshine, that is. From the point of view of a woman of your age, I am of no earthly use." In his own words, he loved Turgenev, the singer of virginal love and purity, of youth, and of the melancholy Russian landscape. But he loved virginal love, not from knowledge but from hearsay, as something abstract, existing outside real life. Now he assured himself that he loved Anna Akhimovna platonically, ideally, though he did not know what those words meant. But he felt comfortable, snug, warm. Anna Akhimovna seemed to him enchanting, original, and he imagined that the pleasant sensation that was aroused in him by these surroundings was the very thing that was called platonic love. He laid his cheek on her hand and said in the tone commonly used in coaxing little children, "My precious, why have you punished me? How? When? I have had no Christmas present from you." Anna Akhimovna had never heard before of their sending a Christmas box to the lawyer, and now she was at a loss how much to give him. But she must give him something, for he was expecting it, though he looked at her with eyes full of love. "I suppose Nazarich forgot it," she said, "but it is not too late to set it right." She suddenly remembered the 1,500 she had received the day before, which was now lying in the toilet drawer in her bedroom. And when she brought that ungrateful money and gave it to the lawyer, and he put it in his coat pocket with indolent grace, the whole incident passed off charmingly and naturally. The sudden reminder of a Christmas box and this 1,500 was not unbecoming in Lysovitch. "Merci," he said, and kissed her finger. Krylin came in with blissful, sleepy face, but without his decorations. Lysovitch and he stayed a little longer and drank a glass of tea each, and began to get ready to go. Anna Akhimovna was a little embarrassed. She had utterly forgotten in what department Krylin served, and whether she had to give him money or not. And if she had to, whether to give it now or send it afterwards in an envelope. "Where does he serve?" she whispered to Lysovich. "Goodness knows," muttered Lysovich, yawning. She reflected that if Krylin used to visit her father and her uncle and respected them, it was probably not for nothing. Apparently he had been charitable at their expense. Serving in some charitable institution. As she said goodbye she slipped 300 rubles into his hand. He seemed taken aback, and looked at her for a minute in silence with his pewtery eyes, but then seemed to understand and said, "The receipt, honored Anna Akimovna. You can only receive on the New Year." Lysovich had become utterly limp and heavy, and he staggered and Mashenka put on his overcoat. As he went downstairs he looked like a man in the last stage of exhaustion, and it was evident that he would drop asleep as soon as he got into his sledge. "Your Excellency," he said languidly to Krylin, stopping in the middle of the staircase. "Has it ever happened to you to experience a feeling as though some unseen force were drawing you out longer and longer? You are drawn out and turn into the finest wire. Subjectively this finds expression in a curious voluptuous feeling which is impossible to compare with anything." Anna Akimovna, standing at the top of the stairs, saw each of them give Mashenka a note. "Goodbye. Come again," she called to them, and ran into her bedroom. She quickly threw off her dress, that she was weary of already, put on a dressing gown, and ran downstairs, and as she ran downstairs she laughed and thumped with her feet like a schoolboy. She had a great desire for mischief. Chapter 4. Evening. Auntie, in a loose print blouse, Varvarushka and 2 old women, were sitting in the dining room having supper. A big piece of salt meat, a ham, and various savories, were lying on the table before them, and clouds of steam were rising from the meat, which looked particularly fat and appetizing. Wine was not served on the lower story, but they made up for it with a great number of spirits and homemade liqueurs. Agafyashka, the fat, white-skinned, well-fed cook, was standing with her arms crossed in the doorway and talking to the old women, and the dishes were being handed by the downstairs Masha. A dark girl with a crimson ribbon in her hair. The old women had had enough to eat before the morning was over, and an hour before supper had had tea and buns, and so they were now eating with effort, as it were, from a sense of duty. "Oh, my girl," sighed Auntie, as Anna Akimovna ran into the dining room and sat down beside her. "You frightened me to death." Everyone in the house was pleased when Anna Akimovna was in good spirits and played pranks. This always reminded them that the old men were dead and that the old women had no authority in the house, and anyone could do as he liked without any fear of being sharply called to account for it. Only the 2 old women glanced askance at Anna Akimovna with amazement. She was humming, and it was a sin to sing at table. "Our mistress, our beauty, our picture," Agafyashka began chanting with sugary sweetness. "Our precious jewel. The people that have come today to look at our queen. Lord have mercy upon us. Generals, and officers, and gentlemen. I kept looking out of window and counting till I gave it up. I'd as soon they did not come at all," said Auntie. She looked sadly at her niece and added, "They only waste the time for my poor orphan girl." Anna Akimovna felt hungry, as she had eaten nothing since the morning. They poured her out some very bitter liqueur, she drank it off, and tasted the salt meat with mustard, and thought it extraordinarily nice. Then the downstairs Masha brought in the turkey, the pickled apples and the gooseberries. And that pleased her, too. There was only one thing that was disagreeable: there was a draught of hot air from the tiled stove, it was stiflingly close and everyone's cheeks were burning. After supper the cloth was taken off and plates of peppermint biscuits, walnuts, and raisins were brought in. "You sit down, too, no need to stand there," said Auntie to the cook. Agafyashka sighed and sat down to the table. Masha set a wineglass of liqueur before her, too, and Anna Akimovna began to feel as though Agafyashka's white neck were giving out heat like the stove. They were all talking of how difficult it was nowadays to get married, and saying that in old days, if men did not court beauty, they paid attention to money. But now there was no making out what they wanted. And while hunchbacks and cripples used to be left old maids, nowadays men would not have even the beautiful and wealthy. Auntie began to set this down to immorality, and said that people had no fear of God, but she suddenly remembered that Ivan Ivanitch, her brother, and Varvarushka, both people of holy life, had feared God, but all the same had had children on the sly, and had sent them to the foundling asylum. She pulled herself up and changed the conversation, telling them about a suitor she had once had, a factory hand, and how she had loved him, but her brothers had forced her to marry a widower, an icon painter, who, thank God, had died 2 years after. The downstairs Masha sat down to the table, too, and told them with a mysterious air that for the last week some unknown man with a black mustache, in a greatcoat with an astrakhan collar, had made his appearance every morning in the yard, had stared at the windows of the big house, and had gone on further, to the buildings. The man was all right, nice-looking. All this conversation made Anna Akhimovna suddenly long to be married, long intensely, painfully. She felt as though she would give half her life and all her fortune only to know that upstairs there was a man who was closer to her than anyone in the world. That he loved her warmly and was missing her. And the thought of such closeness, ecstatic and inexpressible in words, troubled her soul. And the instinct of youth and health flattered her with lying assurances that the real poetry of life was not over but still to come, and she believed it. And leaning back in her chair, her hair fell down as she did so, she began laughing, and, looking at her, the others laughed, too. And it was a long time before this causeless laughter died down in the dining room. She was informed that the stinging beetle had come. This was a pilgrim woman called Pasha or Spiridonovna, a thin little woman of 50, in a black dress with a white kerchief, with keen eyes, sharp nose, and a sharp chin. She had sly, viperish eyes and she looked as though she could see right through everyone. Her lips were shaped like a heart. Her viperishness and hostility to everyone had earned her the nickname of the stinging beetle. Going into the dining room without looking at anyone, she made for the icons and chanted in a high voice, "Thy holy birth," then she sang, "The Virgin today gives birth to the Son." Then, "Christ is born," then she turned round and bent a piercing gaze upon all of them. "A happy Christmas," she said, and she kissed Anna Akhimovna on the shoulder. "It's all I could do to get to you, my kind friends." She kissed Auntie on the shoulder. "I should have come to you this morning, but I went in to some good people to rest on the way." "Stay, Spiridonovna, stay," they said, and I did not notice that evening was coming on. As she did not eat meat, they gave her salmon and caviar. She ate looking from under her eyelids at the company, and drank 3 glasses of vodka. When she had finished she said a prayer and bowed down to Anna Akhimovna's feet. They began to play a game of kings, as they had done the year before, and the year before that, and all the servants in both stories crowded in at the doors to watch the game. Anna Akhimovna fancied she caught a glimpse once or twice of Mashenka, with a patronizing smile on his face, among the crowd of peasant men and women. The first to be king was Stinging Beetle, and Anna Akhimovna as the soldier paid her tribute. And then Auntie was king and Anna Akhimovna was peasant, which excited general delight, and Agafyashka was prince, and was quite abashed with pleasure. Another game was got up at the other end of the table, played by the 2 Mashas, Varvarushka, and the sewing maid Marfa Trovna, who was waked on purpose to play kings, and whose face looked cross and sleepy. While they were playing they talked of men, and of how difficult it was to get a good husband nowadays, and which state was to be preferred, that of an old maid or a widow. "You are a handsome, healthy, sturdy lass," said Stinging Beetle to Anna Akhimovna. "But I can't make out for whose sake you are holding back. What's to be done if nobody will have me? Or maybe you have taken a vow to remain a maid?" Stinging Beetle went on, as though she did not hear. "Well, that's a good deed." "Remain one," she repeated, looking intently and maliciously at her cards. "All right, my dear, remain one." "Yes, only maids, these saintly maids, are not all alike. She heaved a sigh and played the king. Oh, no, my girl, they are not all alike. Some really watch over themselves like nuns, and butter would not melt in their mouths. And if such a one does sin in an hour of weakness, she is worried to death, poor thing. So it would be a sin to condemn her. While others will go dressed in black and sew their shroud, and yet love rich old men on the sly. Yes, my canary birds, some hussies will bewitch an old man and rule over him, my doves, rule over him and turn his head. And when they've saved up money and lottery tickets enough, they will bewitch him to his death. Varvarushka's only response to these hints was to heave a sigh and look towards the icons. There was an expression of Christian meekness on her countenance. I know a maid like that, my bitterest enemy, Stinging Beetle went on, looking round at everyone in triumph. She is always sighing, too, and looking at the icons, the she-devil. When she used to rule in a certain old man's house, if one went to her she would give one a crust. And bid one bow down to the icons while she would sing, in conception thou dost abide a virgin. On holidays she will give one a bite, and on working days she will reproach one for it. But nowadays I will make merry over her. I will make as merry as I please, my jewel. Varvarushka glanced at the icons again and crossed herself. But no one will have me, Spiridonovna, said Anna Akimovna to change the conversation. What's to be done? It's your own fault. You keep waiting for highly educated gentlemen, but you ought to marry one of your own sort, a merchant. We don't want a merchant, said Auntie, all in a flutter. Queen of Heaven, preserve us. A gentleman will spend your money, but then he will be kind to you, you poor little fool. But a merchant will be so strict that you won't feel at home in your own house. You'll be wanting to fondle him and he will be counting his money, and when you sit down to meals with him, he'll grudge you every mouthful, though it's your own, the lout. Marry a gentleman. They all talked at once, loudly interrupting one another, and Auntie tapped on the table with the nutcrackers and said, flushed and angry. We won't have a merchant, we won't have one. If you choose a merchant I shall go to an almshouse. Sh. Hush, cried Stinging Beetle. When all were silent she screwed up one eye and said, do you know what, Anushka, my birdie? There is no need for you to get married really like everyone else. You're rich and free, you are your own mistress, but yet, my child, it doesn't seem the right thing for you to be an old maid. I'll find you, you know, some trumpery and simple-witted man. You'll marry him for appearances and then have your fling, bonny lass. You can hand him 5,000 or 10 maybe, and pack him off where he came from, and you will be mistress in your own house. You can love whom you like and no one can say anything to you. And then you can love your highly educated gentleman. You'll have a jolly time. Stinging Beetle snapped her fingers and gave a whistle. It's sinful, said Auntie. Oh, sinful, laughed Stinging Beetle. She is educated, she understands. To cut someone's throat or bewitch an old man, that's a sin, that's true. But to love some charming young friend is not a sin at all. And what is there in it, really? There's no sin in it at all. The old pilgrim women have invented all that to make fools of simple folk. I, too, say everywhere it's a sin. I don't know myself why it's a sin. Stinging Beetle emptied her glass and cleared her throat. Have your fling, bonny lass, this time evidently addressing herself. For 30 years, wenches, I have thought of nothing but sins and been afraid, but now I see I have wasted my time, I've let it slip by like a ninny. Ah, I have been a fool, a fool. She sighed. A woman's time is short and every day is precious. You are handsome, Anushka, and very rich, but as soon as 35 or 40 strikes for you your time is up. Don't listen to anyone, my girl. Live, have your fling till you are 40, and then you will have time to pray forgiveness, there will be plenty of time to bow down and to sew your shroud. A candle to God and a poker to the devil. You can do both at once. Well, how is it to be? Will you make some little man happy? I will, laughed Anna Akhimovna. I don't care now, I would marry a working man. Well, that would do all right. Oh, what a fine fellow you would choose then. Stinging Beetle screwed up her eyes and shook her head. Oh, oh, oh. I tell her myself, said Auntie, it's no good waiting for a gentleman, so she had better marry, not a gentleman, but someone humbler. Anyway, we should have a man in the house to look after things. And there are lots of good men. She might have someone out of the factory. They are all sober, steady men. I should think so, Stinging Beetle agreed. They are capital fellows. If you like, Aunt, I will make a match for her with Vasily Lebededsky. Oh, Vasya's legs are so long, said Auntie seriously. He is so lanky. He has no looks. There was laughter in the crowd by the door. Well, Pimenov? Would you like to marry Pimenov? Stinging Beetle asked Anna Akhimovna. Very good. Make a match for me with Pimenov. Really? Yes, do. Anna Akhimovna said resolutely, and she struck her fist on the table. On my honor, I will marry him. Really? Anna Akhimovna suddenly felt ashamed that her cheeks were burning and that everyone was looking at her. She flung the cards together on the table and ran out of the room. As she ran up the stairs and, reaching the upper story, sat down to the piano in the drawing room, a murmur of sound reached her from below like the roar of the sea. Most likely they were talking of her and of Pimenov, and perhaps Stinging Beetle was taking advantage of her absence to insult Varvarushka and was putting no check on her language. The lamp in the big room was the only light burning in the upper story, and it sent a glimmer through the door into the dark drawing room. It was between 9 and 10, not later. Anna Akhimovna played a waltz, then another, then a third. She went on playing without stopping. She looked into the dark corner beyond the piano, smiled, and inwardly called to it, and the idea occurred to her that she might drive off to the town to see someone, Lysovich for instance, and tell him what was passing in her heart. She wanted to talk without ceasing, to laugh, to play the fool, but the dark corner was sullenly silent, and all round in all the rooms of the upper story it was still and desolate. She was fond of sentimental songs, but she had a harsh, untrained voice, and so she only played the accompaniment and sang hardly audibly, just above her breath. She sang in a whisper one song after another, for the most part about love, separation, and frustrated hopes, and she imagined how she would hold out her hands to him and say with entreaty, with tears, Pimenov, take this burden from me. And then, just as though her sins had been forgiven, there would be joy and comfort in her soul, and perhaps a free, happy life would begin. In an anguish of anticipation she leant over the keys, with a passionate longing for the change in her life to come at once without delay. And was terrified at the thought that her old life would go on for some time longer. Then she played again and sang hardly above her breath, and all was stillness about her. There was no noise coming from downstairs now, they must have gone to bed. It had struck 10 some time before. A long, solitary, wearisome night was approaching. Anna Akhimovna walked through all the rooms, lay down for a while on the sofa, and read in her study the letters that had come that evening. There were 12 letters of Christmas greetings and 3 anonymous letters. In one of them some workman complained in a horrible, almost illegible handwriting that Lenten oil sold in the factory shop was rancid and smelt of paraffin. In another, someone respectfully informed her that over a purchase of iron Nazarich had lately taken a bribe of 1,000 rubles from someone. In a third she was abused for her inhumanity. The excitement of Christmas was passing off, and to keep it up Anna Akhimovna sat down at the piano again and softly played one of the new waltzes. Then she remembered how cleverly and creditably she had spoken at dinner today. She looked round at the dark windows, at the walls with the pictures, at the faint light that came from the big room, and all at once she began suddenly crying. And she felt vexed that she was so lonely, and that she had no one to talk to and consult. To cheer herself she tried to picture Pimenov in her imagination, but it was unsuccessful. It struck 12. Mishenka, no longer wearing his swallowtail but in his reefer jacket, came in, and without speaking lighted 2 candles, then he went out and returned a minute later with a cup of tea on a tray. "What are you laughing at?" she asked, noticing a smile on his face. "I was downstairs and heard the jokes you were making about Pimenov," he said, and put his hand before his laughing mouth. "If he were sat down to dinner today with Viktor Nikolaevich and the general, he'd have died of fright." Mishenka's shoulders were shaking with laughter. "He doesn't know even how to hold his fork, I bet." The footman's laughter and words, his reefer jacket and mustache, gave Anna Akimovna a feeling of uncleanness. She shut her eyes to avoid seeing him, and, against her own will, imagined Pimenov dining with Lysevich and Krylin, and his timid, unintellectual figure seemed to her pitiful and helpless. And she felt repelled by it. And only now, for the first time in the whole day, she realized clearly that all she had said and thought about Pimenov and marrying a workman was nonsense, folly, and willfulness. To convince herself of the opposite, to overcome her repulsion, she tried to recall what she had said at dinner, but now she could not see anything in it, shame at her own thoughts and actions. And the fear that she had said something improper during the day, and disgust at her own lack of spirit, overwhelmed her completely. She took up a candle and, as rapidly as if someone were pursuing her, ran downstairs, woke Spiridonovna, and began assuring her she had been joking. Then she went to her bedroom. Red-haired Masha, who was dozing in an armchair near the bed, jumped up and began shaking up the pillows. Her face was exhausted and sleepy, and her magnificent hair had fallen on one side. "Chalikov came again this evening," she said, yawning, "but I did not dare to announce him, he was very drunk. He says he will come again tomorrow." "What does he want with me?" said Anna Akimovna, and she flung her comb on the floor. "I won't see him, I won't." She made up her mind she had no one left in life but this Chalikov, that he would never leave off persecuting her, and would remind her every day how uninteresting and absurd her life was. So all she was fit for was to help the poor. Oh, how stupid it was! She lay down without undressing, and sobbed with shame and depression. What seemed to her most vexatious and stupid of all was that her dreams that day about Pimenov had been right, lofty, honorable, but at the same time she felt that Lysevich and even Krylin were nearer to her than Pimenov and all the work-people taken together. She thought that if the long day she had just spent could have been represented in a picture, all that had been bad and vulgar, as, for instance, the dinner, the lawyer's talk, the game of kings, would have been true, while her dreams and talk about Pimenov would have stood out from the whole as something false, as out of drawing. And she thought, too, that it was too late to dream of happiness, that everything was over for her. And it was impossible to go back to the life when she had slept under the same quilt with her mother, or to devise some new special sort of life. Red-haired Masha was kneeling before the bed, gazing at her in mournful perplexity. Then she, too, began crying, and laid her face against her mistress's arm, and without words it was clear why she was so wretched. "We are fools," said Anna Akimovna, laughing and crying. "We are fools. Oh, what fools we are." Anna on the neck. Chapter 1. After the wedding they had not even light refreshments. The happy pair simply drank a glass of champagne, changed into their traveling things, and drove to the station. Instead of a gay wedding ball and supper, instead of music and dancing, they went on a journey to pray at a shrine 150 miles away. Many people commended this, saying that modest Alexeich was a man high up in the service and no longer young, and that a noisy wedding might not have seemed quite suitable. And music is apt to sound dreary when a government official of 52 marries a girl who is only just 18. People said, too, that modest Alexeich, being a man of principle, had arranged this visit to the monastery expressly in order to make his young bride realize that even in marriage he put religion and morality above everything. The happy pair were seen off at the station. The crowd of relations and colleagues in the service stood, with glasses in their hands, waiting for the train to start to shout, "Hurrah!" And the bride's father, Pyotr Leontyich, wearing a top hat and the uniform of a teacher, already drunk and very pale, kept craning towards the window, glass in hand, and saying in an imploring voice, "Anyuta! Anya, Anya! One word!" Anna bent out of the window to him, and he whispered something to her, enveloping her in a stale smell of alcohol. Blew into her ear, she could make out nothing, and made the sign of the cross over her face, her bosom, and her hands. Meanwhile he was breathing in gasps and tears were shining in his eyes. And the schoolboys, Anna's brothers, Petya and Andrusha, pulled at his coat from behind, whispering in confusion, "Father, hush! Father, that's enough." When the train started, Anna saw her father run a little way after the train, staggering and spilling his wine, and what a kind, guilty, pitiful face he had. "Hurrah, ah!" he shouted. The happy pair were left alone. Modest Alexeich looked about the compartment, arranged their things on the shelves, and sat down, smiling, opposite his young wife. He was an official of medium height, rather stout and puffy, who looked exceedingly well nourished, with long whiskers and no mustache. His clean-shaven, round, sharply defined chin looked like the heel of a foot. The most characteristic point in his face was the absence of mustache, the bare, freshly shaven place, which gradually passed into the fat cheeks, quivering like jelly. His deportment was dignified, his movements were deliberate, his manner was soft. "I cannot help remembering now one circumstance," he said, smiling. "When, 5 years ago, Kosaratov received the Order of St. Anna of the 2nd grade, and went to thank His Excellency expressed himself as follows, 'So now you have 3 Annas, 1 in your buttonhole and 2 on your neck.' And it must be explained that at that time Kosaratov's wife, a quarrelsome and frivolous person, had just returned to him, and that her name was Anna. I trust that when I receive the Anna of the 2nd grade His Excellency will not have occasion to say the same thing to me." He smiled with his little eyes. And she, too, smiled, troubled at the thought that at any moment this man might kiss her with his thick damp lips, and that she had no right to prevent his doing so. The soft movements of his fat person frightened her, she felt both fear and disgust. He got up, without haste took off the order from his neck, took off his coat and waistcoat, and put on his dressing gown. "That's better," he said, sitting down beside Anna. Anna remembered what agony the wedding had been, when it had seemed to her that the priest, and the guests, and everyone in church had been looking at her sorrowfully and asking why was she, such a sweet, nice girl, marrying such an elderly, uninteresting gentleman. Only that morning she was delighted that everything had been satisfactorily arranged, but at the time of the wedding, and now in the railway carriage, she felt cheated, guilty, and ridiculous. Here she had married a rich man and yet she had no money, her wedding dress had been bought on credit, and when her father and brothers had been saying goodbye, she could see from their faces that they had not a farthing. Would they have any supper that day? And tomorrow? And for some reason it seemed to her that her father and the boys were sitting tonight hungry without her, and feeling the same misery as they had the day after their mother's funeral. "Oh, how unhappy I am," she thought. "Why am I so unhappy?" With the awkwardness of a man with settled habits, unaccustomed to deal with women, modest Alexeich touched her on the waist and patted her on the shoulder, while she went on thinking about money. About her mother and her mother's death. When her mother died, her father, Pyotr Leontyich, a teacher of drawing and writing in the high school, had taken to drink, impoverishment had followed, the boys had not had boots or galoshes. Their father had been hauled up before the magistrate, the warrant officer had come and made an inventory of the furniture. What a disgrace! Anna had had to look after her drunken father, darn her brother's stockings, go to market, and when she was complimented on her youth, her beauty, and her elegant manners, it seemed to her that everyone was looking at her cheap hat and the holes in her boots that were inked over. And at night there had been tears and a haunting dread that her father would soon, very soon, be dismissed from the school for his weakness, and that he would not survive it, but would die, too. Like their mother. But ladies of their acquaintance had taken the matter in hand and looked about for a good match for Anna. This modest Alexeyevich, who was neither young nor good-looking but had money, was soon found. He had 100,000 in the bank and the family estate, which he had let on lease. He was a man of principle and stood well with his Excellency. It would be nothing to him, so they told Anna, to get a note from His Excellency to the directors of the high school, or even to the education commissioner, to prevent Pyotr Leontyich from being dismissed. While she was recalling these details, she suddenly heard strains of music which floated in at the window, together with the sound of voices. The train was stopping at a station. In the crowd beyond the platform an accordion and a cheap squeaky fiddle were being briskly played. And the sound of a military band came from beyond the villas and the tall birches and poplars that lay bathed in the moonlight. There must have been a dance in the place. Summer visitors and townspeople, who used to come out here by train in fine weather for a breath of fresh air, were parading up and down on the platform. Among them was the wealthy owner of all the summer villas, a tall, stout, dark man called Ardanov. He had prominent eyes and looked like an Armenian. He wore a strange costume. His shirt was unbuttoned, showing his chest, he wore high boots with spurs, and a black cloak hung from his shoulders and dragged on the ground like a train. 2 boarhounds followed him with their sharp noses to the ground. Tears were still shining in Anna's eyes, but she was not thinking now of her mother, nor of money, nor of her marriage. But shaking hands with schoolboys and officers she knew, she laughed gaily and said quickly, "How do you do? How are you?" She went out onto the platform between the carriages into the moonlight, and stood so that they could all see her in her new splendid dress and hat. "Why are we stopping here?" she asked. "This is a junction. They are waiting for the mail train to pass." Seeing that Ardanov was looking at her, she screwed up her eyes coquettishly and began talking aloud in French. And because her voice sounded so pleasant, and because she heard music and the moon was reflected in the pond, and because Ardanov, the notorious Don Juan and spoiled child of fortune, was looking at her eagerly and with curiosity, and because everyone was in good spirits, she suddenly felt joyful, and when the train started and the officers of her acquaintance saluted her, she was humming the polka, the strains of which reached her from the military band playing beyond the trees. And she returned to her compartment feeling as though it had been proved to her at the station that she would certainly be happy in spite of everything. The happy pair spent 2 days at the monastery, then went back to town. They lived in a rent-free flat. When Modest Alexeyevich had gone to the office, Anna played the piano, or shed tears of depression, or lay down on a couch and read novels or looked through fashion papers. At dinner Modest Alexeyevich ate a great deal and talked about politics, about appointments, transfers, and promotions in the service, about the necessity of hard work, and said that family life not being a pleasure but a duty, if you took care of the kopecks the rubles would take care of themselves, and that he put religion and morality before everything else in the world. And holding his knife in his fist as though it were a sword, he would say, "Everyone ought to have his duties." And Anna listened to him, was frightened, and could not eat, and she usually got up from the table hungry. After dinner her husband lay down for a nap and snored loudly, while Anna went to see her own people. Her father and the boys looked at her in a peculiar way, as though just before she came in they had been blaming her for having married for money a tedious, wearisome man she did not love. Her rustling skirts, her bracelets, and her general air of a married lady, offended them and made them uncomfortable. In her presence they felt a little embarrassed and did not know what to talk to her about, but yet they still loved her as before, and were not used to having dinner without her. She sat down with them to cabbage soup, porridge, and fried potatoes, smelling of mutton dripping. Pyotr Leontyich filled his glass from the decanter with a trembling hand and drank it off hurriedly, greedily, with repulsion, then poured out a second glass and then a third. Petya and Andrusha, thin, pale boys with big eyes, would take the decanter and say desperately, "You mustn't, father. Enough, father. And Anna, too, was troubled and entreated him to drink no more, and he would suddenly fly into a rage and beat the table with his fists. I won't allow anyone to dictate to me, he would shout. Wretched boys. Wretched girl. I'll turn you all out. But there was a note of weakness, of good nature in his voice, and no one was afraid of him. After dinner he usually dressed in his best. Pale, with a cut on his chin from shaving, craning his thin neck, he would stand for half an hour before the glass, prinking, combing his hair, twisting his black mustache, sprinkling himself with scent, tying his cravat in a bow. Then he would put on his gloves and his top hat, and go off to give his private lessons. Or if it was a holiday he would stay at home and paint, or play the harmonium, which wheezed and growled. He would try to wrest from it pure harmonious sounds and would sing to it, or would storm at the boys. Wretches! Good-for-nothing boys! You have spoiled the instrument. In the evening Anna's husband played cards with his colleagues, who lived under the same roof in the government quarters. The wives of these gentlemen would come in, ugly, tastelessly dressed women, as coarse as cooks, and gossip would begin in the flat as tasteless and unattractive as the ladies themselves. Sometimes modest Alexeyevich would take Anna to the theater. In the intervals he would never let her stir a step from his side, but walked about arm in arm with her through the corridors and the foyer. When he bowed to someone, he immediately whispered to Anna, a civil councillor, visits at His Excellency's, or, a man of means, has a house of his own. When they passed the buffet Anna had a great longing for something sweet. She was fond of chocolate and apple cakes, but she had no money, and she did not like to ask her husband. He would take a pear, pinch it with his fingers, and ask uncertainly, "How much?" 25 kopecks. "I say," he would reply, and put it down. But as it was awkward to leave the buffet without buying anything, he would order some seltzer water and drink the whole bottle himself, and tears would come into his eyes. And Anna hated him at such times. And suddenly flushing crimson, he would say to her rapidly, "Bow to that old lady." "But I don't know her." "No matter. That's the wife of the director of the local treasury." "Bow, I tell you," he would grumble insistently. "Your head won't drop off." Anna bowed and her head certainly did not drop off, but it was agonizing. She did everything her husband wanted her to, and was furious with herself for having let him deceive her like the veriest idiot. She had only married him for his money, and yet she had less money now than before her marriage. In old days her father would sometimes give her 20 kopecks, but now she had not a farthing. To take money by stealth or ask for it, she could not. She was afraid of her husband, she trembled before him. She felt as though she had been afraid of him for years. In her childhood the director of the high school had always seemed the most impressive and terrifying force in the world, sweeping down like a thunderstorm or a steam engine ready to crush her. Another similar force of which the whole family talked, and of which they were for some reason afraid, was His Excellency. Then there were a dozen others, less formidable, and among them the teachers at the high school, with shaven upper lips, stern, implacable. And now finally, there was modest Alexeyevich, a man of principle, who even resembled the director in the face. And in Anna's imagination all these forces blended together into one, and, in the form of a terrible, huge white bear, menaced the weak and erring such as her father. And she was afraid to say anything in opposition to her husband, and gave a forced smile, and tried to make a show of pleasure when she was coarsely caressed and defiled by embraces that excited her terror. Only once Pyotr Leontyich had the temerity to ask for a loan of 50 rubles in order to pay some very irksome debt, but what an agony it had been. "Very good. I'll give it to you," said modest Alexeyevich after a moment's thought, "but I warn you I won't help you again till you give up drinking. Such a failing is disgraceful in a man in the government service. I must remind you of the well-known fact that many capable people have been ruined by that passion, though they might possibly, with temperance, have risen in time to a very high position." And long-winded phrases followed, inasmuch as, following upon which proposition, in view of the aforesaid contention. And Pyotr Leontyich was in agonies of humiliation and felt an intense craving for alcohol. And when the boys came to visit Anna, generally in broken boots and threadbare trousers, they, too, had to listen to sermons. Every man ought to have his duties, Modest Alexeich would say to them. And he did not give them money. But he did give Anna bracelets, rings, and brooches, saying that these things would come in useful for a rainy day. And he often unlocked her drawer and made an inspection to see whether they were all safe. Chapter 2. Meanwhile winter came on. Long before Christmas there was an announcement in the local papers that the usual winter ball would take place on the 29th of December in the Hall of Nobility. Every evening after cards Modest Alexeich was excitedly whispering with his colleagues' wives and glancing at Anna, and then paced up and down the room for a long while, thinking. At last, late one evening, he stood still, facing Anna, and said, "You ought to get yourself a ball dress. Do you understand? Only please consult Maria Grigoryevna and Natalia Kuzminishna." And he gave her 100 rubles. She took the money, but she did not consult anyone when she ordered the ball dress. She spoke to no one but her father, and tried to imagine how her mother would have dressed for a ball. Her mother had always dressed in the latest fashion and had always taken trouble over Anna, dressing her elegantly like a doll. And had taught her to speak French and dance the mazurka superbly. She had been a governess for 5 years before her marriage. Like her mother, Anna could make a new dress out of an old one, clean gloves with benzine, hire jewels. And, like her mother, she knew how to screw up her eyes, lisp, assume graceful attitudes, fly into raptures when necessary, and throw a mournful and enigmatic look into her eyes. And from her father she had inherited the dark color of her hair and eyes, her highly strung nerves, and the habit of always making herself look her best. When, half an hour before setting off for the ball, Modest Alexeich went into her room without his coat on, to put his order round his neck before her pier-glass. Dazzled by her beauty and the splendor of her fresh, ethereal dress, he combed his whiskers complacently and said, "So that's what my wife can look like, so that's what you can look like. Anyuta," he went on, dropping into a tone of solemnity, "I have made your fortune, and now I beg you to do something for mine. I beg you to get introduced to the wife of His Excellency. For God's sake, do. Through her I may get the post of senior reporting clerk." They went to the ball. They reached the Hall of Nobility, the entrance with the hall porter. They came to the vestibule with the hat stands, the fur coats, footmen scurrying about, and ladies with low necks putting up their fans to screen themselves from the drafts. There was a smell of gas and of soldiers. When Anna, walking upstairs on her husband's arm, heard the music and saw herself full length in the looking-glass in the full glow of the lights, there was a rush of joy in her heart. And she felt the same presentiment of happiness as in the moonlight at the station. She walked in proudly, confidently, for the first time feeling herself not a girl but a lady, and unconsciously imitating her mother in her walk and in her manner. And for the first time in her life she felt rich and free. Even her husband's presence did not oppress her, for as she crossed the threshold of the hall she had guessed instinctively that the proximity of an old husband did not detract from her in the least. But, on the contrary, gave her that shade of piquant mystery that is so attractive to men. The orchestra was already playing and the dances had begun. After their flat Anna was overwhelmed by the lights, the bright colors, the music, the noise, and looking round the room, thought, "Oh, how lovely." She at once distinguished in the crowd all her acquaintances, everyone she had met before at parties or on picnics, all the officers, the teachers, the lawyers, the officials, the landowners. His Excellency, Ardanov, and the ladies of the highest standing, dressed up and very décolletés, handsome and ugly, who had already taken up their positions in the stalls and pavilions of the charity bazaar, to begin selling things for the benefit of the poor. A huge officer in epaulets, she had been introduced to him in Starokivsky Street when she was a schoolgirl, but now she could not remember his name, seemed to spring from out of the ground, begging her for a waltz, and she flew away from her husband, feeling as though she were floating away in a sailing boat in a violent storm, while her husband was left far away on the shore. She danced passionately, with fervor, a waltz, then a polka and a quadrille, being snatched by one partner as soon as she was left by another, dizzy with music and the noise. Mixing Russian with French, lisping, laughing, and with no thought of her husband or anything else. She excited great admiration among the men, that was evident, and indeed it could not have been otherwise. She was breathless with excitement, felt thirsty, and convulsively clutched her fan. Pyotr Leontyich, her father, in a crumpled dress coat that smelt of benzene, came up to her, offering her a plate of pink ice. "You are enchanting this evening," he said, looking at her rapturously, "and I have never so much regretted that you were in such a hurry to get married. What was it for? I know you did it for our sake, but," with a shaking hand he drew out a roll of notes and said, "I got the money for my lessons today, and can pay your husband what I owe him." She put the plate back into his hand, and was pounced upon by someone and borne off to a distance. She caught a glimpse over her partner's shoulder of her father gliding over the floor, putting his arm round a lady and whirling down the ballroom with her. "How sweet he is when he is sober," she thought. She danced the mazurka with the same huge officer. He moved gravely, as heavily as a dead carcass in a uniform, twitched his shoulders and his chest, stamped his feet very languidly. He felt fearfully disinclined to dance. She fluttered round him, provoking him by her beauty, her bare neck. Her eyes glowed defiantly, her movements were passionate, while he became more and more indifferent, and held out his hands to her as graciously as a king. "Bravo, bravo," said people watching them. But little by little the huge officer, too, broke out. He grew lively, excited, and, overcome by her fascination, was carried away and danced lightly, youthfully, while she merely moved her shoulders and looked slyly at him as though she were now the queen and he were her slave. And at that moment it seemed to her that the whole room was looking at them, and that everybody was thrilled and envied them. The huge officer had hardly had time to thank her for the dance, when the crowd suddenly parted and the men drew themselves up in a strange way, with their hands at their sides. His Excellency, with 2 stars on his dress coat, was walking up to her. Yes, His Excellency was walking straight towards her, for he was staring directly at her with a sugary smile, while he licked his lips as he always did when he saw a pretty woman. "Delighted, delighted," he began. "I shall order your husband to be clapped in a lockup for keeping such a treasure hidden from us till now. I've come to you with a message from my wife," he went on, offering her his arm. "You must help us." Yes. We ought to give you the prize for beauty as they do in America." Yes. "The Americans. My wife is expecting you impatiently." He led her to a stall and presented her to a middle-aged lady, the lower part of whose face was disproportionately large, so that she looked as though she were holding a big stone in her mouth. "You must help us," she said through her nose in a sing-song voice. "All the pretty women are working for our charity bazaar, and you are the only one enjoying yourself. Why won't you help us?" She went away, and Anna took her place by the cups and the silver samovar. She was soon doing a lively trade. Anna asked no less than a ruble for a cup of tea, and made the huge officer drink 3 cups. Ardanov, the rich man with prominent eyes, who suffered from asthma, came up, too. He was not dressed in the strange costume in which Anna had seen him in the summer at the station, but wore a dress coat like everyone else. Keeping his eyes fixed on Anna, he drank a glass of champagne and paid 100 rubles for it, then drank some tea and gave another 100, all this without saying a word, as he was short of breath through asthma. Anna invited purchasers and got money out of them, firmly convinced by now that her smiles and glances could not fail to afford these people great pleasure. She realized now that she was created exclusively for this noisy, brilliant, laughing life, with its music, its dancers, its adorers. And her old terror of a force that was sweeping down upon her and menacing to crush her seemed to her ridiculous. She was afraid of no one now. And only regretted that her mother could not be there to rejoice at her success. Pyotr Leontyich, pale by now but still steady on his legs, came up to the stall and asked for a glass of brandy. Anna turned crimson, expecting him to say something inappropriate. She was already ashamed of having such a poor and ordinary father. But he emptied his glass, took 10 rubles out of his roll of notes, flung it down, and walked away with dignity without uttering a word. A little later she saw him dancing in the grand chain, and by now he was staggering and kept shouting something, to the great confusion of his partner. And Anna remembered how at the ball 3 years before he had staggered and shouted in the same way, and it had ended in the police sergeant's taking him home to bed. And next day the director had threatened to dismiss him from his post. How inappropriate that memory was. When the samovars were put out in the stalls and the exhausted ladies handed over their takings to the middle-aged lady with the stone in her mouth, Ardanov took Anna on his arm to the hall where supper was served to all who had assisted at the bazaar. There were some 20 people at supper, not more, but it was very noisy. His Excellency proposed a toast. In this magnificent dining room it will be appropriate to drink to the success of the cheap dining rooms, which are the object of today's bazaar. The Brigadier General proposed the toast, to the power by which even the artillery is vanquished, and all the company clinked glasses with the ladies. It was very, very gay. When Anna was escorted home it was daylight and the cooks were going to market. Joyful, intoxicated, full of new sensations, exhausted, she undressed, dropped into bed, and at once fell asleep. It was past 1 in the afternoon when the servant waked her and announced that Ardanov had called. She dressed quickly and went down into the drawing-room. Soon after Ardanov, His Excellency called to thank her for her assistance in the bazaar. With a sugary smile, chewing his lips, he kissed her hand, and asking her permission to come again, took his leave, while she remained standing in the middle of the drawing-room, amazed, enchanted. Unable to believe that this change in her life, this marvelous change, had taken place so quickly. And at that moment Modest Alexeich walked in, and he, too, stood before her now with the same ingratiating, sugary, cringingly respectful expression which she was accustomed to see on his face in the presence of the great and powerful. And with rapture, with indignation, with contempt, convinced that no harm would come to her from it, she said, articulating distinctly each word, "Be off, you blockhead." From this time forward Anna never had one day free, as she was always taking part in picnics, expeditions, performances. She returned home every day after midnight, and went to bed on the floor in the drawing-room, and afterwards used to tell everyone, touchingly, how she slept under flowers. She needed a very great deal of money, but she was no longer afraid of Modest Alexeich, and spent his money as though it were her own. And she did not ask, did not demand it, simply sent him in the bills. Give bearer 200 rubles, or, pay 100 rubles at once. At Easter Modest Alexeich received the Anna of the 2nd grade. When he went to offer his thanks, His Excellency put aside the paper he was reading and settled himself more comfortably in his chair. "So now you have 3 Annas," he said, scrutinizing his white hands and pink nails, 1 on your buttonhole and 2 on your neck. Modest Alexeich put 2 fingers to his lips as a precaution against laughing too loud and said, "Now I have only to look forward to the arrival of a little Vladimir. I make bold to beg your Excellency to stand godfather." He was alluding to Vladimir of the 4th grade, and was already imagining how he would tell everywhere the story of this pun, so happy in its readiness and audacity. And he wanted to say something equally happy, but His Excellency was buried again in his newspaper, and merely gave him a nod. And Anna went on driving about with 3 horses, going out hunting with Ardanov, playing in one-act dramas, going out to supper, and was more and more rarely with her own family. They dined now alone. Pyotr Leontyich was drinking more heavily than ever, there was no money, and the harmonium had been sold long ago for debt. The boys did not let him go out alone in the street now, but looked after him for fear he might fall down. And whenever they met Anna driving in Starokivsky Street with a pair of horses and Ardanov on the box instead of a coachman, Pyotr Leontyich took off his top hat, and was about to shout to her. But Petya and Andrusha took him by the arm, and said imploringly, "You mustn't, father." "Hush, father." Whitebrow. A hungry she-wolf got up to go hunting. Her cubs, all three of them, were sound asleep, huddled in a heap and keeping each other warm. She licked them and went off. It was already March, a month of spring, but at night the trees snapped with the cold, as they do in December, and one could hardly put one's tongue out without its being nipped. The wolf mother was in delicate health and nervous. She started at the slightest sound, and kept hoping that no one would hurt the little ones at home while she was away. The smell of the tracks of men and horses, logs, piles of faggots, and the dark road with horse dung on it frightened her. It seemed to her that men were standing behind the trees in the darkness, and that dogs were howling somewhere beyond the forest. She was no longer young and her scent had grown feebler, so that it sometimes happened that she took the track of a fox for that of a dog, and even at times lost her way. A thing that had never been in her youth. Owing to the weakness of her health she no longer hunted calves and big sheep as she had in old days, and kept her distance now from mares with colts. She fed on nothing but carrion. Fresh meat she tasted very rarely, only in the spring when she would come upon a hare and take away her young, or make her way into a peasant's stall where there were lambs. Some 3 miles from her lair there stood a winter hut on the posting road. There lived the keeper Ignat, an old man of 70, who was always coughing and talking to himself. At night he was usually asleep, and by day he wandered about the forest with a single-barreled gun, whistling to the hares. He must have worked among machinery in early days, for before he stood still he always shouted to himself, "Stop the machine," and before going on, "Full speed." He had a huge black dog of indeterminate breed, called Arapka. When it ran too far ahead he used to shout to it, "Reverse action." Sometimes he used to sing, and as he did so staggered violently, and often fell down. The wolf thought the wind blew him over, and shouted, "Run off the rails." The wolf remembered that, in the summer and autumn, a ram and 2 ewes were pasturing near the winter hut. And when she had run by not so long ago she fancied that she had heard bleating in the stall. And now, as she got near the place, she reflected that it was already March, and, by that time, there would certainly be lambs in the stall. She was tormented by hunger. She thought with what greediness she would eat a lamb, and these thoughts made her teeth snap, and her eyes glitter in the darkness like 2 sparks of light. Ignat's hut, his barn, cattle stall, and well were surrounded by high snowdrifts. All was still. Arapka was, most likely, asleep in the barn. The wolf clambered over a snowdrift onto the stall, and began scratching away the thatched roof with her paws and her nose. The straw was rotten and decaying, so that the wolf almost fell through. All at once a smell of warm steam, of manure, and of sheep's milk floated straight to her nostrils. Down below, a lamb, feeling the cold, bleated softly. Leaping through the hole, the wolf fell with her 4 paws and chest on something soft and warm, probably a sheep, and at the same moment, something in the stall suddenly began whining, barking, and going off into a shrill little yap. The sheep huddled against the wall, and the wolf, frightened, snatched the first thing her teeth fastened on, and dashed away. She ran at her utmost speed, while Arapka, who by now had scented the wolf, howled furiously. The frightened hens cackled, and Ignat, coming out into the porch, shouted, "Full speed! Blow the whistle!" And he whistled like a steam engine, and then shouted, "Ho ho ho ho," and all this noise was repeated by the forest echo. When, little by little, it all died away, the wolf somewhat recovered herself, and began to notice that the prey she held in her teeth and dragged along the snow was heavier and, as it were, harder than lambs usually were at that season. And it smelt somehow different, and uttered strange sounds. The wolf stopped and laid her burden on the snow, to rest and begin eating it, then all at once she leapt back in disgust. It was not a lamb, but a black puppy, with a big head and long legs, of a large breed, with a white patch on his brow, like Arapka's. Judging from his manners he was a simple, ignorant, yard dog. He licked his crushed and wounded back, and, as though nothing was the matter, wagged his tail and barked at the wolf. She growled like a dog, and ran away from him. He ran after her. She looked round and snapped her teeth. He stopped in perplexity, and, probably deciding that she was playing with him, craned his head in the direction he had come from, and went off into a shrill, gleeful bark, as though inviting his mother Arapka to play with him and the wolf. It was already getting light, and when the wolf reached her home in the thick aspen wood, each aspen tree could be seen distinctly, and the woodcocks were already awake. And the beautiful male birds often flew up, disturbed by the incautious gambols and barking of the puppy. "Why does he run after me?" thought the wolf with annoyance. "I suppose he wants me to eat him." She lived with her cubs in a shallow hole. 3 years before, a tall old pine tree had been torn up by the roots in a violent storm, and the hole had been formed by it. Now there were dead leaves and moss at the bottom, and around it lay bones and bullocks' horns, with which the little ones played. They were by now awake, and all 3 of them, very much alike, were standing in a row at the edge of their hole, looking at their returning mother, and wagging their tails. Seeing them, the puppy stopped a little way off, and stared at them for a very long time. Seeing that they, too, were looking very attentively at him, he began barking angrily, as at strangers. By now it was daylight and the sun had risen, the snow sparkled all around, but still the puppy stood a little way off and barked. The cubs sucked their mother, pressing her thin belly with their paws, while she gnawed a horse's bone, dry and white. She was tormented by hunger, her head ached from the dog's barking, and she felt inclined to fall on the uninvited guest and tear him to pieces. At last the puppy was hoarse and exhausted. Seeing they were not afraid of him, and not even attending to him, he began somewhat timidly approaching the cubs, alternately squatting down and bounding a few steps forward. Now, by daylight, it was easy to have a good look at him. His white forehead was big, and on it was a hump such as is only seen on very stupid dogs. He had little, blue, dingy-looking eyes, and the expression of his whole face was extremely stupid. When he reached the cubs he stretched out his broad paws, laid his head upon them, and began. "Naya, mina, na, na, na." The cubs did not understand what he meant, but they wagged their tails. Then the puppy gave one of the cubs a smack on its big head with his paw. The cub, too, gave him a smack on the head. The puppy stood sideways to him, and looked at him askance, wagging his tail, then dashed off, and ran round several times on the frozen snow. The cubs ran after him, he fell on his back and kicked up his legs, and all 3 of them fell upon him, squealing with delight, and began biting him, not to hurt but in play. The crows sat on the high pine tree, and looked down on their struggle, and were much troubled by it. They grew noisy and merry. The sun was hot, as though it were spring. And the woodcocks, continually flitting through the pine tree that had been blown down by the storm, looked as though made of emerald in the brilliant sunshine. As a rule, wolf mothers train their children to hunt by giving them prey to play with. And now watching the cubs chasing the puppy over the frozen snow and struggling with him, the mother thought, "Let them learn." When they had played long enough, the cubs went into the hole and lay down to sleep. The puppy howled a little from hunger, then he, too, stretched out in the sunshine. And when they woke up they began playing again. All day long, and in the evening, the wolf mother was thinking how the lamb had bleated in the cattle shed the night before, and how it had smelt of sheep's milk. And she kept snapping her teeth from hunger, and never left off greedily gnawing the old bone, pretending to herself that it was the lamb. The cubs sucked their mother, and the puppy, who was hungry, ran round them and sniffed at the snow. "I'll eat him," the mother wolf decided. She went up to him, and he licked her nose and yapped at her, thinking that she wanted to play with him. In the past she had eaten dogs, but the dogs smelt very doggy, and in the delicate state of her health she could not endure the smell, she felt disgusted and walked away. Towards night it grew cold. The puppy felt depressed and went home. When the wolf cubs were fast asleep, their mother went out hunting again. As on the previous night, she was alarmed at every sound, and she was frightened by the stumps, the logs, the dark juniper bushes, which stood out singly, and in the distance were like human beings. She ran on the ice-covered snow, keeping away from the road. All at once she caught a glimpse of something dark, far away on the road. She strained her eyes and ears. Yes, something really was walking on in front. She could even hear the regular thud of footsteps. Surely not a badger? Cautiously holding her breath, and keeping always to one side, she overtook the dark patch, looked round, and recognized it. It was the puppy with the white brow, going with a slow, lingering step homewards. If only he doesn't hinder me again, thought the wolf, and ran quickly on ahead. But the homestead was by now near. Again she clambered onto the cattle shed by the snowdrift. The gap she had made yesterday had been already mended with straw, and 2 new rafters stretched across the roof. The wolf began rapidly working with her legs and nose, looking round to see whether the puppy were coming. But the smell of the warm steam and manure had hardly reached her nose before she heard a gleeful burst of barking behind her. It was the puppy. He leapt up to the wolf on the roof, then into the hole, and, feeling himself at home in the warmth, recognizing his sheep, he barked louder than ever. Arapka woke up in the barn, and, scenting a wolf, howled. The hens began cackling. And by the time Ignat appeared in the porch with his single-barreled gun, the frightened wolf was already far away. "Fwight," whistled Ignat. "Fwight. Full steam ahead." He pulled the trigger, the gun missed fire. He pulled the trigger again it missed fire. He tried a third time, and a great blaze of flame flew out of the barrel, and there was a deafening boom, boom. It kicked him violently on the shoulder, and, taking his gun in one hand and his axe in the other, he went to see what the noise was about. A little later he went back to the hut. What was it? A pilgrim, who was staying the night at the hut and had been awakened by the noise, asked in a husky voice. "It's all right," answered Ignat. "Nothing of consequence. Our Whitebrow has taken to sleeping with the sheep in the warm. Only he hasn't the sense to go in at the door, but always tries to wriggle in by the roof. The other night he tore a hole in the roof and went off on the spree, the rascal, and now he has come back and scratched away the roof again. Stupid dog. Yes, there is a spring snapped in his brain. I do detest fools," sighed Ignat, clambering onto the stove. "Come, man of God, it's early yet to get up. Let us sleep full steam." In the morning he called Whitebrow, smacked him hard about the ears, and then showing him a stick, kept repeating to him. "Go in at the door. Go in at the door. Go in at the door." Ariadne. On the deck of a steamer sailing from Odessa to Sevastopol, a rather good-looking gentleman, with a little round beard, came up to me to smoke. And said, "Notice those Germans sitting near the shelter? Whenever Germans or Englishmen get together, they talk about the crops, the price of wool, or their personal affairs. But for some reason or other when we Russians get together we never discuss anything but women and abstract subjects, but especially women." This gentleman's face was familiar to me already. We had returned from abroad the evening before in the same train, and at Volochysk when the luggage was being examined by the customs, I saw him standing with a lady, his traveling companion. Before a perfect mountain of trunks and baskets filled with ladies' clothes, and I noticed how embarrassed and downcast he was when he had to pay duty on some piece of silk frippery. And his companion protested and threatened to make a complaint. Afterwards, on the way to Odessa, I saw him carrying little pies and oranges to the ladies' compartment. It was rather damp, the vessel swayed a little, and the ladies had retired to their cabins. The gentleman with the little round beard sat down beside me and continued. "Yes, when Russians come together they discuss nothing but abstract subjects and women. We are so intellectual, so solemn, that we utter nothing but truths and can discuss only questions of a lofty order. The Russian actor does not know how to be funny. He acts with profundity even in a farce. We're just the same. When we have got to talk of trifles we treat them only from an exalted point of view. It comes from a lack of boldness, sincerity, and simplicity. We talk so often about women, I fancy, because we are dissatisfied. We take too ideal a view of women, and make demands out of all proportion with what reality can give us. We get something utterly different from what we want, and the result is dissatisfaction, shattered hopes, and inward suffering, and if anyone is suffering, he's bound to talk of it. It does not bore you to go on with this conversation? No, not in the least. In that case, allow me to introduce myself, said my companion, rising from his seat a little. Ivan Ilyich Shamohin, a Moscow landowner of a sort. You I know very well. He sat down and went on, looking at me with a genuine and friendly expression. A mediocre philosopher, like Max Nordau, would explain these incessant conversations about women as a form of erotic madness, or would put it down to our having been slave owners and so on. I take quite a different view of it. I repeat, we are dissatisfied because we are idealists. We want the creatures who bear us and our children to be superior to us and to everything in the world. When we are young we adore and poeticize those with whom we are in love. Love and happiness with us are synonyms. Among us in Russia marriage without love is despised, sensuality is ridiculed and inspires repulsion, and the greatest success is enjoyed by those tales and novels in which women are beautiful, poetical, and exalted. And if the Russian has been for years in ecstasies over Raphael's Madonna, or is eager for the emancipation of women, I assure you there is no affectation about it. But the trouble is that when we have been married or been intimate with a woman for some 2 or 3 years, we begin to feel deceived and disillusioned, we pair off with others. And again, disappointment, again, repulsion, and in the long run we become convinced that women are lying, trivial, fussy, unfair, undeveloped, cruel, in fact, far from being superior, are immeasurably inferior to us men. And in our dissatisfaction and disappointment there is nothing left for us but to grumble and talk about what we've been so cruelly deceived in. While Shamohin was talking I noticed that the Russian language in our Russian surroundings gave him great pleasure. This was probably because he had been very homesick abroad. Though he praised the Russians and ascribed to them a rare idealism, he did not disparage foreigners, and that I put down to his credit. It could be seen, too, that there was some uneasiness in his soul, that he wanted to talk more of himself than of women, and that I was in for a long story in the nature of a confession. And when we had asked for a bottle of wine and had each of us drunk a glass, this was how he did in fact begin. I remember in a novel of Weltman someone says, "So that's the story." And someone else answers, "No, that's not the story, that's only the introduction to the story." In the same way what I've said so far is only the introduction. What I really want to tell you is my own love story. Excuse me, I must ask you again, it won't bore you to listen? I told him it would not, and he went on. The scene of my story is laid in the Moscow province in one of its northern districts. The scenery there, I must tell you, is exquisite. Our homestead is on the high bank of a rapid stream, where the water chatters noisily day and night. Imagine a big old garden, neat flower beds, beehives, a kitchen garden. And below it a river with leafy willows, which, when there is a heavy dew on them, have a lusterless look as though they had turned grey. And on the other side a meadow, and beyond the meadow on the upland a terrible, dark pine forest. In that forest delicious, reddish agarics grow in endless profusion, and elk still live in its deepest recesses. When I am nailed up in my coffin I believe I shall still dream of those early mornings, you know, when the sun hurts your eyes, or the wonderful spring evenings when the nightingales and the landrails call in the garden and beyond the garden. And sounds of the harmonica float across from the village, while they play the piano indoors and the stream babbles, when there is such music, in fact, that one wants at the same time to cry and to sing aloud. We have not much arable land, but our pasture makes up for it, and with the forest yields about 2,000 rubles a year. I am the only son of my father. We are both modest persons, and with my father's pension that sum was amply sufficient for us. The first 3 years after finishing at the university I spent in the country, looking after the estate and constantly expecting to be elected on some local assembly. But what was most important, I was violently in love with an extraordinarily beautiful and fascinating girl. She was the sister of our neighbor, Kotlovich, a ruined landowner who had on his estate pineapples, marvelous peaches, lightning conductors, a fountain in the courtyard. And at the same time not a farthing in his pocket. He did nothing and knew how to do nothing. He was as flabby as though he had been made of boiled turnip. He used to doctor the peasants by homeopathy and was interested in spiritualism. He was, however, a man of great delicacy and mildness, and by no means a fool, but I have no fondness for these gentlemen who converse with spirits and cure peasant women by magnetism. In the first place, the ideas of people who are not intellectually free are always in a muddle, and it's extremely difficult to talk to them. And, secondly, they usually love no one, and have nothing to do with women, and their mysticism has an unpleasant effect on sensitive people. I did not care for his appearance either. He was tall, stout, white-skinned, with a little head, little shining eyes, and chubby white fingers. He did not shake hands, but kneaded one's hands in his. And he was always apologizing. If he asked for anything it was, "Excuse me," if he gave you anything it was, "Excuse me, too." As for his sister, she was a character out of a different opera. I must explain that I had not been acquainted with the Kotloviches in my childhood and early youth, for my father had been a professor at N, and we had for many years lived away. When I did make their acquaintance the girl was 22, had left school long before, and had spent 2 or 3 years in Moscow with a wealthy aunt who brought her out into society. When I was introduced and first had to talk to her, what struck me most of all was her rare and beautiful name, Ariadne. It suited her so wonderfully. She was a brunette, very thin, very slender, supple, elegant, and extremely graceful, with refined and exceedingly noble features. Her eyes were shining, too, but her brother's shone with a cold sweetness, mawkish as sugar candy, while hers had the glow of youth, proud and beautiful. She conquered me on the first day of our acquaintance, and indeed it was inevitable. My first impression was so overwhelming that to this day I cannot get rid of my illusions. I am still tempted to imagine that nature had some grand, marvelous design when she created that girl. Ariadne's voice, her walk, her hat, even her footprints on the sandy bank where she used to angle for gudgeon, filled me with delight and a passionate hunger for life. I judged of her spiritual being from her lovely face and lovely figure, and every word, every smile of Ariadne's bewitched me, conquered me and forced me to believe in the loftiness of her soul. She was friendly, ready to talk, gay and simple in her manners. She had a poetic belief in God, made poetic reflections about death. And there was such a wealth of varying shades in her spiritual organization that even her faults seemed in her to carry with them peculiar, charming qualities. Suppose she wanted a new horse and had no money, what did that matter? Something might be sold or pawned, or if the steward swore that nothing could possibly be sold or pawned, the iron roofs might be torn off the lodges and taken to the factory. Or at the very busiest time the farm horses might be driven to the market and sold there for next to nothing. These unbridled desires reduced the whole household to despair at times, but she expressed them with such refinement that everything was forgiven her. All things were permitted her as to a goddess or to Caesar's wife. My love was pathetic and was soon noticed by everyone, my father, the neighbors, and the peasants, and they all sympathized with me. When I stood the workman vodka, they would bow and say, "May the Kotlovich young lady be your bride, please God." And Ariadne herself knew that I loved her. She would often ride over on horseback or drive in the charabanc to see us, and would spend whole days with me and my father. She made great friends with the old man, and he even taught her to bicycle, which was his favorite amusement. I remember helping her to get on the bicycle one evening, and she looked so lovely that I felt as though I were burning my hands when I touched her. I shuddered with rapture, and when the two of them, my old father and she, both looking so handsome and elegant, bicycled side by side along the main road. A black horse ridden by the steward dashed aside on meeting them, and it seemed to me that it dashed aside because it too was overcome by her beauty. My love, my worship, touched Ariadne and softened her. She had a passionate longing to be captivated like me and to respond with the same love. It was so poetical. But she was incapable of really loving as I did, for she was cold and already somewhat corrupted. There was a demon in her, whispering to her day and night that she was enchanting, adorable. And, having no definite idea for what object she was created, or for what purpose life had been given her, she never pictured herself in the future except as very wealthy and distinguished. She had visions of balls, races, liveries, of sumptuous drawing rooms, of a salon of her own, and of a perfect swarm of counts, princes, ambassadors, celebrated painters and artists. All of them adoring her and in ecstasies over her beauty and her dresses. This thirst for personal success, and this continual concentration of the mind in one direction, makes people cold, and Ariadne was cold, to me, to nature, and to music. Meanwhile time was passing, and still there were no ambassadors on the scene. Ariadne went on living with her brother, the spiritualist. Things went from bad to worse, so that she had nothing to buy hats and dresses with, and had to resort to all sorts of tricks and dodges to conceal her poverty. As luck would have it, a certain Prince Maktub, a wealthy man but an utterly insignificant person, had paid his addresses to her when she was living at her aunt's in Moscow. She had refused him, point blank. But now she was fretted by the worm of repentance that she had refused him. Just as a peasant pouts with repulsion at a mug of kvass with cockroaches in it but yet drinks it, so she frowned disdainfully at the recollection of the prince. And yet she would say to me, "Say what you like, there is something inexplicable, fascinating, in a title." She dreamed of a title, of a brilliant position, and at the same time she did not want to let me go. However one may dream of ambassadors, one's heart is not a stone, and one has wistful feelings for one's youth. Ariadne tried to fall in love, made a show of being in love, and even swore that she loved me. But I am a highly strung and sensitive man. When I am loved I feel it even at a distance, without vows and assurances. At once I felt as it were a coldness in the air, and when she talked to me of love, it seemed to me as though I were listening to the singing of a meadow nightingale. Ariadne was herself aware that she was lacking in something. She was vexed, and more than once I saw her cry. Another time, can you imagine it, all of a sudden she embraced me and kissed me. It happened in the evening on the riverbank, and I saw by her eyes that she did not love me, but was embracing me from curiosity, to test herself and to see what came of it. And I felt dreadful. I took her hands and said to her in despair, "These caresses without love cause me suffering." "What a queer fellow you are," she said with annoyance, and walked away. Another year or two might have passed, and in all probability I should have married her, and so my story would have ended, but fate was pleased to arrange our romance differently. It happened that a new personage appeared on our horizon. Ariadne's brother had a visit from an old university friend called Mikhail Ivanitch Lubkov, a charming man of whom coachmen and footmen used to say, an entertaining gentleman. He was a man of medium height, lean and bald, with a face like a good-natured bourgeois, not interesting, but pale and presentable, with a stiff, well-kept mustache, with a neck like goose skin, and a big Adam's apple. He used to wear pince-nez on a wide black ribbon, lisped, and could not pronounce either R or L. He was always in good spirits, everything amused him. He had made an exceedingly foolish marriage at 20, and had acquired 2 houses in Moscow as part of his wife's dowry. He began doing them up and building a bathhouse, and was completely ruined. Now his wife and 4 children lodged in Oriental buildings in great poverty, and he had to support them, and this amused him. He was 36 and his wife was by now 42, and that, too, amused him. His mother, a conceited, sulky personage, with aristocratic pretensions, despised his wife and lived apart with a perfect menagerie of cats and dogs. And he had to allow her 75 rubles a month also. He was, too, a man of taste, liked lunching at the Slavyansky Bazaar and dining at the Hermitage. He needed a great deal of money, but his uncle only allowed him 2,000 rubles a year, which was not enough, and for days together he would run about Moscow with his tongue out. As the saying is, looking for someone to borrow from, and this, too, amused him. He had come to Kotlovich to find in the lap of nature, as he said, a rest from family life. At dinner, at supper, and on our walks, he talked about his wife, about his mother, about his creditors, about the bailiffs, and laughed at them. He laughed at himself and assured us that, thanks to his talent for borrowing, he had made a great number of agreeable acquaintances. He laughed without ceasing and we laughed too. Moreover, in his company we spent our time differently. I was more inclined to quiet, so to say idyllic pleasures. I liked fishing, evening walks, gathering mushrooms. Lubkov preferred picnics, fireworks, hunting. He used to get up picnics 3 times a week, and Ariadne, with an earnest and inspired face, used to write a list of oysters, champagne, sweets, and used to send me into Moscow to get them. Without inquiring, of course, whether I had money. And at the picnics there were toasts and laughter, and again mirthful descriptions of how old his wife was, what fat lapdogs his mother had, and what charming people his creditors were. Lubkov was fond of nature, but he regarded it as something long familiar and at the same time, in reality, infinitely beneath himself and created for his pleasure. He would sometimes stand still before some magnificent landscape and say, "It would be nice to have tea here." One day, seeing Ariadne walking in the distance with a parasol, he nodded towards her and said, "She's thin, and that's what I like. I don't like fat women." This made me wince. I asked him not to speak like that about women before me. He looked at me in surprise and said, "What is there amiss in my liking thin women and not caring for fat ones?" I made no answer. Afterwards, being in very good spirits and a trifle elevated, he said, "I've noticed Ariadne Grigoryevna likes you. I can't understand why you don't go in and win." His words made me feel uncomfortable, and with some embarrassment I told him how I looked at love and women. "I don't know," he sighed, "to my thinking, a woman's a woman and a man's a man. Ariadne Grigoryevna may be poetical and exalted, as you say, but it doesn't follow that she must be superior to the laws of nature. You see for yourself that she has reached the age when she must have a husband or a lover. I respect women as much as you do, but I don't think certain relations exclude poetry. Poetry's one thing and love is another. It's just the same as it is in farming. The beauty of nature is one thing and the income from your forests or fields is quite another." When Ariadne and I were fishing, Lubkov would lie on the sand close by and make fun of me, or lecture me on the conduct of life. "I wonder, my dear sir, how you can live without a love affair," he would say. "You are young, handsome, interesting, in fact, you're a man not to be sniffed at, yet you live like a monk. Ach! I can't stand these fellows who are old at 28. I'm nearly 10 years older than you are, and yet which of us is the younger? Ariadne Grigoryevna, which?" "You, of course," Ariadne answered him. And when he was bored with our silence and the attention with which we stared at our floats he went home, and she said, looking at me angrily, "You're really not a man, but a mush, God forgive me. A man ought to be able to be carried away by his feelings, he ought to be able to be mad, to make mistakes, to suffer. A woman will forgive you audacity and insolence, but she will never forgive your reasonableness." She was angry in earnest, and went on. "To succeed, a man must be resolute and bold. Lubkov is not so handsome as you are, but he is more interesting. He will always succeed with women because he's not like you, he's a man." And there was actually a note of exasperation in her voice. One day at supper she began saying, not addressing me, that if she were a man she would not stagnate in the country, but would travel, would spend the winter somewhere aboard, in Italy. For instance. Oh, Italy. At this point my father unconsciously poured oil on the flames. He began telling us at length about Italy, how splendid it was there, the exquisite scenery, the museums. Ariadne suddenly conceived a burning desire to go to Italy. She positively brought her fist down on the table and her eyes flashed as she said, "I must go." After that came conversations every day about Italy, how splendid it would be in Italy, ah, Italy, oh, Italy. And when Ariadne looked at me over her shoulder, from her cold and obstinate expression I saw that in her dreams she had already conquered Italy with all its salons. Celebrated foreigners and tourists, and there was no holding her back now. I advised her to wait a little, to put off her tour for a year or two, but she frowned disdainfully and said, "You're as prudent as an old woman." Lubkov was in favor of the tour. He said it could be done very cheaply, and he, too, would go to Italy and have a rest there from family life. I behaved, I confess, as naively as a schoolboy. Not from jealousy, but from a foreboding of something terrible and extraordinary, I tried as far as possible not to leave them alone together, and they made fun of me. For instance, when I went in they would pretend they had just been kissing one another, and so on. But lo and behold, one fine morning, her plump, white-skinned brother, the spiritualist, made his appearance and expressed his desire to speak to me alone. He was a man without will. In spite of his education and his delicacy he could never resist reading another person's letter, if it lay before him on the table. And now he admitted that he had by chance read a letter of Lubkov's to Ariadne. From that letter I learned that she is very shortly going abroad. My dear fellow, I am very much upset. Explain it to me for goodness sake. I can make nothing of it. As he said this he breathed hard, breathing straight in my face and smelling of boiled beef. Excuse me for revealing the secret of this letter to you, but you are Ariadne's friend, she respects you. Perhaps you know something of it. She wants to go away, but with whom? Mr. Lubkov is proposing to go with her. Excuse me, but this is very strange of Mr. Lubkov. He is a married man, he has children, and yet he is making a declaration of love. He is writing to Ariadne, darling. Excuse me, but it is so strange. I turned cold all over. My hands and feet went numb and I felt an ache in my chest, as if a three-cornered stone had been driven into it. Kotlovich sank helplessly into an easy chair, and his hands fell limply at his sides. What can I do? I inquired. Persuade her. Impress her mind. Just consider, what is Lubkov to her? Is he a match for her? Oh, good God! How awful it is, how awful it is, he went on, clutching his head. She has had such splendid offers, Prince Maktub and others. The prince adores her, and only last Wednesday week his late grandfather, Ilarion, declared positively that Ariadne would be his wife, positively. His grandfather Ilarion is dead, but he is a wonderfully intelligent person, we call up his spirit every day. After this conversation I lay awake all night and thought of shooting myself. In the morning I wrote 5 letters and tore them all up. Then I sobbed in the barn. Then I took a sum of money from my father and set off for the Caucasus without saying goodbye. Of course, a woman's a woman and a man's a man, but can all that be as simple in our day as it was before the flood, and can it be that a cultivated man endowed with a complex spiritual organization, ought to explain the intense attraction I feel towards a woman simply by the fact that her bodily formation is different from mine? Oh, how awful that would be! I want to believe that in his struggle with nature the genius of man has struggled with physical love too, as with an enemy, and that, if he has not conquered it, he has at least succeeded in tangling it in a network of illusions of brotherhood and love. And for me, at any rate, it is no longer a simple instinct of my animal nature as with a dog or a toad, but is real love. And every embrace is spiritualized by a pure impulse of the heart and respect for the woman. In reality, a disgust for the animal instinct has been trained for ages in hundreds of generations. It is inherited by me in my blood and forms part of my nature, and if I poetize love, is not that as natural and inevitable in our day as my ears not being able to move and my not being covered with fur? I fancy that's how the majority of civilized people look at it, so that the absence of the moral, poetical element in love is treated in these days as a phenomenon, as a sign of atavism. They say it is a symptom of degeneracy, of many forms of insanity. It is true that, in poetizing love, we assume in those we love qualities that are lacking in them, and that is a source of continual mistakes and continual miseries for us. But to my thinking it is better, even so, that is, it is better to suffer than to find complacency on the basis of woman being woman and man being man. In Tiflis I received a letter from my father. He wrote that Ariadne Grigoryevna had on such a day gone abroad, intending to spend the whole winter away. A month later I returned home. It was by now autumn. Every week Ariadne sent my father extremely interesting letters on scented paper, written in an excellent literary style. It is my opinion that every woman can be a writer. Ariadne described in great detail how it had not been easy for her to make it up with her aunt and induced the latter to give her 1,000 rubles for the journey. And what a long time she had spent in Moscow trying to find an old lady, a distant relation, in order to persuade her to go with her. Such a profusion of detail suggested fiction, and I realized, of course, that she had no chaperone with her. Soon afterwards I, too, had a letter from her, also scented and literary. She wrote that she had missed me, missed my beautiful, intelligent, loving eyes. She reproached me affectionately for wasting my youth, for stagnating in the country when I might, like her, be living in paradise under the palms, breathing the fragrance of the orange trees. And she signed herself, Your Forsaken Ariadne. 2 days later came another letter in the same style, signed, Your Forgotten Ariadne. My mind was confused. I loved her passionately, I dreamed of her every night, and then this, You're forsaken, you're forgotten, what did it mean? What was it for? And then the dreariness of the country, the long evenings, the disquieting thoughts of Lubkov. The uncertainty tortured me, and poisoned my days and nights, it became unendurable. I could not bear it and went abroad. Ariadne summoned me to Abkhazia. I arrived there on a bright warm day after rain. The raindrops were still hanging on the trees and glistening on the huge, baroque-like dependence where Ariadne and Lubkov were living. They were not at home. I went into the park. Wandered about the avenues, then sat down. An Austrian general, with his hands behind him, walked past me, with red stripes on his trousers such as our generals wear. A baby was wheeled by in a perambulator and the wheels squeaked on the damp sand. A decrepit old man with jaundice passed, then a crowd of English women, a Catholic priest, then the Austrian general again. A military band, only just arrived from Fiume, with glittering brass instruments, sauntered by to the bandstand. They began playing. Have you ever been at Abkhazia? It's a filthy little Slav town with only one street, which stinks, and in which one can't walk after rain without galoshes. I had read so much and always with such intense feeling about this earthly paradise that when afterwards, holding up my trousers, I cautiously crossed the narrow street. And in my ennui bought some hard pears from an old peasant woman who, recognizing me as a Russian, said, Chitiri, for Chitiri, for Davidsat, for Dvadsat, 20. And when I wondered in perplexity where to go and what to do here, and when I inevitably met Russians as disappointed as I was, I began to feel vexed and ashamed. There is a calm bay there full of steamers and boats with colored sails. From there I could see Fiume and the distant islands covered with lilac mist. And it would have been picturesque if the view over the bay had not been hemmed in by the hotels and their dependents, buildings in an absurd, trivial style of architecture, with which the whole of that green shore has been covered by greedy money grubbers, so that for the most part you see nothing in this little paradise but windows, terraces, and little squares with tables and waiters' black coats. There is a park such as you find now in every watering place abroad. And the dark, motionless, silent foliage of the palms, and the bright yellow sand in the avenue, and the bright green seats, and the glitter of the braying military horns, all this sickened me in 10 minutes. And yet one is obliged for some reason to spend 10 days, 10 weeks, there. Having been dragged reluctantly from one of these watering places to another, I have been more and more struck by the inconvenient and niggardly life led by the wealthy and well-fed. The dullness and feebleness of their imagination, the lack of boldness in their tastes and desires. And how much happier are those tourists, old and young, who, not having the money to stay in hotels, live where they can, admire the view of the sea from the tops of the mountains. Lying on the green grass, walk instead of riding, see the forests and villages at close quarters, observe the customs of the country, listen to its songs, fall in love with its women. While I was sitting in the park, it began to get dark, and in the twilight my Ariadne appeared, elegant and dressed like a princess. After her walked Lubkov, wearing a new loose-fitting suit, bought probably in Vienna. "Why are you cross with me?" he was saying. "What have I done to you?" Seeing me, she uttered a cry of joy, and probably, if we had not been in the park, would have thrown herself on my neck. She pressed my hands warmly and laughed. And I laughed too and almost cried with emotion. Questions followed, of the village, of my father, whether I had seen her brother, and so on. She insisted on my looking her straight in the face, and asked if I remembered the gudgeon, our little quarrels, the picnics. How nice it all was really, she sighed. But we're not having a slow time here either. We have a great many acquaintances, my dear, my best of friends. Tomorrow I will introduce you to a Russian family here, but please buy yourself another hat. She scrutinized me and frowned. Abkhazia is not the country, she said. Here one must become il faut. Then we went to the restaurant. Ariadne was laughing and mischievous all the time. She kept calling me dear, good, clever, and seemed as though she could not believe her eyes that I was with her. We sat on till 11 o'clock, and parted very well satisfied both with the supper and with each other. Next day Ariadne presented me to the Russian family as the son of a distinguished professor whose estate is next to ours. She talked to this family about nothing but estates and crops, and kept appealing to me. She wanted to appear to be a very wealthy landowner, and did, in fact, succeed in doing so. Her manner was superb like that of a real aristocrat, which indeed she was by birth. But what a person my aunt is, she said suddenly, looking at me with a smile. We had a slight tiff, and she has bolted off to Marin. What do you say to that? Afterwards when we were walking in the park I asked her. What aunt were you talking of just now? What aunt is that? That was a saving lie, laughed Ariadne. They must not know I'm without a chaperone. After a moment's silence she came closer to me and said. My dear, do be friends with Lubkov. He is so unhappy. His wife and mother are simply awful. She used the formal mode of address in speaking to Lubkov, and when she was going up to bed she said good night to him exactly as she did to me, and their rooms were on different floors. All this made me hope that it was all nonsense, and that there was no sort of love affair between them, and I felt at ease when I met him. And when one day he asked me for the loan of 300 rubles, I gave it to him with the greatest pleasure. Every day we spent in enjoying ourselves and in nothing but enjoying ourselves. We strolled in the park, we ate, we drank. Every day there were conversations with the Russian family. By degrees I got used to the fact that if I went into the park I should be sure to meet the old man with jaundice, the Catholic priest, and the Austrian general, who always carried a pack of little cards, and wherever it was possible sat down and played patience, nervously twitching his shoulders. And the band played the same thing over and over again. At home in the country I used to feel ashamed to meet the peasants when I was fishing or on a picnic party on a working day. Here too I was ashamed at the sight of the footmen, the coachman, and the workmen who met us. It always seemed to me they were looking at me and thinking, "Why are you doing nothing?" And I was conscious of this feeling of shame every day from morning to night. It was a strange, unpleasant, monotonous time. It was only varied by Lubkov's borrowing from me now 100, now 50 guldens, and being suddenly revived by the money as a morphiamaniac is by morphia, beginning to laugh loudly at his wife, at himself, at his creditors. At last it began to be rainy and cold. We went to Italy, and I telegraphed to my father begging him for mercy's sake to send me 800 rubles to Rome. We stayed in Venice, in Bologna, in Florence, and in every town invariably put up at an expensive hotel, where we were charged separately for lights, and for service, and for heating, and for bread at lunch, and for the right of having dinner by ourselves. We ate enormously. In the morning they gave us café complet, at 1 o'clock lunch, meat, fish, some sort of omelette, cheese, fruits, and wine. At 6 o'clock dinner of 8 courses with long intervals, during which we drank beer and wine. At 9 o'clock tea. At midnight Ariadne would declare she was hungry, and ask for ham and boiled eggs. We would eat to keep her company. In the intervals between meals we used to rush about the museums and exhibitions in continual anxiety for fear we should be late for dinner or lunch. I was bored at the sight of the pictures. I longed to be at home to rest. I was exhausted, looked about for a chair and hypocritically repeated after other people, "How exquisite, what atmosphere." Like overfed boa constrictors, we noticed only the most glaring objects. The shop windows hypnotized us. We went into ecstasies over imitation brooches and bought a mass of useless trumpery. The same thing happened in Rome, where it rained and there was a cold wind. After a heavy lunch we went to look at St. Peter's, and thanks to our replete condition and perhaps the bad weather, it made no sort of impression on us, and detecting in each other an indifference to art, we almost quarreled. The money came from my father. I went to get it, I remember, in the morning. Lubkov went with me. "The present cannot be full and happy when one has a past," said he. "I have heavy burdens left on me by the past. However, if only I get the money, it's no great matter, but if not, I'm in a fix. Would you believe it, I have only 8 francs left, yet I must send my wife 100 and my mother another. And we must live here too. Ariadne's like a child. She won't enter into the position, and flings away money like a duchess. Why did she buy a watch yesterday? And, tell me, what object is there in our going on playing at being good children? Why, our hiding our relations from the servants and our friends costs us from 10 to 15 francs a day, as I have to have a separate room. What's the object of it?" I felt as though a sharp stone had been turned round in my chest. There was no uncertainty now, it was all clear to me. I turned cold all over, and at once made a resolution to give up seeing them, to run away from them, to go home at once. "To get on terms with a woman is easy enough," Lubkov went on. "You have only to undress her, but afterwards what a bore it is, what a silly business." When I counted over the money I received he said, "If you don't lend me 1,000 francs, I am faced with complete ruin. Your money is the only resource left to me." I gave him the money, and he at once revived and began laughing about his uncle, a queer fish, who could never keep his address secret from his wife. When I reached the hotel I packed and paid my bill. I had still to say goodbye to Ariadne. I knocked at the door. Entrez. In her room was the usual morning disorder, tea things on the table, an unfinished roll, an eggshell, a strong overpowering reek of scent. The bed had not been made, and it was evident that 2 had slept in it. Ariadne herself had only just got out of bed and was now with her hair down in a flannel dressing jacket. I said good morning to her, and then sat in silence for a minute while she tried to put her hair tidy, and then I asked her, trembling all over, Why, did you send for me here?" Evidently she guessed what I was thinking. She took me by the hand and said, I want you to be here, you are so pure. I felt ashamed of my emotion, of my trembling. And I was afraid I might begin sobbing, too. I went out without saying another word, and within an hour I was sitting in the train. All the journey, for some reason, I imagined Ariadne with child, and she seemed disgusting to me, and all the women I saw in the trains and at the stations looked to me, for some reason, as if they too were with child, and they too seemed disgusting and pitiable. I was in the position of a greedy, passionate miser who should suddenly discover that all his gold coins were false. The pure, gracious images which my imagination, warmed by love, had cherished for so long, my plans, my hopes, my memories, my ideas of love and of woman, all now were jeering and putting out their tongues at me. Ariadne, I kept asking with horror, that young, intellectual, extraordinarily beautiful girl, the daughter of a senator, carrying on an intrigue with such an ordinary, uninteresting vulgarian? But why should she not love Lubkov? I answered myself. In what is he inferior to me? Oh, let her love anyone she likes, but why lie to me? But why is she bound to be open with me? And so I went on over and over again till I was stupefied. It was cold in the train. I was traveling first class, but even so there were three on a side, there were no double windows, the outer door opened straight into the compartment, and I felt as though I were in the stocks. Cramped, abandoned, pitiful, and my legs were fearfully numb, and at the same time I kept recalling how fascinating she had been that morning in her dressing jacket and with her hair down. And I was suddenly overcome by such acute jealousy that I leapt up in anguish, so that my neighbors stared at me in wonder and positive alarm. At home I found deep snow and 20 degrees of frost. I'm fond of the winter, I'm fond of it because at that time, even in the hardest frosts, it's particularly snug at home. It's pleasant to put on one's fur jacket and felt-over boots on a clear frosty day, to do something in the garden or in the yard, or to read in a well-warmed room. To sit in my father's study before the open fire, to wash in my country bathhouse. Only if there is no mother in the house, no sister and no children, it is somehow dreary on winter evenings, and they seem extraordinarily long and quiet. And the warmer and snugger it is, the more acutely is this lack felt. In the winter when I came back from abroad, the evenings were endlessly long, I was intensely depressed, so depressed that I could not even read. In the daytime I was coming and going, clearing away the snow in the garden or feeding the chickens and the calves, but in the evening it was all up with me. I had never cared for visitors before, but now I was glad of them, for I knew there was sure to be talk of Ariadne. Kotlovich, the spiritualist, used often to come to talk about his sister, and sometimes he brought with him his friend Prince Maktub, who was as much in love with Ariadne as I was. To sit in Ariadne's room, to finger the keys of her piano, to look at her music was a necessity for the prince, he could not live without it. And the spirit of his grandfather Ilarion was still predicting that sooner or later she would be his wife. The prince usually stayed a long time with us, from lunch to midnight, saying nothing all the time. In silence he would drink 2 or 3 bottles of beer, and from time to time, to show that he too was taking part in the conversation, he would laugh an abrupt, melancholy, foolish laugh. Before going home he would always take me aside and ask me in an undertone, "When did you see Ariadne Grigoryevna last? Was she quite well? I suppose she's not tired of being out there?" Spring came on. There was the harrowing to do and then the sowing of spring corn and clover. I was sad, but there was the feeling of spring. One longed to accept the inevitable. Working in the fields and listening to the larks, I asked myself, couldn't I have done with this question of personal happiness once and for all? Couldn't I lay aside my fancy and marry a simple peasant girl? Suddenly when we were at our very busiest, I got a letter with the Italian stamp, and the clover and the beehives and the calves and the peasant girl all floated away like smoke. This time Ariadne wrote that she was profoundly, infinitely unhappy. She reproached me for not holding out a helping hand to her, for looking down upon her from the heights of my virtue and deserting her at the moment of danger. All this was written in a large, nervous handwriting with blots and smudges, and it was evident that she wrote in haste and distress. In conclusion she besought me to come and save her. Again my anchor was hauled up and I was carried away. Ariadne was in Rome. I arrived late in the evening, and when she saw me, she sobbed and threw herself on my neck. She had not changed at all that winter, and was just as young and charming. We had supper together and afterwards drove about Rome until dawn, and all the time she kept telling me about her doings. I asked where Lubkov was. "Don't remind me of that creature," she cried. "He is loathsome and disgusting to me." "But I thought you loved him," I said. "Never," she said. "At first he struck me as original and aroused my pity, that was all. He is insolent and takes a woman by storm. And that's attractive. But we won't talk about him. That is a melancholy page in my life. He has gone to Russia to get money. Serve him right. I told him not to dare to come back." She was living then, not at an hotel, but in a private lodging of 2 rooms which she had decorated in her own taste, frigidly and luxuriously. After Lubkov had gone away she had borrowed from her acquaintances about 5,000 francs, and my arrival certainly was the one salvation for her. I had reckoned on taking her back to the country, but I did not succeed in that. She was homesick for her native place, but her recollections of the poverty she had been through there, of privations, of the rusty roof on her brother's house, roused a shudder of disgust. And when I suggested going home to her, she squeezed my hands convulsively and said, "No, no, I shall die of boredom there." Then my love entered upon its final phase. "Be the darling that you used to be, love me a little," said Ariadne, bending over to me. "You're sulky and prudent, you're afraid to yield to impulse, and keep thinking of consequences, and that's dull. Come, I beg you, I beseech you, be nice to me. My pure one, my holy one, my dear one, I love you so." I became her lover. For a month anyway I was like a madman, conscious of nothing but rapture. To hold in one's arms a young and lovely body, with bliss to feel her warmth every time one waked up from sleep, and to remember that she was there, she, my Ariadne. Oh, it was not easy to get used to that. But yet I did get used to it, and by degrees became capable of reflecting on my new position. First of all, I realized, as before, that Ariadne did not love me. But she wanted to be really in love, she was afraid of solitude, and, above all, I was healthy, young, vigorous. She was sensual, like all cold people, as a rule, and we both made a show of being united by a passionate, mutual love. Afterwards I realized something else, too. We stayed in Rome, in Naples, in Florence, we went to Paris, but there we thought it cold and went back to Italy. We introduced ourselves everywhere as husband and wife, wealthy landowners. People readily made our acquaintance and Ariadne had great social success everywhere. As she took lessons in painting, she was called an artist, and only imagine, that quite suited her, though she had not the slightest trace of talent. She would sleep every day till 2 or 3 o'clock, she had her coffee and lunch in bed. At dinner she would eat soup, lobster, fish, meat, asparagus, game, and after she had gone to bed I used to bring up something, for instance roast beef, and she would eat it with a melancholy, careworn expression, and if she waked in the night she would eat apples and oranges. The chief, so to say fundamental, characteristic of the woman was an amazing duplicity. She was continually deceitful every minute, apparently apart from any necessity, as it were by instinct, by an impulse such as makes the sparrow chirrup and the cockroach waggle its antennae. She was deceitful with me, with the footman, with the porter, with the tradesmen in the shops, with her acquaintances. Not one conversation, not one meeting, took place without affectation and pretense. A man had only to come into our room, whoever it might be, a waiter, or a baron, for her eyes, her expression, her voice to change, even the contour of her figure was transformed. At the very first glance at her then, you would have said there were no more wealthy and fashionable people in Italy than we. She never met an artist or a musician without telling him all sorts of lies about his remarkable talent. "You have such a talent," she would say, in honeyed cadences, "I'm really afraid of you. I think you must see right through people." And all this simply in order to please, to be successful, to be fascinating. She waked up every morning with the one thought of pleasing. It was the aim and object of her life. If I had told her that in such a house, in such a street, there lived a man who was not attracted by her, it would have caused her real suffering. She wanted every day to enchant, to captivate, to drive men crazy. The fact that I was in her power and reduced to a complete nonentity before her charms gave her the same sort of satisfaction that visitors used to feel in tournaments. My subjection was not enough, and at nights, stretched out like a tigress, uncovered, she was always too hot, she would read the letters sent her by Lubkov. He besought her to return to Russia, vowing if she did not he would rob or murder someone to get the money to come to her. She hated him, but his passionate, slavish letters excited her. She had an extraordinary opinion of her own charms. She imagined that if somewhere, in some great assembly, men could have seen how beautifully she was made and the color of her skin, she would have vanquished all Italy, the whole world. Her talk of her figure, of her skin, offended me, and observing this, she would, when she was angry, to vex me, say all sorts of vulgar things, taunting me. One day when we were at the summer villa of a lady of our acquaintance, and she lost her temper, she even went so far as to say, "If you don't leave off boring me with your sermons, I'll undress this minute and lie naked here on these flowers." Often looking at her asleep, or eating, or trying to assume a naive expression, I wondered why that extraordinary beauty, grace, and intelligence had been given her by God. Could it simply be for lolling in bed, eating and lying endlessly? And was she intelligent really? She was afraid of 3 candles in a row, of the number 13, was terrified of spells and bad dreams. She argued about free love and freedom in general like a bigoted old woman, declared that Boleslav Markovitch was a better writer than Turgenev. But she was diabolically cunning and sharp, and knew how to seem a highly educated, advanced person in company. Even at a good-humored moment, she could always insult a servant or kill an insect without a pang. She liked bullfights, liked to read about murders, and was angry when prisoners were acquitted. For the life Ariadne and I were leading, we had to have a great deal of money. My poor father sent me his pension, all the little sums he received, borrowed for me wherever he could, and when one day he answered me, non habeo, I sent him a desperate telegram in which I besought him to mortgage the estate. A little later I begged him to get money somehow on a second mortgage. He did this too without a murmur and sent me every farthing. Ariadne despised the practical side of life. All this was no concern of hers, and when flinging away thousands of francs to satisfy her mad desires I groaned like an old tree, she would be singing Addio Bella Napoli with a light heart. Little by little I grew cold to her and began to be ashamed of our tie. I am not fond of pregnancy and confinements, but now I sometimes dreamed of a child who would have been at least a formal justification of our life. That I might not be completely disgusted with myself, I began reading and visiting museums and galleries, gave up drinking and took to eating very little. If one keeps oneself well in hand from morning to night, one's heart seems lighter. I began to bore Ariadne too. The people with whom she won her triumphs were, by the way, all of the middling sort. As before, there were no ambassadors, there was no salon, the money did not run to it, and this mortified her and made her sob. And she announced to me at last that perhaps she would not be against our returning to Russia. And here we are on our way. For the last few months she has been zealously corresponding with her brother. She evidently has some secret projects, but what they are, God knows. I am sick of trying to fathom her underhand schemes. But we're going, not to the country, but to Yalta and afterwards to the Caucasus. She can only exist now at watering places, and if you knew how I hate all these watering places, how suffocated and ashamed I am in them. If I could be in the country now. If I could only be working now, earning my bread by the sweat of my brow, atoning for my follies. I am conscious of a superabundance of energy, and I believe that if I were to put that energy to work I could redeem my estate in 5 years. But now, as you see, there is a complication. Here we're not abroad, but in Mother Russia, we shall have to think of lawful wedlock. Of course, all attraction is over. There is no trace left of my old love, but, however that may be, I am bound in honor to marry her. Shamahin, excited by his story, went below with me and we continued talking about women. It was late. It appeared that he and I were in the same cabin. So far it is only in the village that woman has not fallen behind man, said Shamahin. There she thinks and feels just as man does, and struggles with nature in the name of culture as zealously as he. In the towns the woman of the bourgeois or intellectual class has long since fallen behind, and is returning to her primitive condition. She is half a human beast already, and, thanks to her, a great deal of what had been won by human genius has been lost again. The woman gradually disappears and in her place is the primitive female. This dropping back on the part of the educated woman is a real danger to culture. In her retrogressive movement she tries to drag man after her and prevents him from moving forward. That is incontestable. I asked, why generalize? Why judge of all women from Ariadne alone? The very struggle of women for education and sexual equality, which I look upon as a struggle for justice, precludes any hypothesis of a retrograde movement. But Shamahin scarcely listened to me and he smiled distrustfully. He was a passionate, convinced misogynist, and it was impossible to alter his convictions. Oh, nonsense, he interrupted. When once a woman sees in me, not a man, not an equal, but a male, and her one anxiety all her life is to attract me, that is, to take possession of me, how can one talk of their rights? Oh, don't you believe them, they are very, very cunning. We men make a great stir about their emancipation, but they don't care about their emancipation at all, they only pretend to care about it. They are horribly cunning things, horribly cunning. I began to feel sleepy and weary of discussion. I turned over with my face to the wall. Yes, I heard as I fell asleep, yes, and it's our education that's at fault, sir. In our towns, the whole education and bringing up of women in its essence tends to develop her into the human beast, that is, to make her attractive to the male and able to vanquish him. Yes, indeed, Shamahin sighed, little girls ought to be taught and brought up with boys, so that they might be always together. A woman ought to be trained so that she may be able, like a man, to recognize when she's wrong, or she always thinks she's in the right. Instill into a little girl from her cradle that a man is not first of all a cavalier or a possible lover, but her neighbor, her equal in everything. Train her to think logically, to generalize, and do not assure her that her brain weighs less than a man's and that therefore she can be indifferent to the sciences, to the arts, to the tasks of culture in general. The apprentice to the shoemaker or the house painter has a brain of smaller size than the grown-up man too, yet he works, suffers, takes his part in the general struggle for existence. We must give up our attitude to the physiological aspect, too, to pregnancy and childbirth, seeing that in the first place women don't have babies every month, secondly, not all women have babies. And, thirdly, a normal country woman works in the fields up to the day of her confinement and it does her no harm. Then there ought to be absolute equality in everyday life. If a man gives a lady his chair or picks up the handkerchief she has dropped, let her repay him in the same way. I have no objection if a girl of good family helps me to put on my coat or hands me a glass of water. I heard no more, for I fell asleep. Next morning when we were approaching Sevastopol, it was damp, unpleasant weather, the ship rocked. Shamahin sat on deck with me, brooding and silent. When the bell rang for tea, men with their coat collars turned up and ladies with pale, sleepy faces began going below. A young and very beautiful lady, the one who had been so angry with the customs officers at Volochysk, stopped before Shamahin and said with the expression of a naughty, fretful child, "Jean, your birdie's been seasick." Afterwards, when I was at Yalta, I saw the same beautiful lady dashing about on horseback with a couple of officers hardly able to keep up with her. And one morning I saw her in an overall and a Phrygian cap, sketching on the seafront with a great crowd admiring her a little way off. I too was introduced to her. She pressed my hand with great warmth, and looking at me ecstatically, thanked me in honeyed cadences for the pleasure I had given her by my writings. "Don't you believe her," Shamahin whispered to me, "she has never read a word of them." When I was walking on the seafront in the early evening, Shamahin met me with his arms full of big parcels of fruits and dainties. "Prince Maktub is here," he said joyfully. "He came yesterday with her brother, the spiritualist. Now I understand what she was writing to him about. Oh, Lord," he went on, gazing up to heaven, and pressing his parcels to his bosom. "If she hits it off with the prince, it means freedom, then I can go back to the country with my father." And he ran on. "I begin to believe in spirits," he called to me, looking back. "The spirit of grandfather Ilarion seems to have prophesied the truth. Oh, if only it is so." The day after this meeting I left Yalta, and how Shamahin's story ended I don't know. The Helpmate. "I've asked you not to tidy my table," said Nikolai Yevgrafitch. "There's no finding anything when you've tidied up. Where's the telegram? Where have you thrown it? Be so good as to look for it. It's from Kazan, dated yesterday." The maid, a pale, very slim girl with an indifferent expression, found several telegrams in the basket under the table, and handed them to the doctor without a word. But all these were telegrams from patients. Then they looked in the drawing room, and in Olga Dmitrievna's room. It was past midnight. Nikolai Yevgrafitch knew his wife would not be home very soon, not till 5 o'clock at least. He did not trust her, and when she was long away he could not sleep, was worried, and at the same time he despised his wife, and her bed, and her looking-glass, and her boxes of sweets. And the hyacinths, and the lilies of the valley which were sent her every day by some one or other, and which diffused the sickly fragrance of a florist's shop all over the house. On such nights he became petty, ill-humored, irritable, and he fancied now that it was very necessary for him to have the telegram he had received the day before from his brother, though it contained nothing but Christmas greetings. On the table of his wife's room under the box of stationery he found a telegram, and glanced at it casually. It was addressed to his wife, care of his mother-in-law, from Monte Carlo, and signed Michel. The doctor did not understand one word of it, as it was in some foreign language, apparently English. Who is this Michel? Why Monte Carlo? Why directed care of her mother? During the 7 years of his married life he had grown used to being suspicious, guessing, catching at clues, and it had several times occurred to him that his exercise at home had qualified him to become an excellent detective. Going into his study and beginning to reflect, he recalled at once how he had been with his wife in Petersburg a year and a half ago, and had lunched with an old schoolfellow, a civil engineer. And how that engineer had introduced to him and his wife a young man of 2 or 3 and 20, called Mikhail Ivanovitch, with rather a curious short surname, Riss. 2 months later the doctor had seen the young man's photograph in his wife's album, with an inscription in French, in remembrance of the present and in hope of the future. Later on he had met the young man himself at his mother-in-law's. And that was at the time when his wife had taken to being very often absent and coming home at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and was constantly asking him to get her a passport for abroad, which he kept refusing to do. And a continual feud went on in the house which made him feel ashamed to face the servants. 6 months before, his colleagues had decided that he was going into consumption, and advised him to throw up everything and go to the Crimea. When she heard of this, Olga Dmitrievna affected to be very much alarmed. She began to be affectionate to her husband, and kept assuring him that it would be cold and dull in the Crimea, and that he had much better go to Nice, and that she would go with him. And there would nurse him, look after him, take care of him. Now, he understood why his wife was so particularly anxious to go to Nice. Her Michel lived at Monte Carlo. He took an English dictionary, and translating the words, and guessing their meaning, by degrees he put together the following sentence: I drink to the health of my beloved darling, and kiss her little foot 1,000 times, and am impatiently expecting her arrival. He pictured the pitiable, ludicrous part he would play if he had agreed to go to Nice with his wife. He felt so mortified that he almost shed tears and began pacing to and fro through all the rooms of the flat in great agitation. His pride, his plebeian fastidiousness, was revolted. Clenching his fists and scowling with disgust, he wondered how he, the son of a village priest, brought up in a clerical school, a plain, straightforward man, a surgeon by profession, how could he have let himself be enslaved, have sunk into such shameful bondage to this weak, worthless, mercenary, low creature? Little foot, he muttered to himself, crumpling up the telegram, little foot. Of the time when he fell in love and proposed to her, and the 7 years that he had been living with her, all that remained in his memory was her long, fragrant hair, a mass of soft lace, and her little feet, which certainly were very small, beautiful feet. And even now it seemed as though he still had from those old embraces the feeling of lace and silk upon his hands and face, and nothing more. Nothing more, that is, not counting hysterics, shrieks, reproaches, threats, and lies, brazen, treacherous lies. He remembered how in his father's house in the village a bird would sometimes chance to fly in from the open air into the house and would struggle desperately against the window panes and upset things. So this woman from a class utterly alien to him had flown into his life and made complete havoc of it. The best years of his life had been spent as though in hell, his hopes for happiness shattered and turned into a mockery, his health gone, his rooms as vulgar in their atmosphere as a cocotte. And of the 10,000 he earned every year he could never save 10 rubles to send his old mother in the village, and his debts were already about 15,000. It seemed that if a band of brigands had been living in his rooms his life would not have been so hopelessly, so irremediably ruined as by the presence of this woman. He began coughing and gasping for breath. He ought to have gone to bed and got warm, but he could not. He kept walking about the rooms, or sat down to the table, nervously fidgeting with a pencil and scribbling mechanically on a paper. Trying a pen. A little foot. By 5 o'clock he grew weaker and threw all the blame on himself. It seemed to him now that if Olga Dmitrievna had married someone else who might have had a good influence over her, who knows? She might after all have become a good, straightforward woman. He was a poor psychologist, and knew nothing of the female heart. Besides, he was churlish, uninteresting. I haven't long to live now, he thought. I am a dead man, and ought not to stand in the way of the living. It would be strange and stupid to insist upon one's rights now. I'll have it out with her, let her go to the man she loves. I'll give her a divorce. I'll take the blame on myself. Olga Dmitrievna came in at last, and she walked into the study and sank into a chair just as she was in her white cloak, hat, and overboots. The nasty, fat boy, she said with a sob, breathing hard. It's really dishonest, it's disgusting. She stamped. I can't put up with it, I can't. What's the matter? Asked Nikolai Yevgrafitch, going up to her. That student, Azarbekov, was seeing me home, and he lost my bag, and there was 15 rubles in it. I borrowed it from Mama. She was crying in a most genuine way, like a little girl, and not only her handkerchief, but even her gloves, were wet with tears. It can't be helped, said the doctor. If he's lost it, and it's no good worrying over it. Calm yourself, I want to talk to you. I am not a millionaire to lose money like that. He says he'll pay it back, but I don't believe him. He's poor. Her husband begged her to calm herself and to listen to him, but she kept on talking of the student and of the 15 rubles she had lost. I'll give you 25 rubles tomorrow if you'll only hold your tongue, he said irritably. I must take off my things, she said, crying. I can't talk seriously in my fur coat. How strange you are. He helped her off with her coat and overboots, detecting as he did so the smell of the white wine she liked to drink with oysters. In spite of her etherealness, she ate and drank a great deal. She went into her room and came back soon after, having changed her things and powdered her face, though her eyes still showed traces of tears. She sat down, retreating into her light, lacy dressing gown, and in the mass of billowy pink her husband could see nothing but her hair, which she had let down, and her little foot wearing a slipper. "What do you want to talk about?" she asked, swinging herself in a rocking chair. "I happened to see this," and he handed her the telegram. She read it and shrugged her shoulders. "Well?" she said, rocking herself faster. "That's the usual New Year's greeting and nothing else. There are no secrets in it. You are reckoning on my not knowing English." "No, I don't know it. But I have a dictionary. That telegram is from Riss. He drinks to the health of his beloved and sends you 1,000 kisses. But let us leave that," the doctor went on hurriedly. "I don't in the least want to reproach you or make a scene. We've had scenes and reproaches enough, it's time to make an end of them. This is what I want to say to you: you are free, and can live as you like." There was a silence. She began crying quietly. "I set you free from the necessity of lying and keeping up pretenses," Nikolai Yevgrafitch continued. "If you love that young man, love him. If you want to go abroad to him, go. You are young, healthy, and I am a wreck, and haven't long to live. In short, you understand me." He was agitated and could not go on. Olga Dmitrievna, crying and speaking in a voice of self-pity, acknowledged that she loved Riss, and used to drive out of town with him and see him in his rooms. And now she really did long to go abroad. "You see, I hide nothing from you," she added, with a sigh. "My whole soul lies open before you. And I beg you again, be generous, get me a passport. I repeat, you are free." She moved to another seat nearer him to look at the expression of his face. She did not believe him and wanted now to understand his secret meaning. She never did believe anyone, and however generous were their intentions, she always suspected some petty or ignoble motive or selfish object in them. And when she looked searchingly into his face, it seemed to him that there was a gleam of green light in her eyes as in a cat's. "When shall I get the passport?" she asked softly. He suddenly had an impulse to say, "Never," but he restrained himself and said, "When you like. I shall only go for a month." "You'll go to Riss for good. I'll get you a divorce, take the blame on myself, and Riss can marry you." "But I don't want a divorce," Olga Dmitrievna retorted quickly, with an astonished face. "I am not asking you for a divorce. Get me a passport, that's all." "But why don't you want the divorce?" asked the doctor, beginning to feel irritated. "You are a strange woman." "How strange you are. If you are fond of him in earnest and he loves you too, in your position you can do nothing better than get married. Can you really hesitate between marriage and adultery?" "I understand you," she said, walking away from him, and a spiteful, vindictive expression came into her face. "I understand you perfectly. You are sick of me, and you simply want to get rid of me, to force this divorce on me. Thank you very much, I am not such a fool as you think. I won't accept the divorce and I won't leave you, I won't. To begin with, I don't want to lose my position in society," she continued quickly, as though afraid of being prevented from speaking. "Secondly, I am 27 and Riss is only 23. He'll be tired of me in a year and throw me over. And what's more, if you care to know, I'm not certain that my feeling will last long, so there. I'm not going to leave you." "Then I'll turn you out of the house," shouted Nikolai Yevgrafitch, stamping. "I shall turn you out, you vile, loathsome woman." "We shall see," she said, and went out. It was broad daylight outside, but the doctor still sat at the table moving the pencil over the paper and writing mechanically. "My dear sir. Little foot." Or he walked about and stopped in the drawing room before a photograph taken 7 years ago, soon after his marriage, and looked at it for a long time. It was a family group, his father-in-law, his mother-in-law, his wife Olga Dmitrievna when she was 20, and himself in the role of a happy young husband. His father-in-law, a clean-shaven, dropsical privy councillor, crafty and avaricious. His mother-in-law, a stout lady with small predatory features like a weasel, who loved her daughter to distraction and helped her in everything. If her daughter were strangling someone, the mother would not have protested, but would only have screened her with her skirts. Olga Dmitrievna, too, had small predatory-looking features, but more expressive and bolder than her mother's. She was not a weasel, but a beast on a bigger scale. And Nikolai Yevgrafitch himself in the photograph looked such a guileless soul, such a kindly, good fellow, so open and simple-hearted. His whole face was relaxed in the naive, good-natured smile of a divinity student. And he had had the simplicity to believe that that company of beasts of prey into which destiny had chanced to thrust him would give him romance and happiness and all he had dreamed of when as a student he used to sing the song, "Youth is wasted. Life is not, when the heart is cold and loveless." And once more he asked himself in perplexity how he, the son of a village priest, with his democratic bringing up, a plain, blunt, straightforward man, could have so helplessly surrendered to the power of this worthless, false, vulgar, petty creature, whose nature was so utterly alien to him. When at 11 o'clock he put on his coat to go to the hospital, the servant came into his study. "What is it?" he asked. "The mistress has got up and asks you for the 25 rubles you promised her yesterday." The murder. Chapter 1. The evening service was being celebrated at Progonaya station. Before the great icon, painted in glaring colors on a background of gold, stood the crowd of railway servants with their wives and children. And also of the timbermen and sawyers who worked close to the railway line. All stood in silence, fascinated by the glare of the lights and the howling of the snowstorm which was aimlessly disporting itself outside. Regardless of the fact that it was the eve of the Annunciation. The old priest from Vedenyapino conducted the service, the sacristan and Matvey Terhov were singing. Matvey's face was beaming with delight. He sang stretching out his neck as though he wanted to soar upwards. He sang tenor and chanted the praises, too, in a tenor voice with honeyed sweetness and persuasiveness. When he sang archangel voices, he waved his arms like a conductor, and trying to second the sacristan's hollow bass with his tenor, achieved something extremely complex. And from his face it could be seen that he was experiencing great pleasure. At last the service was over, and they all quietly dispersed, and it was dark and empty again. And there followed that hush which is only known in stations that stand solitary in the open country or in the forest when the wind howls and nothing else is heard, and when all the emptiness around, all the dreariness of life slowly ebbing away is felt. Matvey lived not far from the station at his cousin's tavern. But he did not want to go home. He sat down at the refreshment bar and began talking to the waiter in a low voice. We had our own choir in the tile factory. And I must tell you that though we were only workmen, our singing was first-rate, splendid. We were often invited to the town, and when the deputy bishop, Father Ivan, took the service at Trinity Church, the bishop's singers sang in the right choir and we in the left. Only they complained in the town that we kept the singing on too long, the factory choir drag it out, they used to say. It is true we began St. Andre's prayers and the praises between 6 and 7, and it was past 11 when we finished, so that it was sometimes after midnight when we got home to the factory. It was good, sighed Matvey. Very good it was, indeed, Sergei Nikanorovich. But here in my father's house it is anything but joyful. The nearest church is 4 miles away, with my weak health I can't get so far. There are no singers there. And there is no peace or quiet in our family, day in day out, there is an uproar, scolding, uncleanliness, we all eat out of one bowl like peasants. And there are beetles in the cabbage soup. God has not given me health, else I would have gone away long ago, Sergei Nikanorovich. Matvey Terhov was a middle-aged man about 45, but he had a look of ill health, his face was wrinkled and his lank, scanty beard was quite grey, and that made him seem many years older. He spoke in a weak voice, circumspectly, and held his chest when he coughed, while his eyes assumed the uneasy and anxious look one sees in very apprehensive people. He never said definitely what was wrong with him, but he was fond of describing at length how once at the factory he had lifted a heavy box and had ruptured himself, and how this had led to the gripes, and had forced him to give up his work in the tile factory and come back to his native place. But he could not explain what he meant by the gripes. "I must own I am not fond of my cousin," he went on, pouring himself out some tea. "He is my elder. It is a sin to censure him, and I fear the Lord, but I cannot bear it in patience. He is a haughty, surly, abusive man, he is the torment of his relations and workmen, and constantly out of humor. Last Sunday I asked him in an amiable way, 'Brother, let us go to Pahamovo for the Mass,' but he said, 'I am not going, the priest there is a gambler. And he would not come here today because, he said, the priest from Vedanyapino smokes and drinks vodka. He doesn't like the clergy. He reads Mass himself and the hours and the Vespers, while his sister acts as sacristan. He says, "Let us pray unto the Lord." And she, in a thin little voice like a turkey hen, "Lord, have mercy upon us, it's a sin, that's what it is." Every day I say to him, "Think what you are doing, brother. Repent, brother." And he takes no notice. Sergei Nikanorovich, the waiter, poured out 5 glasses of tea and carried them on a tray to the waiting room. He had scarcely gone in when there was a shout. "Is that the way to serve it, pig's face? You don't know how to wait." It was the voice of the station master. There was a timid mutter, then again a harsh and angry shout. "Get along." The waiter came back greatly crestfallen. "There was a time when I gave satisfaction to counts and princes," he said in a low voice, "but now I don't know how to serve tea." He called me names before the priest and the ladies. The waiter, Sergei Nikanorovich, had once had money of his own, and had kept a buffet at a first-class station, which was a junction, in the principal town of a province. There he had worn a swallowtail coat and a gold chain. But things had gone ill with him, he had squandered all his own money over expensive fittings and service. He had been robbed by his staff, and getting gradually into difficulties, had moved to another station less bustling. Here his wife had left him, taking with her all the silver, and he moved to a third station of a still lower class, where no hot dishes were served. Then to a fourth. Frequently changing his situation and sinking lower and lower, he had at last come to Praganea, and here he used to sell nothing but tea and cheap vodka. And for lunch hard-boiled eggs and dry sausages, which smelt of tar, and which he himself sarcastically said were only fit for the orchestra. He was bald all over the top of his head, and had prominent blue eyes and thick bushy whiskers, which he often combed out, looking into the little looking-glass. Memories of the past haunted him continually. He could never get used to sausage only fit for the orchestra, to the rudeness of the station-master, and to the peasants who used to haggle over the prices. And in his opinion it was as unseemly to haggle over prices in a refreshment room as in a chemist's shop. He was ashamed of his poverty and degradation, and that shame was now the leading interest of his life. "Spring is late this year," said Matvey, listening. "It's a good job, I don't like spring. In spring it is very muddy, Sergei Nikanorovich. In books they write, spring, the birds sing, the sun is setting, but what is there pleasant in that? A bird is a bird, and nothing more. I am fond of good company, of listening to folks, of talking of religion or singing something agreeable in chorus, but as for nightingales and flowers, bless them, I say." He began again about the tile factory, about the choir, but Sergei Nikanorovich could not get over his mortification, and kept shrugging his shoulders and muttering. Matvey said goodbye and went home. There was no frost, and the snow was already melting on the roofs, though it was still falling in big flakes. They were whirling rapidly round and round in the air and chasing one another in white clouds along the railway line. And the oak forest on both sides of the line, in the dim light of the moon which was hidden somewhere high up in the clouds, resounded with a prolonged sullen murmur. When a violent storm shakes the trees, how terrible they are. Matvey walked along the causeway beside the line, covering his face and his hands, while the wind beat on his back. All at once a little nag, plastered all over with snow, came into sight. A sledge scraped along the bare stones of the causeway, and a peasant, white all over, too, with his head muffled up, cracked his whip. Matvey looked round after him, but at once, as though it had been a vision, there was neither sledge nor peasant to be seen, and he hastened his steps, suddenly scared, though he did not know why. Here was the crossing and the dark little house where the signalman lived. The barrier was raised, and by it perfect mountains had drifted and clouds of snow were whirling round like witches on broomsticks. At that point the line was crossed by an old high road, which was still called the track. On the right, not far from the crossing, by the roadside stood Terhov's tavern, which had been a posting inn. Here there was always a light twinkling at night. When Matvey reached home there was a strong smell of incense in all the rooms and even in the entry. His cousin Yakov Ivanitch was still reading the evening service. In the prayer room where this was going on, in the corner opposite the door, there stood a shrine of old-fashioned ancestral icons in gilt settings. And both walls to right and to left were decorated with icons of ancient and modern fashion, in shrines and without them. On the table, which was draped to the floor, stood an icon of the Annunciation, and close by a cypress wood cross and the censer, wax candles were burning. Beside the table was a reading desk. As he passed by the prayer room, Matvey stopped and glanced in at the door. Yakov Ivanitch was reading at the desk at that moment. His sister Aglaya, a tall lean old woman in a dark blue dress and white kerchief, was praying with him. Yakov Ivanitch's daughter Dashutka, an ugly freckled girl of 18, was there, too, barefoot as usual, and wearing the dress in which she had at nightfall taken water to the cattle. "Glory to thee who hast shown us the light!" Yakov Ivanitch boomed out in a chant, bowing low. Aglaya propped her chin on her hand and chanted in a thin, shrill, drawling voice. And upstairs, above the ceiling, there was the sound of vague voices which seemed menacing or ominous of evil. No one had lived on the story above since a fire there a long time ago. The windows were boarded up, and empty bottles lay about on the floor between the beams. Now the wind was banging and droning, and it seemed as though someone were running and stumbling over the beams. Half of the lower story was used as a tavern, while Terhov's family lived in the other half. So that when drunken visitors were noisy in the tavern every word they said could be heard in the rooms. Matvey lived in a room next to the kitchen, with a big stove, in which, in old days, when this had been a posting inn, bread had been baked every day. Dashutka, who had no room of her own, lived in the same room behind the stove. A cricket chirped there always at night and mice ran in and out. Matvey lighted a candle and began reading a book which he had borrowed from the station policeman. While he was sitting over it the service ended, and they all went to bed. Dashutka lay down, too. She began snoring at once, but soon woke up and said, yawning, "You shouldn't burn a candle for nothing, Uncle Matvey." "It's my candle," answered Matvey, "I bought it with my own money." Dashutka turned over a little and fell asleep again. Matvey sat up a good time longer. He was not sleepy, and when he had finished the last page he took a pencil out of a box and wrote on the book. "I, Matvey Terhov, have read this book. And think it the very best of all the books I have read, for which I express my gratitude to the non-commissioned officer of the Police Department of Railways, Kuzma Nikolaev Zhukov. As the possessor of this priceless book, he considered it an obligation of politeness to make such inscriptions in other people's books." Chapter 2. On Annunciation Day, after the mail train had been sent off, Matvey was sitting in the refreshment bar, talking and drinking tea with lemon in it. The waiter and Zhukov the policeman were listening to him. I must tell you," Matvey was saying, "inclined to religion from my earliest childhood. I was only 12 years old when I used to read the epistle in church, and my parents were greatly delighted, and every summer I used to go on a pilgrimage with my dear mother. Sometimes other lads would be singing songs and catching crayfish, while I would be all the time with my mother. My elders commended me, and, indeed, I was pleased myself that I was of such good behavior. And when my mother sent me with her blessing to the factory, I used between working hours to sing tenor there in our choir, and nothing gave me greater pleasure. I needn't say, I drank no vodka, I smoked no tobacco, and lived in chastity. But we all know such a mode of life is displeasing to the enemy of mankind, and he, the unclean spirit, once tried to ruin me and began to darken my mind, just as now with my cousin. First of all, I took a vow to fast every Monday and not to eat meat any day, and as time went on all sorts of fancies came over me. For the first week of Lent down to Saturday the Holy Fathers have ordained a diet of dry food, but it is no sin for the weak or those who work hard even to drink tea. Yet not a crumb passed into my mouth till the Sunday, and afterwards all through Lent I did not allow myself a drop of oil, and on Wednesdays and Fridays I did not touch a morsel at all. It was the same in the lesser fasts. Sometimes in St. Peter's fast our factory lads would have fish soup, while I would sit a little apart from them and suck a dry crust. Different people have different powers, of course, but I can say of myself I did not find fast days hard, and, indeed, the greater the zeal the easier it seems. You are only hungry on the first days of the fast, and then you get used to it. It goes on getting easier, and by the end of a week you don't mind it at all, and there is a numb feeling in your legs as though you were not on earth, but in the clouds. And, besides that, I laid all sorts of penances on myself. I used to get up in the night and pray, bowing down to the ground, used to drag heavy stones from place to place, used to go out barefoot in the snow, and I even wore chains, too. Only, as time went on, you know, I was confessing one day to the priest and suddenly this reflection occurred to me, why, this priest, I thought, is married. He eats meat and smokes tobacco, how can he confess me, and what power has he to absolve my sins if he is more sinful than I? I even scruple to eat Lenten oil, while he eats sturgeon, I dare say. I went to another priest, and he, as ill luck would have it, was a fat fleshy man, in a silk cassock. He rustled like a lady, and he smelt of tobacco too. I went to fast and confess in the monastery, and my heart was not at ease even there. I kept fancying the monks were not living according to their rules. And after that I could not find a service to my mind. In one place they read the service too fast, in another they sang the wrong prayer, in a third the sacristan stammered. Sometimes, the Lord forgive me a sinner, would stand in church and my heart would throb with anger. How could one pray, feeling like that? And I fancied that the people in the church did not cross themselves properly, did not listen properly. Wherever I looked it seemed to me that they were all drunkards, that they broke the fast, smoked, lived loose lives and played cards. I was the only one who lived according to the commandments. The wily spirit did not slumber, it got worse as it went on. I gave up singing in the choir and I did not go to church at all. Since my notion was that I was a righteous man and that the church did not suit me owing to its imperfections, that is, indeed, like a fallen angel, I was puffed up in my pride beyond all belief. After this I began attempting to make a church for myself. I hired from a deaf woman a tiny little room, a long way out of town near the cemetery, and made a prayer room like my cousin's, only I had big church candlesticks, too, and a real censer. In this prayer room of mine I kept the rules of Holy Mount Athos, that is, every day my matins began at midnight without fail. And on the eve of the chief of the 12 great holy days my midnight service lasted 10 hours and sometimes even 12. Monks are allowed by rule to sit during the singing of the Psalter and the reading of the Bible, but I wanted to be better than the monks, and so I used to stand all through. I used to read and sing slowly, with tears and sighing, lifting up my hands, and I used to go straight from prayer to work without sleeping, and, indeed, I was always praying at my work, too. Well, it got all over the town, Matvey is a saint, Matvey heals the sick and senseless. I never had healed anyone, of course, but we all know wherever any heresy or false doctrine springs up there's no keeping the female sex away. They are just like flies on the honey. Old maids and females of all sorts came trailing to me, bowing down to my feet, kissing my hands and crying out I was a saint and all the rest of it, and one even saw a halo round my head. It was too crowded in the prayer room. I took a bigger room, and then we had a regular Tower of Babel. The devil got hold of me completely and screened the light from my eyes with his unclean hoofs. We all behaved as though we were frantic. I read, while the old maids and other females sang, and then after standing on their legs for 24 hours or longer without eating or drinking. Suddenly a trembling would come over them as though they were in a fever. After that, one would begin screaming and then another. It was horrible. I, too, would shiver all over like a Jew in a frying pan, I don't know myself why, and our legs began to prance about. It's a strange thing, indeed, you don't want to, but you prance about and waggle your arms, and after that, screaming and shrieking, we all danced and ran after one another, ran till we dropped. And in that way, in wild frenzy, I fell into fornication. The policeman laughed, but, noticing that no one else was laughing, became serious and said, "That's Molochanism. I have heard they are all like that in the Caucasus." But I was not killed by a thunderbolt, Matvey went on, crossing himself before the icon and moving his lips. My dead mother must have been praying for me in the other world. When everyone in the town looked upon me as a saint, and even the ladies and gentlemen of good family used to come to me in secret for consolation, I happened to go into our landlord, Osip Varlamich, to ask forgiveness. It was the day of forgiveness, and he fastened the door with the hook, and we were left alone face to face. And he began to reprove me, and I must tell you Osip Varlamich was a man of brains, though without education, and everyone respected and feared him, for he was a man of stern, God-fearing life and worked hard. He had been the mayor of the town, and a warden of the church for 20 years maybe, and had done a great deal of good. He had covered all the new Moscow road with gravel, had painted the church, and had decorated the columns to look like malachite. Well, he fastened the door, and, "I have been wanting to get at you for a long time, you rascal," he said. "You think you are a saint," he said. "No, you are not a saint, but a backslider from God, a heretic and an evildoer," and he went on and on. I can't tell you how he said it, so eloquently and cleverly, as though it were all written down, and so touchingly. He talked for 2 hours. His words penetrated my soul, my eyes were opened. I listened and burst into sobs. "Be an ordinary man," he said, "eat and drink, dress and pray like everyone else. All that is above the ordinary is of the devil. Your chains," he said, "are of the devil, your fasting is of the devil. Your prayer room is of the devil. It is all pride," he said. Next day, on Monday in Holy Week, it pleased God I should fall ill. I ruptured myself and was taken to the hospital. I was terribly worried, and wept bitterly and trembled. I thought there was a straight road before me from the hospital to hell, and I almost died. I was in misery on a bed of sickness for 6 months, and when I was discharged the first thing I did I confessed, and took the sacrament in the regular way and became a man again. Osip Varlamich saw me off home and exhorted me, "Remember, Matvey, that anything above the ordinary is of the devil. And now I eat and drink like everyone else and pray like everyone else. If it happens now that the priest smells of tobacco or vodka I don't venture to blame him, because the priest, too, of course, is an ordinary man. But as soon as I am told that in the town or in the village a saint has set up who does not eat for weeks, and makes rules of his own, I know whose work it is. So that is how I carried on in the past, gentlemen. Now, like Osip Varlamich, I am continually exhorting my cousins and reproaching them, but I am a voice crying in the wilderness. God has not vouchsafed me the gift." Matvey's story evidently made no impression whatever. Sergei Nikanorovich said nothing, but began clearing the refreshments off the counter, while the policeman began talking of how rich Matvi's cousin was. "He must have 30,000 at least," he said. Zhukov the policeman, a sturdy, well-fed, red-haired man with a full face, his cheeks quivered when he walked, usually sat lolling and crossing his legs when not in the presence of his superiors. As he talked he swayed to and fro and whistled carelessly, while his face had a self-satisfied replete air, as though he had just had dinner. He was making money, and he always talked of it with the air of a connoisseur. He undertook jobs as an agent, and when anyone wanted to sell an estate, a horse or a carriage, they applied to him. "Yes, it will be 30,000, I dare say," Sergei Nikanorovich assented. "Your grandfather had an immense fortune," he said, addressing Matvey. "Immense it was. All left to your father and your uncle. Your father died as a young man and your uncle got hold of it all, and afterwards, of course, Yakov Ivanitch. While you were going pilgrimages with your mama and singing tenor in the factory, they didn't let the grass grow under their feet. 15,000 comes to your share," said the policeman swaying from side to side. "The tavern belongs to you in common, so the capital is in common." "Yes. If I were in your place I should have taken it into court long ago. I would have taken it into court for one thing, and while the case was going on I'd have knocked his face to a jelly." Yakov Ivanitch was disliked because, when anyone believes differently from others, it upsets even people who are indifferent to religion. The policeman disliked him also because he, too, sold horses and carriages. "You don't care about going to law with your cousin because you have plenty of money of your own," said the waiter to Matvey, looking at him with envy. "It is all very well for anyone who has means, but here I shall die in this position, I suppose." Matvey began declaring that he hadn't any money at all, but Sergei Nikanorovich was not listening. Memories of the past and of the insults which he endured every day came showering upon him. His bald head began to perspire, he flushed and blinked. "Accursed life," he said with vexation, and he banged the sausage on the floor. Chapter 3. The story ran that the tavern had been built in the time of Alexander I, by a widow who had settled here with her son. Her name was Avdotia Terhov. The dark-roofed-in courtyard and the gates always kept locked excited, especially on moonlight nights, a feeling of depression and unaccountable uneasiness in people who drove by with posting horses. As though sorcerers or robbers were living in it. And the driver always looked back after he passed, and whipped up his horses. Travelers did not care to put up here, as the people of the house were always unfriendly and charged heavily. The yard was muddy even in summer. Huge fat pigs used to lie there in the mud, and the horses in which the Terhovs dealt wandered about untethered. And often it happened that they ran out of the yard and dashed along the road like mad creatures, terrifying the pilgrim women. At that time there was a great deal of traffic on the road. Long trains of loaded wagons trailed by, and all sorts of adventures happened, such as, for instance, that 30 years ago some wagoners got up a quarrel with a passing merchant and killed him. And a slanting cross is standing to this day half a mile from the tavern. Posting chaises with bells and the heavy dormieuses of country gentlemen drove by, and herds of horned cattle passed bellowing and stirring up clouds of dust. When the railway came there was at first at this place only a platform, which was called simply a halt. 10 years afterwards the present station, Progonea, was built. The traffic on the old posting road almost ceased, and only local landowners and peasants drove along it now, but the working people walked there in crowds in spring and autumn. The posting inn was transformed into a restaurant. The upper story was destroyed by fire, the roof had grown yellow with rust, the roof over the yard had fallen by degrees, but huge fat pigs, pink and revolting, still wallowed in the mud in the yard. As before, the horses sometimes ran away and, lashing their tails, dashed madly along the road. In the tavern they sold tea, hay, oats and flour, as well as vodka and beer, to be drunk on the premises and also to be taken away. They sold spirituous liquors warily, for they had never taken out a license. The Terhovs had always been distinguished by their piety, so much so that they had even been given the nickname of the Godlies. But perhaps because they lived apart like bears, avoided people and thought out all their ideas for themselves. They were given to dreams and to doubts and to changes of faith, and almost each generation had a peculiar faith of its own. The grandmother of Dosha, who had built the inn, was an old believer. Her son and both her grandsons, the fathers of Matvey and Yakov, went to the Orthodox Church, entertained the clergy, and worshipped before the new icons as devoutly as they had done before the old. The son in old age refused to eat meat and imposed upon himself the rule of silence, considering all conversation as sin. It was the peculiarity of the grandsons that they interpreted the scripture not simply, but sought in it a hidden meaning, declaring that every sacred word must contain a mystery. Of Dosha's great-grandson Matvey had struggled from early childhood with all sorts of dreams and fancies and had been almost ruined by it. The other great-grandson, Yakov Ivanitch, was Orthodox, but after his wife's death he gave up going to church and prayed at home. Following his example, his sister Aglaya had turned, too. She did not go to church herself, and did not let Doshutka go. Of Aglaya it was told that in her youth she used to attend the flagellant meetings in Vedanyapino, and that she was still a flagellant in secret, and that was why she wore a white kerchief. Yakov Ivanitch was 10 years older than Matvey. He was a very handsome tall old man with a big grey beard almost to his waist, and bushy eyebrows which gave his face a stern, even ill-natured expression. He wore a long jerkin of good cloth or a black sheepskin coat, and altogether tried to be clean and neat in dress. He wore galoshes even in dry weather. He did not go to church, because, to his thinking, the services were not properly celebrated and because the priests drank wine at unlawful times and smoked tobacco. Every day he read and sang the service at home with Aglaya. At Vedanyapino they left out the praises at early matins, and had no evening service even on great holidays, but he used to read through at home everything that was laid down for every day, without hurrying or leaving out a single line, and even in his spare time read aloud the lives of the saints. And in everyday life he adhered strictly to the rules of the church. Thus, if wine were allowed on some day in Lent for the sake of the vigil, then he never failed to drink wine, even if he were not inclined. He read, sang, burned incense and fasted, not for the sake of receiving blessings of some sort from God, but for the sake of good order. Man cannot live without religion, and religion ought to be expressed from year to year and from day to day in a certain order, so that every morning and every evening a man might turn to God with exactly those words and thoughts that were befitting that special day and hour. One must live, and, therefore, also pray as is pleasing to God, and so every day one must read and sing what is pleasing to God, that is, what is laid down in the rule of the Church. Thus the first chapter of St. John must only be read on Easter Day, and, it is most meet, must not be sung from Easter to Ascension, and so on. The consciousness of this order and its importance afforded Yakov Ivanitch great gratification during his religious exercises. When he was forced to break this order by some necessity, to drive to town or to the bank, for instance, his conscience was uneasy and he felt miserable. When his cousin Matvey had returned unexpectedly from the factory and settled in the tavern as though it were his home, he had from the very first day disturbed his settled order. He refused to pray with them, had meals and drank tea at wrong times, got up late, drank milk on Wednesdays and Fridays on the pretext of weak health. Almost every day he went into the prayer room while they were at prayers and cried, "Think what you are doing, brother. Repent, brother." These words threw Yakov into a fury, while Aglaya could not refrain from beginning to scold. Or at night Matvey would steal into the prayer room and say softly, "Cousin, your prayer is not pleasing to God. For it is written, first be reconciled with thy brother and then offer thy gift. You lend money at usury, you deal in vodka, repent." In Matvey's words Yakov saw nothing but the usual evasions of empty-headed and careless people who talk of loving your neighbor, of being reconciled with your brother, and so on, simply to avoid praying, fasting and reading holy books, and who talk contemptuously of profit and interest simply because they don't like working. Of course, to be poor, save nothing, and put by nothing was a great deal easier than being rich. But yet he was troubled and could not pray as before. As soon as he went into the prayer room and opened the book, he began to be afraid his cousin would come in and hinder him. And, in fact, Matvey did soon appear and cry in a trembling voice, "Think what you are doing, brother. Repent, brother." Aglaya stormed, and Yakov, too, flew into a passion and shouted, "Go out of my house," while Matvey answered him, "The house belongs to both of us." Yakov would begin singing and reading again, but he could not regain his calm, and unconsciously fell to dreaming over his book. Though he regarded his cousin's words as nonsense, yet for some reason it had of late haunted his memory that it is hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. That the year before last he had made a very good bargain over buying a stolen horse, that one day when his wife was alive a drunkard had died of vodka in his tavern. He slept badly at nights now and woke easily, and he could hear that Matvey, too, was awake, and continually sighing and pining for his tile factory. And while Yakov turned over from one side to another at night, he thought of the stolen horse and the drunken man, and what was said in the Gospels about the camel. It looked as though his dreaminess were coming over him again. And as ill luck would have it, although it was the end of March, every day it kept snowing, and the forest roared as though it were winter, and there was no believing that spring would ever come. The weather disposed one to depression, and to quarreling and to hatred, and in the night, when the wind droned over the ceiling, it seemed as though someone were living overhead in the empty story. Little by little the brooding settled like a burden on his mind, his head burned and he could not sleep. Chapter 4. On the morning of the Monday before Good Friday, Matvey heard from his room Dashutka say to Aglaya. "Uncle Matvey said, the other day, that there is no need to fast." Matvey remembered the whole conversation he had had the evening before with Dashutka, and he felt hurt all at once. "Girl, don't do wrong," he said in a moaning voice, like a sick man. "You can't do without fasting, our Lord himself fasted 40 days. I only explained that fasting does a bad man no good. You should just listen to the factory hands. They can teach you goodness," Aglaya said sarcastically as she washed the floor. She usually washed the floors on working days and was always angry with everyone when she did it. "We know how they keep the fasts in the factory. You had better ask that uncle of yours, ask him about his darling, how he used to guzzle milk on fast days with her, the viper. He teaches others. He forgets about his viper. But ask him who was it he left his money with, who was it?" Matvey had carefully concealed from everyone, as though it were a foul sore, that during that period of his life when old women and unmarried girls had danced and run about with him at their prayers, he had formed a connection with a working woman and had had a child by her. When he went home he had given this woman all he had saved at the factory, and had borrowed from his landlord for his journey, and now he had only a few rubles which he spent on tea and candles. The darling had informed him later on that the child was dead, and asked him in a letter what she should do with the money. This letter was brought from the station by the laborer. Aglaya intercepted it and read it, and had reproached Matvey with his darling every day since. "Just fancy, 900 rubles, Aglaya went on. You gave 900 rubles to a viper, no relation, a factory jade, blast you." She had flown into a passion by now and was shouting shrilly, "Can't you speak? I could tear you to pieces, wretched creature. 900 rubles as though it were a farthing. You might have left it to Dashutka, she is a relation, not a stranger, or else have it sent to buy lev for Maria's poor orphans. And your viper did not choke, may she be thrice accursed, the she-devil. May she never look upon the light of day." Yakov Ivanitch called to her, it was time to begin the hours. She washed, put on a white kerchief, and by now quiet and meek, went into the prayer room to the brother she loved. When she spoke to Matvey or served peasants in the tavern with tea she was a gaunt, keen-eyed, ill-humored old woman. In the prayer room her face was serene and softened, she looked younger altogether, she curtsied affectedly, and even pursed up her lips. Yakov Ivanitch began reading the service softly and dolefully, as he always did in Lent. After he had read a little he stopped to listen to the stillness that reigned through the house, and then went on reading again, with a feeling of gratification. He folded his hands in supplication, rolled his eyes, shook his head, sighed. But all at once there was the sound of voices. The policeman and Sergei Nikanorovich had come to see Matvey. Yakov Ivanitch was embarrassed at reading aloud and singing when there were strangers in the house, and now, hearing voices, he began reading in a whisper and slowly. He could hear in the prayer room the waiter say, "The Tatarech Chapovo is selling his business for 1,500. He'll take 500 down and an IOU for the rest. And so, Matvey Vasilich, be so kind as to lend me that 500 rubles. I will pay you 2% a month." "What money have I got?" cried Matvey, amazed. "I have no money." 2% a month will be a godsend to you," the policeman explained. "While lying by, your money is simply eaten by the moth, and that's all that you get from it." Afterwards the visitors went out and a silence followed. But Yakov Ivanitch had hardly begun reading and singing again when a voice was heard outside the door. "Brother, let me have a horse to drive to Vedanyapino." It was Matvey. And Yakov was troubled again. "Which can you go with?" he asked after a moment's thought. "The man has gone with the sorrel to take the pig, and I am going with the little stallion to Shutikino as soon as I have finished." "Brother, why is it you can dispose of the horses and not I?" Matvey asked with irritation. "Because I am not taking them for pleasure, but for work. Our property is in common, so the horses are in common, too, and you ought to understand that, brother." A silence followed. Yakov did not go on praying, but waited for Matvey to go away from the door. "Brother," said Matvey, "I am a sick man. I don't want possession, let them go. You have them, but give me a small share to keep me in my illness. Give it me and I'll go away." Yakov did not speak. He longed to be rid of Matvey, but he could not give him money, since all the money was in the business. Besides, there had never been a case of the family dividing in the whole history of the Terhovs. Division means ruin. Yakov said nothing, but still waited for Matvey to go away, and kept looking at his sister, afraid that she would interfere, and that there would be a storm of abuse again. As there had been in the morning. When at last Matvey did go, Yakov went on reading, but now he had no pleasure in it. There was a heaviness in his head and a darkness before his eyes from continually bowing down to the ground, and he was weary of the sound of his soft dejected voice. When such a depression of spirit came over him at night, he put it down to not being able to sleep. By day it frightened him, and he began to feel as though devils were sitting on his head and shoulders. Finishing the service after a fashion, dissatisfied and ill-humored, he set off for Shutikino. In the previous autumn a gang of navvies had dug a boundary ditch near Proganea, and had run up a bill at the tavern for 18 rubles. And now he had to find their foreman in Shutikino and get the money from him. The road had been spoilt by the thaw and the snowstorm, it was of a dark color and full of holes, and in parts it had given way altogether. The snow had sunk away at the sides below the road, so that he had to drive, as it were, upon a narrow causeway, and it was very difficult to turn off it when he met anything. The sky had been overcast ever since the morning and a damp wind was blowing. A long train of sledges met him, peasant women were carting bricks. Yakov had to turn off the road. His horse sank into the snow up to its belly, the sledge lurched over to the right, and to avoid falling out he bent over to the left, and sat so all the time the sledges moved slowly by him. Through the wind he heard the creaking of the sledge poles and the breathing of the gaunt horses, and the women saying about him, "There's Godly coming," while one, gazing with compassion at his horse, said quickly, "It looks as though the snow will be lying till Yegary's day. They are worn out with it." Yakov sat uncomfortably huddled up, screwing up his eyes on account of the wind, while horses and red bricks kept passing before him. And perhaps because he was uncomfortable and his side ached, he felt all at once annoyed, and the business he was going about seemed to him unimportant. And he reflected that he might send the laborer next day to Shudikino. Again, as in the previous sleepless night, he thought of the saying about the camel, and then memories of all sorts crept into his mind. Of the peasant who had sold him the stolen horse, of the drunken man, of the peasant women who had brought their samovars to him to pawn. Of course, every merchant tries to get as much as he can, but Yakov felt depressed that he was in trade. He longed to get somewhere far away from this routine, and he felt dreary at the thought that he would have to read the evening service that day. The wind blew straight into his face and soughed in his collar, and it seemed as though it were whispering to him all these thoughts, bringing them from the broad white plain. Looking at that plain, familiar to him from childhood, Yakov remembered that he had had just this same trouble and these same thoughts in his young days when dreams and imaginings had come upon him and his faith had wavered. He felt miserable at being alone in the open country. He turned back and drove slowly after the sledges, and the women laughed and said, "Godly has turned back." At home nothing had been cooked and the samovar was not heated on account of the fast, and this made the day seem very long. Yakov Ivanitch had long ago taken the horse to the stable, dispatched the flour to the station, and twice taken up the psalms to read, and yet the evening was still far off. Aglaya had already washed all the floors, and, having nothing to do, was tidying up her chest, the lid of which was pasted over on the inside with labels off bottles. Matvey, hungry and melancholy, sat reading, or went up to the Dutch stove and slowly scrutinized the tiles which reminded him of the factory. Dashutka was asleep. Then, waking up, she went to take water to the cattle. When she was getting water from the well the cord broke and the pail fell in. The laborer began looking for a boat hook to get the pail out, and Dashutka, barefooted, with legs as red as a goose's, followed him about in the muddy snow, repeating, "It's too far." She meant to say that the well was too deep for the hook to reach the bottom, but the laborer did not understand her, and evidently she bothered him. So that he suddenly turned around and abused her in unseemly language. Yakov Ivanitch, coming out that moment into the yard, heard Dashutka answer the laborer in a long rapid stream of choice abuse, which she could only have learned from drunken peasants in the tavern. "What are you saying, shameless girl?" he cried to her, and he was positively aghast. "What language?" And she looked at her father in perplexity, dully, not understanding why she should not use those words. He would have admonished her, but she struck him as so savage and benighted. And for the first time he realized that she had no religion. And all this life in the forest, in the snow, with drunken peasants, with coarse oaths, seemed to him as savage and benighted as this girl. And instead of giving her a lecture he only waved his hand and went back into the room. At that moment the policeman and Sergei Nikanorovich came in again to see Matvey. Yakov Ivanitch thought that these people, too, had no religion, and that did not trouble them in the least. And human life began to seem to him as strange, senseless and unenlightened as a dog's. Bareheaded he walked about the yard, then he went out onto the road, clenching his fists. Snow was falling in big flakes at the time. His beard was blown about in the wind. He kept shaking his head, as though there were something weighing upon his head and shoulders, as though devils were sitting on them. And it seemed to him that it was not himself walking about, but some wild beast, a huge terrible beast. And that if he were to cry out his voice would be a roar that would sound all over the forest and the plain, and would frighten everyone. Chapter 5. When he went back into the house the policeman was no longer there, but the waiter was sitting with Matvey, counting something on the reckoning beads. He was in the habit of coming often, almost every day, to the tavern. In old days he had come to see Yakov Ivanitch, now he came to see Matvey. He was continually reckoning on the beads, while his face perspired and looked strained, or he would ask for money or, stroking his whiskers, would describe how he had once been in a first-class station and used to prepare champagne punch for officers, and at grand dinners served the sturgeon soup with his own hands. Nothing in this world interested him but refreshment bars, and he could only talk about things to eat, about wines and the paraphernalia of the dinner table. On one occasion, handing a cup of tea to a young woman who was nursing her baby and wishing to say something agreeable to her. He expressed himself in this way. The mother's breast is the baby's refreshment bar. Reckoning with the beads in Matvi's room, he asked for money. Said he could not go on living at Progonea, and several times repeated in a tone of voice that sounded as though he were just going to cry. Where am I to go? Where am I to go now? Tell me that, please. Then Matvi went into the kitchen and began peeling some boiled potatoes which he had probably put away from the day before. It was quiet, and it seemed to Yakov Ivanitch that the waiter was gone. It was past the time for evening service. He called Aglaya, and, thinking there was no one else in the house, sang out aloud without embarrassment. He sang and read, but was inwardly pronouncing other words: Lord, forgive me. Lord, save me. And, one after another, without ceasing, he made low bows to the ground as though he wanted to exhaust himself, and he kept shaking his head, so that Aglaya looked at him with wonder. He was afraid Matvi would come in, and was certain that he would come in, and felt an anger against him which he could overcome neither by prayer nor by continually bowing down to the ground. Matvi opened the door very softly and went into the prayer room. It's a sin, such a sin, he said reproachfully, and heaved a sigh. Repent. Think what you are doing, brother. Yakov Ivanitch, clenching his fists and not looking at him for fear of striking him, went quickly out of the room. Feeling himself a huge terrible wild beast, just as he had done before on the road, he crossed the passage into the grey, dirty room, reeking with smoke and fog, in which the peasants usually drank tea, and there he spent a long time walking from one corner to the other, treading heavily, so that the crockery jingled on the shelves and the tables shook. It was clear to him now that he was himself dissatisfied with his religion, and could not pray as he used to do. He must repent, he must think things over, reconsider, live and pray in some other way. But how pray? And perhaps all this was a temptation of the devil, and nothing of this was necessary? How was it to be? What was he to do? Who could guide him? What helplessness! He stopped and, clutching at his head, began to think, but Matvi's being near him prevented him from reflecting calmly. And he went rapidly into the room. Matvi was sitting in the kitchen before a bowl of potato, eating. Close by, near the stove, Aglaya and Dashutka were sitting facing one another, spinning yarn. Between the stove and the table at which Matvi was sitting was stretched an ironing board, on it stood a cold iron. Sister, Matvi asked, let me have a little oil. Who eats oil on a day like this? Asked Aglaya. I am not a monk, sister, but a layman. And in my weak health I may take not only oil but milk. Yes, at the factory you may have anything. Aglaya took a bottle of Lenten oil from the shelf and banged it angrily down before Matvi, with a malignant smile, evidently pleased that he was such a sinner. But I tell you, you can't eat oil, shouted Yakov. Aglaya and Dashutka started, but Matvi poured the oil into the bowl and went on eating as though he had not heard. I tell you, you can't eat oil, Yakov shouted still more loudly. He turned red all over, snatched up the bowl, lifted it higher than his head, and dashed it with all his force to the ground, so that it flew into fragments. Don't dare to speak, he cried in a furious voice, though Matvi had not said a word. Don't dare, he repeated, and struck his fist on the table. Matvi turned pale and got up. Brother, he said, still munching, brother, think what you are about. Out of my house this minute, shouted Yakov. He loathed Matvi's wrinkled face, and his voice, and the crumbs on his mustache, and the fact that he was munching. Out, I tell you. Brother, calm yourself. The pride of hell has confounded you. Hold your tongue. Yakov stamped. Go away, you devil. If you care to know, Matvi went on in a loud voice, as he, too, began to get angry, you are a backslider from God and a heretic. The accursed spirits have hidden the true light from you. Your prayer is not acceptable to God. Repent before it is too late. The deathbed of the sinner is terrible. Repent, brother. Yakov seized him by the shoulders and dragged him away from the table, while he turned whiter than ever, and frightened and bewildered, began muttering, "What is it? What's the matter?" And, struggling and making efforts to free himself from Yakov's hands, he accidentally caught hold of his shirt near the neck and tore the collar. And it seemed to Aglaya that he was trying to beat Yakov. She uttered a shriek, snatched up the bottle of Lenten oil and with all her force brought it down straight on the skull of the cousin she hated. Matvey reeled, and in one instant his face became calm and indifferent. Yakov, breathing heavily, excited, and feeling pleasure at the gurgle the bottle had made, like a living thing, when it had struck the head, kept him from falling, and several times, he remembered this very distinctly, motioned Aglaya towards the iron with his finger. And only when the blood began trickling through his hands and he heard Deshutka's loud wail, and when the ironing board fell with a crash, and Matvey rolled heavily on it, Yakov left off feeling anger and understood what had happened. Let him rot, the factory buck. Aglaya brought out with repulsion, still keeping the iron in her hand. The white blood-stained kerchief slipped onto her shoulders and her grey hair fell in disorder. He's got what he deserved. Everything was terrible. Deshutka sat on the floor near the stove with the yarn in her hands, sobbing, and continually bowing down, uttering at each bow a gasping sound. But nothing was so terrible to Yakov as the potato in the blood, on which he was afraid of stepping. And there was something else terrible which weighed upon him like a bad dream and seemed the worst danger, though he could not take it in for the first minute. This was the waiter, Sergei Nikanoritch, who was standing in the doorway with the reckoning beads in his hands, very pale, looking with horror at what was happening in the kitchen. Only when he turned and went quickly into the passage and from there outside, Yakov grasped who it was and followed him. Wiping his hands on the snow as he went, he reflected. The idea flashed through his mind that their laborer had gone away long before and had asked leave to stay the night at home in the village. The day before they had killed a pig, and there were huge bloodstains in the snow and on the sledge, and even one side of the top of the well was splattered with blood. So that it could not have seemed suspicious even if the whole of Yakov's family had been stained with blood. To conceal the murder would be agonizing, but for the policeman, who would whistle and smile ironically, to come from the station, for the peasants to arrive and bind Yakov's and Aglaya's hands, and take them solemnly to the district courthouse and from there to the town, while everyone on the way would point at them and say mirthfully, "They are taking the godlies." This seemed to Yakov more agonizing than anything, and he longed to lengthen out the time somehow, so as to endure this shame not now, but later, in the future. "I can lend you 1,000 rubles, he said, overtaking Sergei Nikanoritch. "If you tell anyone, it will do no good. There's no bringing the man back, anyway." And with difficulty keeping up with the waiter, who did not look round, but tried to walk away faster than ever, he went on, "I can give you 1,500. He stopped because he was out of breath, while Sergei Nikanoritch walked on as quickly as ever, probably afraid that he would be killed, too. Only after passing the railway crossing and going half the way from the crossing to the station, he furtively looked round and walked more slowly. Lights, red and green, were already gleaming in the station and along the line. The wind had fallen, but flakes of snow were still coming down and the road had turned white again. But just at the station Sergei Nikanoritch stopped, thought a minute, and turned resolutely back. It was growing dark. "Oblige me with the 1,500, Yakov Ivanitch," he said, trembling all over. "I agree." Chapter 6. Yakov Ivanitch's money was in the bank of the town and was invested in second mortgages. He only kept a little at home, just what was wanted for necessary expenses. Going into the kitchen he felt for the matchbox, and while the sulphur was burning with a blue light he had time to make out the figure of Matvey, which was still lying on the floor near the table. But now it was covered with a white sheet, and nothing could be seen but his boots. A cricket was chirping. Aglaya and Deshutka were not in the room, they were both sitting behind the counter in the tea room, spinning yarn in silence. Yakov Ivanitch crossed to his own room with a little lamp in his hand, and pulled from under the bed a little box in which he kept his money. This time there were in it 421 ruble notes and silver to the amount of 35 rubles. The notes had an unpleasant heavy smell. Putting the money together in his cap, Yakov Ivanitch went out into the yard and then out of the gate. He walked, looking from side to side, but there was no sign of the waiter. "Hi!" cried Yakov. A dark figure stepped out from the barrier at the railway crossing and came irresolutely towards him. "Why do you keep walking about?" said Yakov with vexation, as he recognized the waiter. "Here you are, there is a little less than 500. I've no more in the house." "Very well. Very grateful to you," muttered Sergei Nikanoritch, taking the money greedily and stuffing it into his pockets. He was trembling all over, and that was perceptible in spite of the darkness. "Don't worry yourself, Yakov Ivanitch. What should I chatter for? I came and went away, that's all I've had to do with it. As the saying is, I know nothing and I can tell nothing," and at once he added with a sigh, "Cursed life." For a minute they stood in silence, without looking at each other. "So it all came from a trifle, goodness knows how," said the waiter, trembling. "I was sitting counting to myself when all at once a noise. I looked through the door, and just on account of Lenton oil you. Where is he now?" "Lying there in the kitchen. You ought to take him somewhere. Why put it off?" Yakov accompanied him to the station without a word, then went home again and harnessed the horse to take Matvey to Limirovo. He had decided to take him to the forest of Limirovo, and to leave him there on the road, and then he would tell everyone that Matvey had gone off to Vedanyapino and had not come back. And then everyone would think that he had been killed by someone on the road. He knew there was no deceiving anyone by this, but to move, to do something, to be active, was not as agonizing as to sit still and wait. He called Dashutka, and with her carried Matvey out. Aglaya stayed behind to clean up the kitchen. When Yakov and Dashutka turned back they were detained at the railway crossing by the barrier being let down. A long goods train was passing, dragged by 2 engines, breathing heavily, and flinging puffs of crimson fire out of their funnels. The foremost engine uttered a piercing whistle at the crossing in sight of the station. "It's whistling," said Dashutka. The train had passed at last, and the signalman lifted the barrier without haste. "Is that you, Yakov Ivanitch? I didn't know you, so you'll be rich." And then when they had reached home they had to go to bed. Aglaya and Dashutka made themselves a bed in the tea room and lay down side by side, while Yakov stretched himself on the counter. They neither said their prayers nor lighted the icon lamp before lying down to sleep. All 3 lay awake till morning, but did not utter a single word, and it seemed to them that all night someone was walking about in the empty story overhead. 2 days later a police inspector and the examining magistrate came from the town and made a search, first in Matvey's room and then in the whole tavern. They questioned Yakov first of all, and he testified that on the Monday Matvey had gone to Vedanyapino to confess, and that he must have been killed by the sawyers who were working on the line. And when the examining magistrate had asked him how it had happened that Matvey was found on the road, while his cap had turned up at home, surely he had not gone to Vedanyapino without his cap? And why they had not found a single drop of blood beside him in the snow on the road, though his head was smashed in and his face and chest were black with blood, Yakov was confused. Lost his head and answered, "I cannot tell." And just what Yakov had so feared happened. The policeman came, the district police officer smoked in the prayer room and Aglaya fell upon him with abuse and was rude to the police inspector. And afterwards when Yakov and Aglaya were led out to the yard, the peasants crowded at the gates and said, "They are taking the Godlies," and it seemed that they were all glad. At the inquiry the policeman stated positively that Yakov and Aglaya had killed Matvey in order not to share with him, and that Matvey had money of his own. And that if it was not found at the search evidently Yakov and Aglaya had got hold of it. And Dashutka was questioned. She said that Uncle Matvey and Aunt Aglaya quarreled and almost fought every day over money, and that Uncle Matvey was rich. So much so that he had given someone, his darling, 900 rubles. Dashutka was left alone in the tavern. No one came now to drink tea or vodka, and she divided her time between cleaning up the rooms, drinking mead and eating rolls. But a few days later they questioned the signalman at the railway crossing, and he said that late on Monday evening he had seen Yakov and Dashutka driving from Limarovo. Dashutka, too, was arrested, taken to the town and put in prison. It soon became known, from what Aglaya said, that Sergei Nikanorovich had been present at the murder. A search was made in his room, and money was found in an unusual place, in his snow boots under the stove, and the money was all in small change, 301 ruble notes. He swore he had made this money himself, and that he hadn't been in the tavern for a year, but witnesses testified that he was poor and had been in great want of money of late. And that he used to go every day to the tavern to borrow from Matvey. And the policeman described how on the day of the murder he had himself gone twice to the tavern with the waiter to help him to borrow. It was recalled at this juncture that on Monday evening Sergei Nikanorovich had not been there to meet the passenger train, but had gone off somewhere. And he, too, was arrested and taken to the town. The trial took place 11 months later. Yakov Ivanitch looked much older and much thinner, and spoke in a low voice like a sick man. He felt weak, pitiful, lower in stature than anyone else, and it seemed as though his soul, too, like his body, had grown older and wasted. From the pangs of his conscience and from the dreams and imaginings which never left him all the while he was in prison. When it came out that he did not go to church, the president of the court asked him, "Are you a dissenter?" "I can't tell," he answered. He had no religion at all now. He knew nothing and understood nothing, and his old belief was hateful to him now, and seemed to him darkness and folly. Aglaya was not in the least subdued, and she still went on abusing the dead man, blaming him for all their misfortunes. Sergei Nikanorovich had grown a beard instead of whiskers. At the trial he was red and perspiring, and was evidently ashamed of his grey prison coat and of sitting on the same bench with humble peasants. He defended himself awkwardly, and, trying to prove that he had not been to the tavern for a whole year, got into an altercation with every witness, and the spectators laughed at him. Dashutka had grown fat in prison. At the trial she did not understand the questions put to her, and only said that when they killed Uncle Matvey she was dreadfully frightened, but afterward she did not mind. All four were found guilty of murder with mercenary motives. Yakov Ivanitch was sentenced to penal servitude for 20 years, Aglaya for 13.5, Sergei Nikanorovich to 10. Dashutka to 6. Chapter 7. Late one evening a foreign steamer stopped in the roads of Due in Sakhalin and asked for coal. The captain was asked to wait till morning, but he did not want to wait over an hour, saying that if the weather changed for the worse in the night there would be a risk of his having to go off without coal. In the Gulf of Tartary the weather is liable to violent changes in the course of half an hour, and then the shores of Sakhalin are dangerous. And already it had turned fresh, and there was a considerable sea running. A gang of convicts were sent to the mine from the Voivodsky prison, the grimmest and most forbidding of all the prisons in Sakhalin. The coal had to be loaded upon barges, and then they had to be towed by a steam cutter alongside the steamer which was anchored more than a quarter of a mile from the coast. And then the unloading and reloading had to begin, an exhausting task when the barge kept rocking against the steamer and the men could scarcely keep on their legs for seasickness. The convicts, only just roused from their sleep, still drowsy, went along the shore, stumbling in the darkness and clanking their fetters. On the left, scarcely visible, was a tall, steep, extremely gloomy-looking cliff, while on the right there was a thick impenetrable mist, in which the sea moaned with a prolonged monotonous sound. Ah! 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 And it was only when the overseer was lighting his pipe, casting as he did so a passing ray of light on the escort with a gun and on the coarse faces of 2 or 3 of the nearest convicts, or when he went with his lantern close to the water that the white crests of the foremost waves could be discerned. One of this gang was Yakov Ivanitch, nicknamed among the convicts the Brush, on account of his long beard. No one had addressed him by his name or his father's name for a long time now. They called him simply Yashka. He was here in disgrace, as, 3 months after coming to Siberia, feeling an intense irresistible longing for home, he had succumbed to temptation and run away. He had soon been caught, had been sentenced to penal servitude for life and given 40 lashes. Then he was punished by flogging twice again for losing his prison clothes, though on each occasion they were stolen from him. The longing for home had begun from the very time he had been brought to Odessa, and the convict train had stopped in the night at Progonea. And Yakov, pressing to the window, had tried to see his own home, and could see nothing in the darkness. He had no one with whom to talk of home. His sister Aglaya had been sent right across Siberia, and he did not know where she was now. Dashutka was in Sahalin, but she had been sent to live with some ex-convict in a far-away settlement. There was no news of her except that once a settler who had come to the Vovodsky prison told Yakov that Dashutka had 3 children. Sergei Nikanorovich was serving as a footman at a government official's at Du, but he could not reckon on ever seeing him, as he was ashamed of being acquainted with convicts of the peasant class. The gang reached the mine, and the men took their places on the quay. It was said there would not be any loading, as the weather kept getting worse and the steamer was meaning to set off. They could see 3 lights. One of them was moving, that was the steam cutter going to the steamer, and it seemed to be coming back to tell them whether the work was to be done or not. Shivering with the autumn cold and the damp sea mist, wrapping himself in his short torn coat, Yakov Ivanitch looked intently without blinking in the direction in which lay his home. Ever since he had lived in prison together with men banished here from all ends of the earth, with Russians, Ukrainians, Tatars, Georgians, Chinese, Gypsies, Jews, and ever since he had listened to their talk and watched their sufferings, he had begun to turn again to God. And it seemed to him at last that he had learned the true faith for which all his family, from his grandmother Avdotya down, had so thirsted. Which they had sought so long and which they had never found. He knew it all now and understood where God was, and how he was to be served, and the only thing he could not understand was why men's destinies were so diverse. Why this simple faith which other men receive from God for nothing and together with their lives had cost him such a price that his arms and legs trembled like a drunken man's from all the horrors and agonies which as far as he could see would go on without a break to the day of his death. He looked with strained eyes into the darkness, and it seemed to him that through the 1,000 miles of that mist he could see home, could see his native province, his district, Progonea. Could see the darkness, the savagery, the heartlessness, and the dull, sullen, animal indifference of the men he had left there. His eyes were dimmed with tears. But still he gazed into the distance where the pale lights of the steamer faintly gleamed, and his heart ached with yearning for home, and he longed to live. To go back home to tell them there of his new faith and to save from ruin if only one man, and to live without suffering if only for one day. The cutter arrived, and the overseer announced in a loud voice that there would be no loading. "Back," he commanded. "Steady." They could hear the hoisting of the anchor chain on the steamer. A strong piercing wind was blowing by now, somewhere on the steep cliff overhead the trees were creaking. Most likely a storm was coming. 3 years. Chapter 1. It was dark, and already lights had begun to gleam here and there in the houses, and a pale moon was rising behind the barracks at the end of the street. Laptev was sitting on a bench by the gate waiting for the end of the evening service at the church of St. Peter and St. Paul. He was reckoning that Yulia Sergeyevna would pass by on her way from the service, and then he would speak to her, and perhaps spend the whole evening with her. He had been sitting there for an hour and a half already, and all that time his imagination had been busy picturing his Moscow rooms, his Moscow friends, his man Pyotr, and his writing table. He gazed half wonderingly at the dark, motionless trees, and it seemed strange to him that he was living now, not in his summer villa at Sokolniki, but in a provincial town in a house by which a great herd of cattle was driven every morning and evening, accompanied by terrible clouds of dust and the blowing of a horn. He thought of long conversations in which he had taken part quite lately in Moscow, conversations in which it had been maintained that one could live without love. That passionate love was an obsession, that finally there is no such love, but only a physical attraction between the sexes, and so on, in the same style. He remembered them and thought mournfully that if he were asked now what love was, he could not have found an answer. The service was over, the people began to appear. Laptev strained his eyes gazing at the dark figures. The bishop had been driven by in his carriage, the bells had stopped ringing, and the red and green lights in the belfry were one after another extinguished. There had been an illumination. As it was dedication day, but the people were still coming out, lingering, talking, and standing under the windows. But at last Laptev heard a familiar voice, his heart began beating violently, and he was overcome with despair on seeing that Yulia Sergeyevna was not alone, but walking with two ladies. "It's awful, awful," he whispered, feeling jealous. "It's awful." At the corner of the lane, she stopped to say goodbye to the ladies, and while doing so glanced at Laptev. "I was coming to see you," he said. "I'm coming for a chat with your father." "Is he at home?" "Most likely," she answered. "It's early for him to have gone to the club." There were gardens all along the lane, and a row of lime trees growing by the fence cast a broad patch of shadow in the moonlight. So that the gate and the fences were completely plunged in darkness on one side, from which came the sounds of women whispering, smothered laughter, and someone playing softly on a balalaika. There was a fragrance of lime flowers and of hay. This fragrance and the murmur of the unseen whispers worked upon Laptev. He was all at once overwhelmed with a passionate longing to throw his arms round his companion, to shower kisses on her face, her hands, her shoulders, to burst into sobs. To fall at her feet and to tell her how long he had been waiting for her. A faint scarcely perceptible scent of incense hung about her. And that scent reminded him of the time when he, too, believed in God and used to go to evening service, and when he used to dream so much of pure romantic love. And it seemed to him that, because this girl did not love him, all possibility of the happiness he had dreamed of then was lost to him forever. She began speaking sympathetically of the illness of his sister, Nina Fyodorovna. 2 months before his sister had undergone an operation for cancer, and now everyone was expecting a return of the disease. "I went to see her this morning," said Yulia Sergeyevna, "and it seemed to me that during the last week she has, not exactly grown thin, but has, as it were, faded." "Yes, yes," Laptev agreed. "There's no return of the symptoms, but every day I notice she grows weaker and weaker, and is wasting before my eyes. I don't understand what's the matter with her. Oh dear. And how strong she used to be, plump and rosy," said Yulia Sergeyevna after a moment's silence. "Everyone here used to call her the Moscow lady. How she used to laugh. On holidays she used to dress up like a peasant girl, and it suited her so well." Dr. Sergei Borisovich was at home. He was a stout, red-faced man, wearing a long coat that reached below his knees, and looking as though he had short legs. He was pacing up and down his study, with his hands in his pockets, and humming to himself in an undertone, "Ru-are-you-are-you-are-you." His grey whiskers looked unkempt, and his hair was unbrushed, as though he had just got out of bed. And his study with pillows on the sofa, with stacks of papers in the corners, and with a dirty invalid poodle lying under the table, produced the same impression of unkemptness and untidiness as himself. Laptev wants to see you," his daughter said to him, going into his study. "Ru-are-you-are-you-are-you," he hummed louder than ever, and turning into the drawing room, gave his hand to Laptev, and asked, "What good news have you to tell me?" It was dark in the drawing room. Laptev, still standing with his hat in his hand, began apologizing for disturbing him. He asked what was to be done to make his sister sleep at night, and why she was growing so thin. And he was embarrassed by the thought that he had asked those very questions at his visit that morning. "Tell me," he said, "wouldn't it be as well to send for some specialist on internal diseases from Moscow? What do you think of it?" The doctor sighed, shrugged his shoulders, and made a vague gesture with his hands. It was evident that he was offended. He was a very huffy man, prone to take offense, and always ready to suspect that people did not believe in him, that he was not recognized or properly respected, that his patients exploited him, and that his colleagues showed him ill will. He was always jeering at himself, saying that fools like him were only made for the public to ride roughshod over them. Yulia Sergeyevna lighted the lamp. She was tired out with the service, and that was evident from her pale, exhausted face, and her weary step. She wanted to rest. She sat down on the sofa, put her hands on her lap, and sank into thought. Laptev knew that he was ugly, and now he felt as though he were conscious of his ugliness all over his body. He was short, thin, with ruddy cheeks, and his hair had grown so thin that his head felt cold. In his expression there was none of that refined simplicity which makes even rough, ugly faces attractive. In the society of women, he was awkward, over-talkative, affected. And now he almost despised himself for it. He must talk that Yulia Sergeyevna might not be bored in his company. But what about? About his sister's illness again? And he began to talk about medicine, saying what is usually said. He approved of hygiene, and said that he had long ago wanted to found a night refuge in Moscow. In fact, he had already calculated the cost of it. According to his plan, the workmen who came in the evening to the night refuge were to receive a supper of hot cabbage soup with bread, a warm, dry bed with a rug, and a place for drying their clothes and their boots. Yulia Sergeyevna was usually silent in his presence, and in a strange way, perhaps by the instinct of a lover, he divined her thoughts and intentions. And now, from the fact that after the evening service she had not gone to her room to change her dress and drink tea, he deduced that she was going to pay some visit elsewhere. "But I'm in no hurry with the night refuge," he went on, speaking with vexation and irritability, and addressing the doctor, who looked at him, as it were, blankly and in perplexity, evidently unable to understand what induced him to raise the question of medicine and hygiene. "And most likely it will be a long time, too, before I make use of our estimate. I fear our night shelter will fall into the hands of our pious humbugs and philanthropic ladies, who always ruin any undertaking." Yulia Sergeyevna got up and held out her hand to Laptev. "Excuse me," she said, "it's time for me to go. Please give my love to your sister." Are you, hummed the doctor. Are you. Yulia Sergeyevna went out, and after staying a little longer, Laptev said goodbye to the doctor and went home. When a man is dissatisfied and feels unhappy, how trivial seem to him the shapes of the lime trees, the shadows, the clouds, all the beauties of nature, so complacent, so indifferent. By now the moon was high up in the sky, and the clouds were scudding quickly below. But how naive and provincial the moon is, how threadbare and paltry the clouds, thought Laptev. He felt ashamed of the way he had talked just now about medicine and the night refuge. He felt with horror that next day he would not have will enough to resist trying to see her and talk to her again, and would again be convinced that he was nothing to her. And the day after, it would be the same. With what object? And how and when would it all end? At home he went in to see his sister. Nina Fyodorovna still looked strong and gave the impression of being a well-built, vigorous woman, but her striking pallor made her look like a corpse, especially when, as now, she was lying on her back with her eyes closed. Her eldest daughter Sasha, a girl of 10 years old, was sitting beside her reading aloud from her reading book. "Alyosha has come," the invalid said softly to herself. There had long been established between Sasha and her uncle a tacit compact, to take turns in sitting with the patient. On this occasion Sasha closed her reading book, and without uttering a word, went softly out of the room. Laptev took an historical novel from the chest of drawers, and looking for the right page, sat down and began reading it aloud. Nina Fyodorovna was born in Moscow of a merchant family. She and her 2 brothers had spent their childhood and early youth, living at home in Pyatnitsky Street. Their childhood was long and wearisome. Her father treated her sternly, and had even on 2 or 3 occasions flogged her, and her mother had had a long illness and died. The servants were coarse, dirty, and hypocritical. The house was frequented by priests and monks, also hypocritical. They ate and drank and coarsely flattered her father, whom they did not like. The boys had the good fortune to go to school, while Nina was left practically uneducated. All her life she wrote an illegible scrawl, and had read nothing but historical novels. 17 years ago, when she was 22, on a summer holiday at Himki, she made the acquaintance of her present husband, a landowner called Panarov, had fallen in love with him, and married him secretly against her father's will. Panarov, a handsome, rather impudent fellow, who whistled and lighted his cigarette from the holy lamp, struck the father as an absolutely worthless person. And when the son-in-law began in his letters demanding a dowry, the old man wrote to his daughter that he would send her furs, silver, and various articles that had been left at her mother's death, as well as 30,000 rubles, but without his paternal blessing. Later he sent another 20,000. This money, as well as the dowry, was spent. The estate had been sold and Panarov moved with his family to the town and got a job in a provincial government office. In the town he formed another tie, and had a second family, and this was the subject of much talk, as his illicit family was not a secret. Nina Fyodorovna adored her husband. And now, listening to the historical novel, she was thinking how much she had gone through in her life, how much she had suffered. And that if anyone were to describe her life it would make a very pathetic story. As the tumor was in her breast, she was persuaded that love and her domestic grief were the cause of her illness, and that jealousy and tears had brought her to her hopeless state. At last Alexey Fyodorovitch closed the book and said, "That's the end, and thank God for it. Tomorrow we'll begin a new one." Nina Fyodorovna laughed. She had always been given to laughter, but of late Loptev had begun to notice that at moments her mind seemed weakened by illness, and she would laugh at the smallest trifle. And even without any cause at all. "Yulia came before dinner while you were out," she said. "So far as I can see, she hasn't much faith in her papa. Let papa go on treating you," she said, "but write in secret to the holy elder to pray for you, too. There is a holy man somewhere here. Yulia forgot her parasol here. You must take it to her tomorrow," she went on after a brief pause. "No, when the end comes, neither doctors nor holy men are any help. Nina, why can't you sleep at night?" Loptev asked, to change the subject. "Oh, well, I don't go to sleep, that's all. I lie and think." "What do you think about, dear?" "About the children, about you, about my life. I've gone through a great deal, Alyosha, you know. When one begins to remember and remember. My God!" She laughed. "It's no joke to have borne 5 children as I have. To have buried 3. Sometimes I was expecting to be confined while my Grigory Nikolaich would be sitting at that very time with another woman. There would be no one to send for the doctor or the midwife. I would go into the passage or the kitchen for the servant, and their Jews, tradesmen, moneylenders, would be waiting for him to come home. My head used to go round. He did not love me, though he never said so openly. Now I've grown calmer, it doesn't weigh on my heart, but in old days, when I was younger, it hurt me, ach. How it hurt me, darling. Once, while we were still in the country, I found him in the garden with a lady, and I walked away. I walked on aimlessly, and I don't know how, but I found myself in the church porch. I fell on my knees, Queen of Heaven, I said. And it was night, the moon was shining. She was exhausted, she began gasping for breath. Then, after resting a little, she took her brother's hand and went on in a weak, toneless voice. "How kind you are, Alyosha. And how clever. What a good man you've grown up into." At midnight Loptev said good night to her, and as he went away he took with him the parasol that Yulia Sergeyevna had forgotten. In spite of the late hour, the servants, male and female, were drinking tea in the dining room. How disorderly. The children were not in bed, but were there in the dining room, too. They were all talking softly in undertones, and had not noticed that the lamp was smoking and would soon go out. All these people, big and little, were disturbed by a whole succession of bad omens and were in an oppressed mood. The glass in the hall had been broken, the samovar had been buzzing every day, and, as though on purpose, was even buzzing now. They were describing how a mouse had jumped out of Nina Fyodorovna's boot when she was dressing. And the children were quite aware of the terrible significance of these omens. The elder girl, Sasha, a thin little brunette, was sitting motionless at the table, and her face looked scared and woebegone, while the younger, Lida, a chubby fair child of 7, stood beside her sister looking from under her brows at the light. Laptev went downstairs to his own rooms in the lower story, where under the low ceilings it was always close and smelt of geraniums. In his sitting room, Panorov, Nina Fyodorovna's husband, was sitting reading the newspaper. Laptev nodded to him and sat down opposite. Both sat still and said nothing. They used to spend whole evenings like this without speaking, and neither of them was in the least put out by this silence. The little girls came down from upstairs to say good night. Deliberately and in silence, Panorov made the sign of the cross over them several times, and gave them his hand to kiss. They dropped curtsies, and then went up to Laptev, who had to make the sign of the cross and give them his hand to kiss also. This ceremony with the hand-kissing and curtsying was repeated every evening. When the children had gone out, Panorov laid aside the newspaper and said, "It's not very lively in our God-fearing town. I must confess, my dear fellow," he added with a sigh, "I'm very glad that at last you found some distraction." "What do you mean?" asked Laptev. "I saw you coming out of Dr. Bilovin's just now. I expect you don't go there for the sake of the papa." "Of course not," said Laptev, and he blushed. "Well, of course not. And by the way, you wouldn't find such another old brute as that papa if you hunted by daylight with a candle. You can't imagine what a foul, stupid, clumsy beast he is. You cultured people in the capitals are still interested in the provinces only on the lyrical side, only from the paysage and poor Anton point of view, but I can assure you, my boy, there's nothing logical about it. There's nothing but barbarism, meanness, and nastiness, that's all. Take the local devotees of science, the local intellectuals, so to speak. Can you imagine there are here in this town 28 doctors? They've all made their fortunes, and they are living in houses of their own, and meanwhile the population is in just as helpless a condition as ever. Here, Nina had to have an operation, quite an ordinary one really, yet we were obliged to get a surgeon from Moscow, not one doctor here would undertake it. It's beyond all conception. They know nothing, they understand nothing. They take no interest in anything. Ask them, for instance, what cancer is, what it comes from." And Panorov began to explain what cancer was. He was a specialist on all scientific subjects, and explained from a scientific point of view everything that was discussed. But he explained it all in his own way. He had a theory of his own about the circulation of the blood, about chemistry, about astronomy. He talked slowly, softly, convincingly. "It's beyond all conception," he pronounced in an imploring voice, screwing up his eyes, sighing languidly, and smiling as graciously as a king. And it was evident that he was very well satisfied with himself, and never gave a thought to the fact that he was 50. "I am rather hungry," said Laptev. "I should like something savory." "Well, that can easily be managed." Not long afterwards Laptev and his brother-in-law were sitting upstairs in the dining room having supper. Laptev had a glass of vodka, and then began drinking wine. Panorov drank nothing. He never drank, and never gambled, yet in spite of that he had squandered all his own and his wife's property, and had accumulated debts. To squander so much in such a short time, one must have, not passions, but a special talent. Panorov liked dainty fare, liked a handsome dinner service, liked music after dinner, speeches, bowing footmen, to whom he would carelessly fling tips of 10, even 25 rubles. He always took part in all lotteries and subscriptions, sent bouquets to ladies of his acquaintance on their birthdays, bought cups, stands for glasses, studs, ties, walking sticks, scents, cigarette holders, pipes, lapdogs, parrots, Japanese bric-a-brac, antiques. He had silk nightshirts, and a bedstead made of ebony inlaid with mother-of-pearl. His dressing gown was a genuine Bokhara, and everything was to correspond. And on all this there went every day, as he himself expressed, a deluge of money. At supper he kept sighing and shaking his head. "Yes, everything on this earth has an end," he said softly, screwing up his dark eyes. "You will fall in love and suffer. You will fall out of love. You'll be deceived, for there is no woman who will not deceive, you will suffer, will be brought to despair, and will be faithless too. But the time will come when all this will be a memory, and when you will reason about it coldly and look upon it as utterly trivial." Laptev, tired, a little drunk, looked at his handsome head, his clipped black beard, and seemed to understand why women so loved this pampered, conceited, and physically handsome creature. After supper Panorov did not stay in the house, but went off to his other lodgings. Laptev went out to see him on his way. Panorov was the only man in the town who wore a top hat, and his elegant, dandified figure, his top hat and tan gloves, beside the grey fences, the pitiful little houses, with their 3 windows and the thickets of nettles, always made a strange and mournful impression. After saying goodbye to him Laptev returned home without hurrying. The moon was shining brightly. One could distinguish every straw on the ground, and Laptev felt as though the moonlight were caressing his bare head, as though someone were passing a feather over his hair. "I love," he pronounced aloud, and he had a sudden longing to run to overtake Panorov, to embrace him, to forgive him, to make him a present of a lot of money, and then to run off into the open country. Into a wood, to run on and on without looking back. At home he saw lying on the chair the parasol Yulia Sergeyevna had forgotten. He snatched it up and kissed it greedily. The parasol was a silk one, no longer new, tied round with old elastic. The handle was a cheap one, of white bone. Laptev opened it over him, and he felt as though there were the fragrance of happiness about him. He settled himself more comfortably in his chair, and still keeping hold of the parasol, began writing to Moscow to one of his friends. "Dear precious Kostya, here is news for you, I'm in love again. I say again, because 6 years ago I fell in love with a Moscow actress, though I didn't even succeed in making her acquaintance. And for the last year and a half I have been living with a certain person you know, a woman neither young nor good-looking. Ah, my dear boy, how unlucky I am in love. I've never had any success with women, and if I say again it's simply because it's rather sad and mortifying to acknowledge even to myself that my youth has passed entirely without love. And that I'm in love in a real sense now for the first time in my life, at 34. Let it stand that I love again. If only you knew what a girl she was. She couldn't be called a beauty, she has a broad face, she is very thin, but what a wonderful expression of goodness she has when she smiles. When she speaks, her voice is as clear as a bell. She never carries on a conversation with me, I don't know her, but when I'm beside her I feel she's a striking, exceptional creature, full of intelligence and lofty aspirations. She is religious, and you cannot imagine how deeply this touches me and exalts her in my eyes. On that point I am ready to argue with you endlessly. You may be right, to your thinking. But, still, I love to see her praying in church. She is a provincial, but she was educated in Moscow. She loves our Moscow. She dresses in the Moscow style, and I love her for that, love her, love her. I see you frowning and getting up to read me a long lecture on what love is, and what sort of woman one can love, and what sort one cannot, and so on, and so on. But, dear Kostya, before I was in love I, too, knew quite well what love was. My sister thanks you for your message. She often recalls how she used to take Kostya Kochevoy to the preparatory class, and never speaks of you except as poor Kostya, as she still thinks of you as the little orphan boy she remembers. And so, poor orphan, I'm in love. While it's a secret, don't say anything to a certain person. I think it will all come right of itself, or, as the footman says in Tolstoy, will come round. When he had finished his letter, Laptev went to bed. He was so tired that he couldn't keep his eyes open, but for some reason he could not get to sleep. The noise in the street seemed to prevent him. The cattle were driven by to the blowing of a horn, and soon afterwards the bells began ringing for early mass. At 1 minute a cart drove by creaking. At the next, he heard the voice of some woman going to market. And the sparrows twittered the whole time. Chapter 2. The next morning was a cheerful one, it was a holiday. At 10 o'clock Nina Fyodorovna, wearing a brown dress and with her hair neatly arranged, was led into the drawing room, supported on each side. There she walked about a little and stood by the open window, and her smile was broad and naive, and, looking at her, one recalled a local artist, a great drunkard, who wanted her to sit to him for a picture of the Russian carnival. And all of them, the children, the servants, her brother, Alexey Fyodorovitch, and she herself, were suddenly convinced that she was certainly going to get well. With shrieks of laughter the children ran after their uncle, chasing him and catching him, and filling the house with noise. People called to ask how she was, brought her holy bread, told her that in almost all the churches they were offering up prayers for her that day. She had been conspicuous for her benevolence in the town, and was liked. She was very ready with her charity, like her brother Alexey, who gave away his money freely, without considering whether it was necessary to give it or not. Nina Fyodorovna used to pay the school fees for poor children, used to give away tea, sugar, and jam to old women, used to provide trousseaux for poor brides. And if she picked up a newspaper, she always looked first of all to see if there were any appeals for charity or a paragraph about somebody's being in a destitute condition. She was holding now in her hand a bundle of notes, by means of which various poor people, her protégés, had procured goods from a grocer's shop. They had been sent her the evening before by the shopkeeper with a request for the payment of the total, 82 rubles. My goodness, what a lot they've had. They've no conscience, she said, deciphering with difficulty her ugly handwriting. It's no joke. 82 rubles. I declare I won't pay it. I'll pay it today, said Laptev. Why should you? Why should you? Cried Nina Fyodorovna in agitation. It's quite enough for me to take 250 every month from you and our brother. God bless you, she added, speaking softly, so as not to be overheard by the servants. Well, but I spend 2,500 a month, he said. I tell you again, dear, you have just as much right to spend it as I or Fyodor. Do understand that, once for all. There are 3 of us, and of every 3 kopecks of our father's money, 1 belongs to you. But Nina Fyodorovna did not understand, and her expression looked as though she were mentally solving some very difficult problem. And this lack of comprehension in pecuniary matters always made Laptev feel uneasy and troubled. He suspected that she had private debts in addition which worried her and of which she scrupled to tell him. Then came the sound of footsteps and heavy breathing. It was the doctor coming up the stairs, disheveled and unkempt as usual. Are you, he was humming. Are you? To avoid meeting him, Laptev went into the dining room, and then went downstairs to his own room. It was clear to him that to get on with the doctor and to drop in at his house without formalities was impossible, and to meet the old brute, as Panorov called him, was distasteful. That was why he so rarely saw Yulia. He reflected now that the father was not at home, that if he were to take Yulia Sergeyevna her parasol, he would be sure to find her at home alone, and his heart ached with joy. Haste, haste! He took the parasol and, violently agitated, flew on the wings of love. It was hot in the street. In the big courtyard of the doctor's house, overgrown with coarse grass and nettles, some 20 urchins were playing ball. These were all the children of working-class families who tenanted the 3 disreputable-looking lodges, which the doctor was always meaning to have done up, though he put it off from year to year. The yard resounded with ringing, healthy voices. At some distance on one side, Yulia Sergeyevna was standing at her porch, her hands folded, watching the game. "Good morning," Laptev called to her. She looked round. Usually he saw her indifferent, cold, or tired as she had been the evening before. Now her face looked full of life and frolic, like the faces of the boys who were playing ball. "Look, they never play so merrily in Moscow," she said, going to meet him. "There are no such big yards there, though, they've no place to run there. Papa has only just gone to you," she added, looking round at the children. "I know. But I've not come to see him, but to see you," said Laptev, admiring her youthfulness, which he had not noticed till then, and seemed only that day to have discovered in her. It seemed to him as though he were seeing her slender white neck with the gold chain for the first time. "I've come to see you," he repeated. "My sister has sent you your parasol. You forgot it yesterday." She put out her hand to take the parasol, but he pressed it to his bosom and spoke passionately, without restraint, yielding again to the sweet ecstasy he had felt the night before. Sitting under the parasol. "I entreat you, give it me. I shall keep it in memory of you, of our acquaintance. It's so wonderful." "Take it," she said, and blushed, "but there's nothing wonderful about it." He looked at her in ecstasy, in silence, not knowing what to say. "Why am I keeping you here in the heat?" she said after a brief pause, laughing. "Let us go indoors. I am not disturbing you." They went into the hall. Yulia Sergeyevna ran upstairs, her white dress with blue flowers on it rustling as she went. "I can't be disturbed," she answered, stopping on the landing. "I never do anything. Every day is a holiday for me, from morning till night." "What you say is inconceivable to me," he said, going up to her. "I grew up in a world in which everyone without exception, men and women alike, worked hard every day." "But if one has nothing to do?" she asked. "One has to arrange one's life under such conditions, that work is inevitable. There can be no clean and happy life without work." Again he pressed the parasol to his bosom, and to his own surprise spoke softly, in a voice unlike his own. "If you would consent to be my wife, I would give everything, I would give everything. There's no price I would not pay, no sacrifice I would not make." She started and looked at him with wonder and alarm. "What are you saying?" she brought out, turning pale. "It's impossible, I assure you. Forgive me." Then with the same rustle of her skirts she went up higher, and vanished through the doorway. Laptev grasped what this meant, and his mood was transformed, completely, abruptly, as though a light in his soul had suddenly been extinguished. Filled with the shame of a man humiliated, of a man who is disdained, who is not liked, who is distasteful, perhaps disgusting, who is shunned, he walked out of the house. "I would give everything," he thought, mimicking himself as he went home through the heat and recalled the details of his declaration. "I would give everything, like a regular tradesman." As though she wanted your everything. All he had just said seemed to him repulsively stupid. Why had he lied, saying that he had grown up in a world where everyone worked, without exception? Why had he talked to her in a lecturing tone about a clean and happy life? It was not clever, not interesting, it was false, false in the Moscow style. But by degrees there followed that mood of indifference into which criminals sink after a severe sentence. He began thinking that, thank God, everything was at an end and that the terrible uncertainty was over, that now there was no need to spend whole days in anticipation, in pining, in thinking always of the same thing. Now everything was clear. He must give up all hope of personal happiness, live without desires, without hopes, without dreams, or expectations, and to escape that dreary sadness which he was so sick of trying to soothe. He could busy himself with other people's affairs, other people's happiness, and old age would come on imperceptibly, and life would reach its end, and nothing more was wanted. He did not care, he wished for nothing, and could reason about it coolly, but there was a sort of heaviness in his face, especially under his eyes. His forehead felt drawn tight like elastic, and tears were almost starting into his eyes. Feeling weak all over, he lay down on his bed, and in 5 minutes was sound asleep. Chapter 3. The proposal Laptev had made so suddenly threw Yulia Sergeyevna into despair. She knew Laptev very little, had made his acquaintance by chance. He was a rich man, a partner in the well-known Moscow firm of Fyodor Laptev and Sons. Always serious, apparently clever, and anxious about his sister's illness. It had seemed to her that he took no notice of her whatever, and she did not care about him in the least, and then all of a sudden that declaration on the stairs, that pitiful, ecstatic face. The offer had overwhelmed her by its suddenness and by the fact that the word wife had been uttered, and by the necessity of rejecting it. She could not remember what she had said to Laptev, but she still felt traces of the sudden, unpleasant feeling with which she had rejected him. He did not attract her, he looked like a shopman. He was not interesting, she could not have answered him except with a refusal, and yet she felt uncomfortable, as though she had done wrong. My God! Without waiting to get into the room, on the stairs, she said to herself in despair, addressing the icon which hung over her pillow, and no courting beforehand, but so strangely, so oddly. In her solitude her agitation grew more intense every hour, and it was beyond her strength to master this oppressive feeling alone. She needed someone to listen to her story and to tell her that she had done right. But she had no one to talk to. She had lost her mother long before. She thought her father a queer man, and could not talk to him seriously. He worried her with his whims, his extreme readiness to take offense, and his meaningless gestures. And as soon as one began to talk to him, he promptly turned the conversation on himself. And in her prayer she was not perfectly open, because she did not know for certain what she ought to pray for. The samovar was brought in. Yulia Sergeyevna, very pale and tired, looking dejected, came into the dining room to make tea, it was one of her duties, and poured out a glass for her father. Sergei Borisovich, in his long coat that reached below his knees, with his red face and unkempt hair, walked up and down the room with his hands in his pockets, pacing, not from corner to corner, but backwards and forwards at random, like a wild beast in its cage. He would stand still by the table, sip his glass of tea with relish, and pace about again, lost in thought. Laptev made me an offer today, said Yulia Sergeyevna, and she flushed crimson. The doctor looked at her and did not seem to understand. Laptev, he queried. Panorov's brother-in-law? He was fond of his daughter. It was most likely that she would sooner or later be married, and leave him, but he tried not to think about that. He was afraid of being alone, and for some reason fancied, that if he were left alone in that great house, he would have an apoplectic stroke, but he did not like to speak of this directly. Well, I'm delighted to hear it, he said, shrugging his shoulders. I congratulate you with all my heart. It offers you a splendid opportunity for leaving me, to your great satisfaction. And I quite understand your feelings. To live with an old father, an invalid, half crazy, must be very irksome at your age. I quite understand you. And the sooner I'm laid out and in the devil's clutches, the better everyone will be pleased. I congratulate you with all my heart. I refused him. The doctor felt relieved, but he was unable to stop himself and went on. I've long wondered. Why I've not yet been put into a madhouse, why I'm still wearing this coat instead of a straight waistcoat. I still have faith in justice, in goodness. I am a fool, an idealist, and nowadays that's insanity, isn't it? And how do they repay me for my honesty? They almost throw stones at me and ride roughshod over me. And even my nearest kith and kin do nothing but try to get the better of me. It's high time the devil fetched an old fool like me. There's no talking to you like a rational being, said Yulia. She got up from the table impulsively, and went to her room in great wrath, remembering how often her father had been unjust to her. But a little while afterwards she felt sorry for her father, too, and when he was going to the club she went downstairs with him, and shut the door after him. It was a rough and stormy night. The door shook with the violence of the wind, and there were draughts in all directions in the passage, so that the candle was almost blown out. In her own domain upstairs Yulia Sergeyevna went the round of all the rooms, making the sign of the cross over every door and window. The wind howled, and it sounded as though someone were walking on the roof. Never had it been so dreary, never had she felt so lonely. She asked herself whether she had done right in rejecting a man, simply because his appearance did not attract her. It was true he was a man she did not love, and to marry him would mean renouncing forever her dreams, her conceptions of happiness in married life. But would she ever meet the man of whom she dreamed, and would he love her? She was 21 already. There were no eligible young men in the town. She pictured all the men she knew, government clerks, schoolmasters, officers, and some of them were married already, and their domestic life was conspicuous for its dreariness and triviality. Others were uninteresting, colorless, unintelligent, immoral. Loptev was, anyway, a Moscow man, had taken his degree at the university, spoke French. He lived in the capital, where there were lots of clever, noble, remarkable people, where there was noise and bustle, splendid theaters, musical evenings, first-rate dressmakers, confectioners. In the Bible it was written that a wife must love her husband, and great importance was given to love in novels, but wasn't there exaggeration in it? Was it out of the question to enter upon married life without love? It was said, of course, that love soon passed away, and that nothing was left but habit, and that the object of married life was not to be found in love, nor in happiness, but in duties, such as the bringing up of one's children, the care of one's household, and so on. And perhaps what was meant in the Bible was love for one's husband as one's neighbor, respect for him, charity. At night Yulia Sergeyevna read the evening prayers attentively, then knelt down, and pressing her hands to her bosom, gazing at the flame of the lamp before the icon, said with feeling, "Give me understanding, Holy Mother, our defender. Give me understanding, O Lord." She had in the course of her life come across elderly maiden ladies, poor and of no consequence in the world, who bitterly repented and openly confessed their regret that they had refused suitors in the past. Would not the same thing happen to her? Had not she better go into a convent or become a sister of mercy? She undressed and got into bed, crossing herself and crossing the air around her. Suddenly the bell rang sharply and plaintively in the corridor. "Oh, my God," she said, feeling a nervous irritation all over her at the sound. She lay still and kept thinking how poor this provincial life was in events, monotonous and yet not peaceful. One was constantly having to tremble, to feel apprehensive, angry or guilty, and in the end one's nerves were so strained, that one was afraid to peep out of the bedclothes. A little while afterwards the bell rang just as sharply again. The servant must have been asleep and had not heard. Yulia Sergeyevna lighted a candle, and feeling vexed with the servant, began with a shiver to dress, and when she went out into the corridor, the maid was already closing the door downstairs. "I thought it was the master, but it's someone from a patient," she said. Yulia Sergeyevna went back to her room. She took a pack of cards out of the chest of drawers, and decided that if after shuffling the cards well and cutting, the bottom card turned out to be a red one, it would mean yes, that is, she would accept Loptev's offer. And that if it was a black, it would mean no. The card turned out to be the 10 of spades. That relieved her mind, she fell asleep. But in the morning, she was wavering again between yes and no, and she was dwelling on the thought that she could, if she chose, change her life. The thought harassed her, she felt exhausted and unwell, but yet, soon after 11, she dressed and went to see Nina Fyodorovna. She wanted to see Loptev, perhaps now he would seem more attractive to her, perhaps she had been wrong about him hitherto. She found it hard to walk against the wind. She struggled along, holding her hat on with both hands, and could see nothing for the dust. Chapter 4. Going into his sister's room, and seeing to his surprise Yulia Sergeyevna, Laptev had again the humiliating sensation of a man who feels himself an object of repulsion. He concluded that if after what had happened yesterday she could bring herself so easily to visit his sister and meet him, it must be because she was not concerned about him, and regarded him as a complete nonentity. But when he greeted her, and with a pale face and dust under her eyes she looked at him mournfully and remorsefully, he saw that she, too, was miserable. She did not feel well. She only stayed 10 minutes, and began saying goodbye. And as she went out she said to Laptev, "Will you see me home, Alexey Fyodorovitch?" They walked along the street in silence, holding their hats, and he, walking a little behind, tried to screen her from the wind. In the lane it was more sheltered, and they walked side by side. "Forgive me if I was not nice yesterday," and her voice quavered as though she were going to cry. "I was so wretched. I did not sleep all night." "I slept well all night," said Laptev, without looking at her, "but that doesn't mean that I was happy. My life is broken. I'm deeply unhappy, and after your refusal yesterday I go about like a man poisoned. The most difficult thing was said yesterday. Today I feel no embarrassment and can talk to you frankly. I love you more than my sister, more than my dead mother. I can live without my sister, and without my mother, and I have lived without them, but life without you is meaningless to me. I can't face it." And now too, as usual, he guessed her intention. He realized that she wanted to go back to what had happened the day before, and with that object had asked him to accompany her, and now was taking him home with her. But what could she add to her refusal? What new idea had she in her head? From everything, from her glances, from her smile, and even from her tone, from the way she held her head and shoulders as she walked beside him, he saw that, as before, she did not love him. That he was a stranger to her. What more did she want to say? Dr. Sergei Borisovich was at home. "You are very welcome. I'm always glad to see you, Fyodor Alexeyevich," he said, mixing up his Christian name and his father's. "Delighted, delighted." He had never been so polite before, and Laptev saw that he knew of his offer. He did not like that either. He was sitting now in the drawing room, and the room impressed him strangely, with its poor, common decorations, its wretched pictures, and though there were armchairs in it, and a huge lamp with a shade over it, it still looked like an uninhabited place, a huge barn, and it was obvious that no one could feel at home in such a room, except a man like the doctor. The next room, almost twice as large, was called the reception room, and in it there were only rows of chairs, as though for a dancing class. And while Laptev was sitting in the drawing room talking to the doctor about his sister, he began to be tortured by a suspicion. Had not Yulia Sergeyevna been to his sister Nina's, and then brought him here to tell him that she would accept him? Oh, how awful it was! But the most awful thing of all was that his soul was capable of such a suspicion. And he imagined how the father and the daughter had spent the evening, and perhaps the night before, in prolonged consultation, perhaps dispute. And at last had come to the conclusion that Yulia had acted thoughtlessly in refusing a rich man. The words that parents use in such cases kept ringing in his ears. "It is true you don't love him, but think what good you could do." The doctor was going out to see patients. Laptev would have gone with him, but Yulia Sergeyevna said, "I beg you to stay." She was distressed and dispirited, and told herself now that to refuse an honorable, good man who loved her, simply because he was not attractive, especially when marrying him would make it possible for her to change her mode of life, her cheerless, monotonous, idle life in which youth was passing with no prospect of anything better in the future, to refuse him under such circumstances was madness, caprice and folly. And that God might even punish her for it. The father went out. When the sound of his steps had died away, she suddenly stood up before Laptev and said resolutely, turning horribly white as she did so. "I thought for a long time yesterday, Alexey Fyodorovitch. I accept your offer." He bent down and kissed her hand. She kissed him awkwardly on the head with cold lips. He felt that in this love scene the chief thing, her love, was lacking, and that there was a great deal that was not wanted, and he longed to cry out, to run away, to go back to Moscow at once. But she was close to him, and she seemed to him so lovely, and he was suddenly overcome by passion. He reflected that it was too late for deliberation now. He embraced her passionately, and muttered some words, calling her, thou. He kissed her on the neck, and then on the cheek, on the head. She walked away to the window, dismayed by these demonstrations. And both of them were already regretting what they had said, and both were asking themselves in confusion, "Why has this happened? If only you knew how miserable I am," she said, wringing her hands. "What is it?" he said, going up to her, wringing his hands too. "My dear, for God's sake, tell me, what is it? Only tell the truth, I entreat you, nothing but the truth." "Don't pay any attention to it," she said, and forced herself to smile. "I promise you I'll be a faithful, devoted wife. Come this evening." Sitting afterwards with his sister and reading aloud an historical novel, he recalled it all and felt wounded that his splendid, pure, rich feeling was met with such a shallow response. He was not loved, but his offer had been accepted, in all probability because he was rich, that is, what was thought most of in him was what he valued least of all in himself. It was quite possible that Yulia, who was so pure and believed in God, had not once thought of his money. But she did not love him, and evidently she had interested motives, vague, perhaps, and not fully thought out. Still, it was so. The doctor's house with its common furniture was repulsive to him, and he looked upon the doctor himself as a wretched, greasy miser, a sort of operatic Gaspard from Les Cloches de Corneville. The very name Yulia had a vulgar sound. He imagined how he and his Yulia would stand at their wedding, in reality complete strangers to one another, without a trace of feeling on her side. Just as though their marriage had been made by a professional matchmaker. And the only consolation left him now, as commonplace as the marriage itself, was the reflection that he was not the first, and would not be the last, that thousands of people were married like that. And that with time, when Yulia came to know him better, she would perhaps grow fond of him. "Romeo and Juliet," he said, as he shut the novel, and he laughed. "I am Romeo, Nina. You may congratulate me. I made an offer to Yulia Bylavin today." Nina Fyodorovna thought he was joking, but when she believed it, she began to cry. She was not pleased at the news. "Well, I congratulate you," she said. "But why is it so sudden?" "No, it's not sudden. It's been going on since March, only you don't notice anything. I fell in love with her last March when I made her acquaintance here, in your rooms. I thought you would marry someone in our Moscow set," said Nina Fyodorovna after a pause. "Girls in our set are simpler. But what matters, Alyosha, is that you should be happy, that matters most. My Grigory Nikolaich did not love me, and there's no concealing it. You can see what our life is. Of course any woman may love you for your goodness and your brains, but, you see, Yulichka is a girl of good family from a high-class boarding school. Goodness and brains are not enough for her. She is young, and you, Alyosha, are not so young, and are not good-looking." To soften the last words, she stroked his head and said, "You're not good-looking, but you're a dear." She was so agitated that a faint flush came into her cheeks, and she began discussing eagerly whether it would be the proper thing for her to bless Alyosha with the icon at the wedding. She was, she reasoned, his elder sister, and took the place of his mother. And she kept trying to convince her dejected brother that the wedding must be celebrated in proper style, with pomp and gaiety, so that no one could find fault with it. Then he began going to the Bylavins as an accepted suitor, 3 or 4 times a day, and now he never had time to take Sasha's place and read aloud the historical novel. Yulia used to receive him in her 2 rooms, which were at a distance from the drawing room and her father's study, and he liked them very much. The walls in them were dark. In the corner stood a case of icons, and there was a smell of good scent and of the oil in the holy lamp. Her rooms were at the furthest end of the house. Her bedstead and dressing table were shut off by a screen. The doors of the bookcase were covered on the inside with a green curtain, and there were rugs on the floor. So that her footsteps were noiseless, and from this he concluded that she was of a reserved character, and that she liked a quiet, peaceful, secluded life. In her own home she was treated as though she were not quite grown up. She had no money of her own, and sometimes when they were out for walks together, she was overcome with confusion at not having a farthing. Her father allowed her very little for dress and books, hardly £10 a year. And, indeed, the doctor himself had not much money in spite of his good practice. He played cards every night at the club, and always lost. Moreover, he bought mortgaged houses through a building society, and let them. The tenants were irregular in paying the rent, but he was convinced that such speculations were profitable. He had mortgaged his own house in which he and his daughter were living, and with the money so raised had bought a piece of waste ground. And had already begun to build on it a large 2-story house, meaning to mortgage it, too, as soon as it was finished. Laptev now lived in a sort of cloud, feeling as though he were not himself, but his double, and did many things which he would never have brought himself to do before. He went 3 or 4 times to the club with the doctor, had supper with him, and offered him money for house building. He even visited Panorov at his other establishment. It somehow happened that Panorov invited him to dinner, and without thinking, Laptev accepted. He was received by a lady of 35. She was tall and thin, with hair touched with grey, and black eyebrows, apparently not Russian. There were white patches of powder on her face. She gave him a honeyed smile and pressed his hand jerkily, so that the bracelets on her white hands tinkled. It seemed to Laptev that she smiled like that because she wanted to conceal from herself and from others that she was unhappy. He also saw 2 little girls, aged 5 and 3, who had a marked likeness to Sasha. For dinner they had milk soup, cold veal, and chocolate. It was insipid and not good. But the table was splendid, with gold forks, bottles of Sawyer, and cayenne pepper, an extraordinary bizarre cruet stand, and a gold pepper pot. It was only as he was finishing the milk soup that Laptev realized how very inappropriate it was for him to be dining there. The lady was embarrassed, and kept smiling, showing her teeth. Panorov expounded didactically what being in love was, and what it was due to. "We have in it an example of the action of electricity," he said in French, addressing the lady. "Every man has in his skin microscopic glands which contain currents of electricity. If you meet with a person whose currents are parallel with your own, then you get love." When Laptev went home and his sister asked him where he had been, he felt awkward, and made no answer. He felt himself in a false position right up to the time of the wedding. His love grew more intense every day, and Yulia seemed to him a poetic and exalted creature. But, all the same, there was no mutual love, and the truth was that he was buying her and she was selling herself. Sometimes, thinking things over, he fell into despair and asked himself, should he run away? He did not sleep for nights together, and kept thinking how he should meet in Moscow the lady whom he had called in his letters a certain person, and what attitude his father and his brother, difficult people, would take towards his marriage and towards Yulia. He was afraid that his father would say something rude to Yulia at their first meeting. And something strange had happened of late to his brother Fyodor. In his long letters he had taken to writing of the importance of health, of the effect of illness on the mental condition, of the meaning of religion, but not a word about Moscow or business. These letters irritated Laptev, and he thought his brother's character was changing for the worse. The wedding was in September. The ceremony took place at the church of St. Peter and St. Paul, after Mass, and the same day the young couple set off for Moscow. When Laptev and his wife, in a black dress with a long train, already looking not a girl but a married woman, said goodbye to Nina Fyodorovna, the invalid's face worked. But there was no tear in her dry eyes. She said, "If, which God forbid, I should die, take care of my little girls." "Oh, I promise," answered Yulia Sergeyevna, and her lips and eyelids began quivering too. "I shall come to see you in October," said Laptev, much moved. "You must get better, my darling." They traveled in a special compartment. Both felt depressed and uncomfortable. She sat in the corner without taking off her hat, and made a show of dozing, and he lay on the seat opposite, and he was disturbed by various thoughts, of his father, of a certain person. Whether Yulia would like her Moscow flat. And looking at his wife, who did not love him, he wondered dejectedly why this had happened. Chapter 5. The Laptevs had a wholesale business in Moscow, dealing in fancy goods, fringe, tape, trimmings, crochet cotton, buttons, and so on. The gross receipts reached 2 millions a year. What the net profit was, no one knew but the old father. The sons and the clerks estimated the profits at approximately 300,000, and said that it would have been 100,000 more if the old man had not been too freehand, that is, had not allowed credit indiscriminately. In the last 10 years alone the bad debts had mounted up to the sum of 1 million. And when the subject was referred to, the senior clerk would wink slyly and deliver himself of sentences the meaning of which was not clear to everyone. The psychological sequences of the age. Their chief commercial operations were conducted in the town market in a building which was called the warehouse. The entrance to the warehouse was in the yard, where it was always dark, and smelt of matting, and where the dray horses were always stamping their hoofs on the asphalt. A very humble-looking door, studded with iron, led from the yard into a room with walls discolored by damp and scrawled over with charcoal, lighted up by a narrow window covered by an iron grating. Then on the left was another room larger and cleaner with an iron stove and a couple of chairs, though it, too, had a prison window. This was the office. And from it a narrow stone staircase led up to the second story, where the principal room was. This was rather a large room, but owing to the perpetual darkness, the low-pitched ceiling, the piles of boxes and bales, and the numbers of men that kept flitting to and fro in it, it made as unpleasant an impression on a newcomer as the others. In the offices on the top story the goods lay in bales, in bundles and in cardboard boxes on the shelves. There was no order nor neatness in the arrangement of it, and if crimson threads, tassels, ends of fringe, had not peeped out here and there from holes in the paper parcels, no one could have guessed what was being bought and sold here. And looking at these crumpled paper parcels and boxes, no one would have believed that 1 million was being made out of such trash, and that 50 men were employed every day in this warehouse. Not counting the buyers. When at midday, on the day after his arrival at Moscow, Laptev went into the warehouse. The workmen packing the goods were hammering so loudly that in the outer room and the office no one heard him come in. A postman he knew was coming down the stairs with a bundle of letters in his hand. He was wincing at the noise, and he did not notice Laptev either. The first person to meet him upstairs was his brother Fyodor Fyodorovitch, who was so like him that they passed for twins. This resemblance always reminded Laptev of his own personal appearance, and now, seeing before him a short, red-faced man with rather thin hair, with narrow plebeian hips, looking so uninteresting and so unintellectual, he asked himself, "Can I really look like that?" "How glad I am to see you," said Fyodor, kissing his brother and pressing his hand warmly. "I have been impatiently looking forward to seeing you every day, my dear fellow. When you wrote that you were getting married, I was tormented with curiosity, and I've missed you, too, brother. Only fancy, it's 6 months since we saw each other." "Well? How goes it? Nina's very bad?" "Awfully bad? Awfully bad. It's in God's hands," sighed Fyodor. "Well, what of your wife? She's a beauty, no doubt. I love her already. Of course, she is my little sister now. We'll make much of her between us." Laptev saw the broad, bent back, so familiar to him, of his father, Fyodor Stepanovich. The old man was sitting on a stool near the counter, talking to a customer. "Father, God has sent us joy," cried Fyodor. "Brother has come." Fyodor Stepanovich was a tall man of exceptionally powerful build, so that, in spite of his wrinkles and 80 years, he still looked a hale and vigorous man. He spoke in a deep, rich, sonorous voice, that resounded from his broad chest as from a barrel. He wore no beard, but a short-clipped military mustache, and smoked cigars. As he was always too hot, he used all the year round to wear a canvas coat at home and at the warehouse. He had lately had an operation for cataract. His sight was bad, and he did nothing in the business but talk to the customers and have tea and jam with them. Laptev bent down and kissed his head and then his lips. "It's a good long time since we saw you, honored sir," said the old man, "a good long time. Well, am I to congratulate you on entering the state of holy matrimony? Very well, then. I congratulate you." And he put his lips out to be kissed. Laptev bent down and kissed him. "Well, have you brought your young lady?" the old man asked, and without waiting for an answer, he said, addressing the customer, "Herewith I beg to inform you, father, that I'm going to marry such and such a young lady." "Yes. But as for asking for his father's counsel or blessing, that's not in the rules nowadays. Now they go their own way. When I married I was over 40, but I went on my knees to my father and asked his advice. Nowadays we've none of that." The old man was delighted to see his son, but thought it unseemly to show his affection or make any display of his joy. His voice and his manner of saying, "your young lady," brought back to Laptev the depression he had always felt in the warehouse. Here every trifling detail reminded him of the past, when he used to be flogged and put on Lenten fare. He knew that even now boys were thrashed and punched in the face till their noses bled, and that when those boys grew up they would beat others. And before he had been 5 minutes in the warehouse, he always felt as though he were being scolded or punched in the face. Fyodor slapped the customer on the shoulder and said to his brother, "Here, Alyosha, I must introduce our Tambov benefactor, Grigory Timofeich. He might serve as an example for the young men of the day. He's past his 50th birthday, and he has tiny children." The clerks laughed, and the customer, a lean old man with a pale face, laughed too. "Nature above the normal capacity," observed the head clerk, who was standing at the counter close by. "It always comes out when it's there." The head clerk, a tall man of 50, in spectacles, with a dark beard, and a pencil behind his ear, usually expressed his ideas vaguely in roundabout hints, while his sly smile betrayed that he attached particular significance to his words. He liked to obscure his utterances with bookish words, which he understood in his own way, and many such words he used in a wrong sense. For instance, the word "except." When he had expressed some opinion positively and did not want to be contradicted, he would stretch out his hand and pronounce "except." And what was most astonishing, the customers and the other clerks understood him perfectly. His name was Ivan Vasilich Potchatkin, and he came from Kashira. Now, congratulating Laptev, he expressed himself as follows. "It's the reward of valor, for the female heart is a strong opponent." Another important person in the warehouse was a clerk called Makachev, a stout, solid, fair man with whiskers and a perfectly bald head. He went up to Laptev and congratulated him respectfully in a low voice. "I have the honor, sir. The Lord has heard your parents' prayer. Thank God." Then the other clerks began coming up to congratulate him on his marriage. They were all fashionably dressed, and looked like perfectly well-bred, educated men. Since between every 2 words they put in a "sir," their congratulations, something like "best wishes, sir, for happiness, sir," uttered very rapidly in a low voice, sounded rather like the hiss of a whip in the air, shshshshssss. Laptev was soon bored and longing to go home, but it was awkward to go away. He was obliged to stay at least 2 hours at the warehouse to keep up appearances. He walked away from the counter and began asking Makachev whether things had gone well while he was away, and whether anything new had turned up, and the clerk answered him respectfully, avoiding his eyes. A boy with a cropped head, wearing a grey blouse, handed Laptev a glass of tea without a saucer. Not long afterwards another boy, passing by, stumbled over a box, and almost fell down, and Makachev's face looked suddenly spiteful and ferocious like a wild beast's. And he shouted at him, "Keep on your feet." The clerks were pleased that their young master was married and had come back at last. They looked at him with curiosity and friendly feeling, and each one thought it his duty to say something agreeable when he passed him. But Laptev was convinced that it was not genuine, and that they were only flattering him because they were afraid of him. He never could forget how 15 years before, a clerk, who was mentally deranged, had run out into the street with nothing on but his shirt and shaking his fists at the windows, shouted that he had been ill-treated. And how, when the poor fellow had recovered, the clerks had jeered at him for long afterwards, reminding him how he had called his employers planters instead of exploiters. Altogether the employees at Laptev's had a very poor time of it, and this fact was a subject of conversation for the whole market. The worst of it was that the old man, Fyodor Stepanovich, maintained something of an Asiatic despotism in his attitude to them. Thus, no one knew what wages were paid to the old man's favorites, Potchatkin and Makachev. They received no more than 3,000 a year, together with bonuses, but he made out that he paid them 7. The bonuses were given to all the clerks every year, but privately, so that the man who got little was bound from vanity to say he had got more. Not one boy knew when he would be promoted to be a clerk, not one of the men knew whether his employer was satisfied with him or not. Nothing was directly forbidden, and so the clerks never knew what was allowed, and what was not. They were not forbidden to marry, but they did not marry for fear of displeasing their employer and losing their place. They were allowed to have friends and pay visits, but the gates were shut at 9 o'clock, and every morning the old man scanned them all suspiciously, and tried to detect any smell of vodka about them. "Now then, breathe," he would say. Every clerk was obliged to go to early service, and to stand in church in such a position that the old man could see them all. The fasts were strictly observed. On great occasions, such as the birthday of their employer or of any member of his family, the clerks had to subscribe and present a cake from Flay's, or an album. The clerks lived 3 or 4 in a room in the lower story, and in the lodges of the house in Pyatnitsky Street, and at dinner ate from a common bowl, though there was a plate set before each of them. If one of the family came into the room while they were at dinner, they all stood up. Laptev was conscious that only, perhaps, those among them who had been corrupted by the old man's training could seriously regard him as their benefactor. The others must have looked on him as an enemy and a planter. Now, after 6 months' absence, he saw no change for the better. There was indeed something new which boded nothing good. His brother Fyodor, who had always been quiet, thoughtful, and extremely refined, was now running about the warehouse with a pencil behind his ear, making a show of being very busy and businesslike, slapping customers on the shoulder and shouting, "Friends," to the clerks. Apparently he had taken up a new role, and Alexei did not recognize him in the part. The old man's voice boomed unceasingly. Having nothing to do, he was laying down the law to a customer, telling him how he should order his life and his business, always holding himself up as an example. That boastfulness, that aggressive tone of authority, Laptev had heard 10, 15, 20 years ago. The old man adored himself. From what he said it always appeared that he had made his wife and all her relations happy, that he had been munificent to his children, and a benefactor to his clerks and employees, and that everyone in the street and all his acquaintances remembered him in their prayers. Whatever he did was always right, and if things went wrong with people it was because they did not take his advice. Without his advice nothing could succeed. In church he stood in the foremost place, and even made observations to the priests, if in his opinion they were not conducting the service properly. and believed that this was pleasing God because God loved him. At 2 o'clock everyone in the warehouse was hard at work, except the old man, who still went on booming in his deep voice. To avoid standing idle, Loptev took some trimmings from a workgirl and let her go, then listened to a customer, a merchant from Vologda, and told a clerk to attend to him. TVA resounded on all sides. Prices were denoted by letters in the warehouse and goods by numbers. RIT. As he went away, Loptev said goodbye to no one but Fyodor. "I shall come to Pyatnitsky Street with my wife tomorrow," he said, "but I warn you, if father says a single rude thing to her, I shall not stay there another minute." "You're the same as ever," sighed Fyodor. "Marriage has not changed you. You must be patient with the old man. So till 11 o'clock, then. We shall expect you impatiently. Come directly after Mass, then." "I don't go to Mass." "That does not matter. The great thing is not to be later than 11, so you may be in time to pray to God and to lunch with us. Give my greetings to my little sister and kiss her hand for me. I have a presentiment that I shall like her," Fyodor added with perfect sincerity. "I envy you, brother," he shouted after him as Alexei went downstairs. "And why does he shrink into himself in that shy way as though he fancied he was naked?" thought Loptev, as he walked along Nikolsky Street, trying to understand the change that had come over his brother. "And his language is new, too, brother, dear brother, God has sent us joy. To pray to God, just like Iadushka in Shchedrin." Chapter 6. At 11 o'clock the next day, which was Sunday, he was driving with his wife along Pyatnitsky Street in a light, one-horse carriage. He was afraid of his father's doing something outrageous, and was already ill at ease. After 2 nights in her husband's house, Yulia Sergeyevna considered her marriage a mistake and a calamity, and if she had had to live with her husband in any other town but Moscow, it seemed to her that she could not have endured the horror of it. Moscow entertained her, she was delighted with the streets, the churches. And if it had been possible to drive about Moscow in those splendid sledges with expensive horses, to drive the whole day from morning till night, and with the swift motion to feel the cold autumn air blowing upon her, she would perhaps not have felt herself so unhappy. Near a white, lately stuccoed 2-story house the coachman pulled up his horse, and began to turn to the right. They were expected, and near the gate stood 2 policemen and the porter in a new full-skirted coat, high boots, and galoshes. The whole space, from the middle of the street to the gates and all over the yard from the porch, was strewn with fresh sand. The porter took off his hat, the policeman saluted. Near the entrance Fyodor met them with a very serious face. "Very glad to make your acquaintance, little sister," he said, kissing Yulia's hand. "You're very welcome." He led her upstairs on his arm, and then along a corridor through a crowd of men and women. The anteroom was crowded too, and smelt of incense. "I will introduce you to our father directly," whispered Fyodor in the midst of a solemn, deathly silence. A venerable old man, paterfamilias. In the big drawing-room, by a table prepared for service, Fyodor Stepanovich stood, evidently waiting for them, and with him the priest in a calotte, and a deacon. The old man shook hands with Yulia without saying a word. Everyone was silent. Yulia was overcome with confusion. The priest and the deacon began putting on their vestments. A censer was brought in, giving off sparks and fumes of incense and charcoal. The candles were lighted. The clerks walked into the drawing-room on tiptoe and stood in 2 rows along the wall. There was perfect stillness, no one even coughed. "The blessing of God," began the deacon. The service was read with great solemnity. Nothing was left out and 2 canticles were sung, to Sweetest Jesus and the Most Holy Mother of God. The singers sang very slowly, holding up the music before them. Loptev noticed how confused his wife was. While they were singing the canticles, and the singers in different keys brought out, "Lord have mercy on us," he kept expecting in nervous suspense that the old man would make some remark such as, You don't know how to cross yourself," and he felt vexed. Why this crowd, and why this ceremony with priests and choristers? It was too bourgeois. But when she, like the old man, put her head under the gospel and afterward several times dropped upon her knees, he realized that she liked it all, and was reassured. At the end of the service, during many, many years, the priest gave the old man and Alexei the cross to kiss, but when Yulia went up, he put his hand over the cross, and showed he wanted to speak. Signs were made to the singers to stop. The prophet Samuel, began the priest, went to Bethlehem at the bidding of the Lord, and there the elders of the town with fear and trembling asked him, "Comest thou peaceably?" And the prophet answered, "Peaceably, I am come to sacrifice unto the Lord, sanctify yourselves and come with me to the sacrifice." Even so, Yulia, servant of God, shall we ask of thee, dost thou come bringing peace into this house? Yulia flushed with emotion. As he finished, the priest gave her the cross to kiss, and said in quite a different tone of voice, "Now Fyodor Fyodorovitch must be married, it's high time." The choir began singing once more, people began moving, and the room was noisy again. The old man, much touched, with his eyes full of tears, kissed Yulia 3 times, made the sign of the cross over her face, and said, "This is your home. I'm an old man and need nothing." The clerks congratulated her and said something, but the choir was singing so loud that nothing else could be heard. Then they had lunch and drank champagne. She sat beside the old father, and he talked to her, saying that families ought not to be parted but live together in one house, that separation and disunion led to permanent rupture. "I've made money and the children only do the spending of it," he said. "Now, you live with me and save money. It's time for an old man like me to rest." Yulia had all the time a vision of Fyodor flitting about so like her husband, but shyer and more restless. He fussed about her and often kissed her hand. "We are plain people, little sister," he said, and patches of red came into his face as he spoke. "We live simply in Russian style, like Christians, little sister." As they went home, Laptev felt greatly relieved that everything had gone off so well, and that nothing outrageous had happened as he had expected. He said to his wife, "You're surprised that such a stalwart, broad-shouldered father should have such stunted, narrow-chested sons as Fyodor and me." "Yes, but it's easy to explain. My father married my mother when he was 45, and she was only 17. She turned pale and trembled in his presence. Nina was born first, born of a comparatively healthy mother, and so she was finer and sturdier than we were. Fyodor and I were begotten and born after mother had been worn out by terror. I can remember my father correcting me, or, to speak plainly, beating me, before I was 5 years old. He used to thrash me with a birch, pull my ears, hit me on the head, and every morning when I woke up my first thought was whether he would beat me that day. Play and childish mischief was forbidden us. We had to go to morning service and to early mass. When we met priests or monks we had to kiss their hands, at home we had to sing hymns. Here you are religious and love all that, but I'm afraid of religion, and when I pass a church I remember my childhood, and am overcome with horror. I was taken to the warehouse as soon as I was 8 years old. I worked like a working boy, and it was bad for my health, for I used to be beaten there every day. Afterwards when I went to the high school, I used to go to school till dinner time, and after dinner I had to sit in that warehouse till evening. And things went on like that till I was 22, till I got to know Yartsev, and he persuaded me to leave my father's house. That Yartsev did a great deal for me. I tell you what," said Laptev, and he laughed with pleasure, "let us go and pay Yartsev a visit at once. He's a very fine fellow. How touched he will be." Chapter 7. On a Saturday in November Anton Rubinstein was conducting in a symphony concert. It was very hot and crowded. Laptev stood behind the columns, while his wife and Kostya Kochevoy were sitting in the 3rd or 4th row some distance in front. At the very beginning of an interval a certain person, Polina Nikolaevna Razidin, quite unexpectedly passed by him. He had often since his marriage thought with trepidation of a possible meeting with her. When now she looked at him openly and directly, he realized that he had all this time shirked having things out with her, or writing her 2 or 3 friendly lines. As though he had been hiding from her. He felt ashamed and flushed crimson. She pressed his hand tightly and impulsively and asked, "Have you seen Yartsev?" And without waiting for an answer she went striding on impetuously as though someone were pushing her on from behind. She was very thin and plain, with a long nose. Her face always looked tired and exhausted, and it seemed as though it were an effort to her to keep her eyes open and not to fall down. She had fine, dark eyes, and an intelligent, kind, sincere expression, but her movements were awkward and abrupt. It was hard to talk to her, because she could not talk or listen quietly. Loving her was not easy. Sometimes when she was alone with Laptev she would go on laughing for a long time, hiding her face in her hands, and would declare that love was not the chief thing in life for her. And would be as whimsical as a girl of 17. And before kissing her he would have to put out all the candles. She was 30. She was married to a schoolmaster, but had not lived with her husband for years. She earned her living by giving music lessons and playing in quartets. During the 9th symphony she passed again as though by accident, but the crowd of men standing like a thick wall behind the columns prevented her going further, and she remained beside him. Laptev saw that she was wearing the same little velvet blouse she had worn at concerts last year and the year before. Her gloves were new, and her fan, too, was new, but it was a common one. She was fond of fine clothes, but she did not know how to dress, and grudged spending money on it. She dressed so badly and untidily that when she was going to her lesson striding hurriedly down the street, she might easily have been taken for a young monk. The public applauded and shouted encore. "You'll spend the evening with me," said Polina Nikolaevna, going up to Laptev and looking at him severely. "When this is over we'll go and have tea. Do you hear? I insist on it. You owe me a great deal, and haven't the moral right to refuse me such a trifle." "Very well, let us go," Laptev assented. Endless calls followed the conclusion of the concert. The audience got up from their seats and went out very slowly, and Laptev could not go away without telling his wife. He had to stand at the door and wait. "I'm dying for some tea," Polina Nikolaevna said plaintively. "My very soul is parched." "You can get something to drink here," said Laptev. "Let's go to the buffet." "Oh, I've no money to fling away on waiters. I'm not a shopkeeper." He offered her his arm. She refused, in a long, wearisome sentence which he had heard many times, to the effect that she did not class herself with the feebler fair sex, and did not depend on the services of gentlemen. As she talked to him she kept looking about at the audience and greeting acquaintances. They were her fellow students at the higher courses and at the conservatorium, and her pupils. She gripped their hands abruptly, as though she were tugging at them. But then she began twitching her shoulders, and trembling as though she were in a fever, and at last said softly, looking at Laptev with horror, "Who is it you've married? Where were your eyes, you mad fellow? What did you see in that stupid, insignificant girl? Why, I loved you for your mind, for your soul, but that china doll wants nothing but your money." "Let us drop that, Polina," he said in a voice of supplication. "All that you can say to me about my marriage I've said to myself many times already. Don't cause me unnecessary pain." Yulia Sergeyevna made her appearance, wearing a black dress with a big diamond brooch, which her father-in-law had sent her after the service. She was followed by her suite, Kochevoy, 2 doctors of their acquaintance, an officer, and a stout young man in student's uniform, called Kish. "You go on with Kostya," Laptev said to his wife. "I'm coming later." Yulia nodded and went on. Polina Nikolaevna gazed after her, quivering all over and twitching nervously, and in her eyes there was a look of repulsion, hatred, and pain. Laptev was afraid to go home with her, foreseeing an unpleasant discussion, cutting words, and tears, and he suggested that they should go and have tea at a restaurant. But she said, "No, no. I want to go home. Don't dare to talk to me of restaurants." She did not like being in a restaurant, because the atmosphere of restaurants seemed to her poisoned by tobacco smoke and the breath of men. Against all men she did not know she cherished a strange prejudice, regarding them all as immoral rakes, capable of attacking her at any moment. Besides, the music played at restaurants jarred on her nerves and gave her a headache. Coming out of the Hall of Nobility, they took a sledge in Ostazenka and drove to Savilovsky Lane, where she lodged. All the way Loptev thought about her. It was true that he owed her a great deal. He had made her acquaintance at the flat of his friend Yartsev, to whom she was giving lessons in harmony. Her love for him was deep and perfectly disinterested, and her relations with him did not alter her habits. She went on giving her lessons and wearing herself out with work as before. Through her he came to understand and love music, which he had scarcely cared for till then. "Half my kingdom for a cup of tea," she pronounced in a hollow voice, covering her mouth with her muff that she might not catch cold. "I've given 5 lessons, confound them. My pupils are as stupid as posts. I nearly died of exasperation. I don't know how long this slavery can go on. I'm worn out. As soon as I can scrape together 300 rubles, I shall throw it all up and go to the Crimea, to lie on the beach and drink in ozone. How I love the sea, oh, how I love the sea." "You'll never go," said Loptev. "To begin with, you'll never save the money, and, besides, you'd grudge spending it. Forgive me, I repeat again, surely it's quite as humiliating to collect the money by farthings from idle people who have music lessons to while away their time, as to borrow it from your friends." "I haven't any friends," she said irritably. "And please don't talk nonsense. The working class to which I belong has one privilege, the consciousness of being incorruptible, the right to refuse to be indebted to wretched little shopkeepers, and to treat them with scorn. No, indeed, you don't buy me. I'm not a Yulichka." Loptev did not attempt to pay the driver, knowing that it would call forth a perfect torrent of words, such as he had often heard before. She paid herself. She had a little furnished room in the flat of a solitary lady who provided her meals. Her big Becker piano was for the time at Yartsev's in Great Nikitsky Street, and she went there every day to play on it. In her room there were armchairs in loose covers, a bed with a white summer quilt, and flowers belonging to the landlady. There were oleographs on the walls, and there was nothing that would have suggested that there was a woman, and a woman of university education, living in it. There was no toilet table. There were no books, there was not even a writing table. It was evident that she went to bed as soon as she got home, and went out as soon as she got up in the morning. The cook brought in the samovar. Paulina Nikolaevna made tea, and, still shivering, the room was cold, began abusing the singers who had sung in the 9th Symphony. She was so tired she could hardly keep her eyes open. She drank 1 glass of tea, then a second, and then a third. "And so you are married," she said. "But don't be uneasy. I'm not going to pine away. I shall be able to tear you out of my heart. Only it's annoying and bitter to me that you are just as contemptible as everyone else. That what you want in a woman is not brains or intellect, but simply a body, good looks, and youth." "Youth," she pronounced through her nose, as though mimicking someone, and she laughed. "Youth. You must have purity, Reinheit." "Reinheit," she laughed, throwing herself back in her chair. "Reinheit." When she left off laughing her eyes were wet with tears. "You're happy, at any rate?" she asked. "No." "Does she love you?" Loptev, agitated, and feeling miserable, stood up and began walking about the room. "No," he repeated. "If you want to know, Paulina, I'm very unhappy. There's no help for it, I've done the stupid thing, and there's no correcting it now. I must look at it philosophically. She married me without love, stupidly, perhaps with mercenary motives, but without understanding, and now she evidently sees her mistake and is miserable. I see it. At night we sleep together, but by day she is afraid to be left alone with me for 5 minutes, and tries to find distraction, society. With me she feels ashamed and frightened. And yet she takes money from you? That's stupid, Paulina, cried Laptev. She takes money from me because it makes absolutely no difference to her whether she has it or not. She is an honest, pure girl. She married me simply because she wanted to get away from her father, that's all. And are you sure she would have married you if you had not been rich? Asked Paulina. I'm not sure of anything, said Laptev dejectedly. Not of anything. I don't understand anything. For God's sake, Paulina, don't let us talk about it. Do you love her? Desperately. A silence followed. She drank a 4th glass, while he paced up and down, thinking that by now his wife was probably having supper at the doctor's club. But is it possible to love without knowing why? Asked Paulina, shrugging her shoulders. No, it's the promptings of animal passion. You are poisoned, intoxicated by that beautiful body, that Rian height. Go away from me, you are unclean. Go to her. She brandished her hand at him, then took up his hat and hurled it at him. He put on his fur coat without speaking and went out, but she ran after him into the passage, clutched his arm above the elbow, and broke into sobs. Hush, Paulina. Don't. He said, and could not unclasp her fingers. Calm yourself, I entreat you. She shut her eyes and turned pale, and her long nose became an unpleasant waxy color like a corpse's, and Laptev still could not unclasp her fingers. She had fainted. He lifted her up carefully, laid her on her bed, and sat by her for 10 minutes till she came to herself. Her hands were cold, her pulse was weak and uneven. Go home, she said, opening her eyes. Go away, or I shall begin howling again. I must take myself in hand. When he came out, instead of going to the doctor's club where his friends were expecting him, he went home. All the way home he was asking himself reproachfully why he had not settled down to married life with that woman who loved him so much, and was in reality his wife and friend. She was the one human being who was devoted to him, and, besides, would it not have been a grateful and worthy task to give happiness, peace, and a home to that proud, clever, overworked creature? Was it for him, he asked himself, to lay claim to youth and beauty, to that happiness which could not be, and which, as though in punishment or mockery, had kept him for the last 3 months in a state of gloom and oppression? The honeymoon was long over, and he still, absurd to say, did not know what sort of person his wife was. To her school friends and her father she wrote long letters of 5 sheets, and was never at a loss for something to say to them. But to him she never spoke except about the weather or to tell him that dinner was ready, or that it was supper time. When at night she said her lengthy prayers and then kissed her crosses and icons, he thought, watching her with hatred, here she's praying. What's she praying about? What about? In his thoughts he showered insults on himself and her, telling himself that when he got into bed and took her into his arms, he was taking what he had paid for, but it was horrible. If only it had been a healthy, reckless, sinful woman, but here he had youth, piety, meekness, the pure eyes of innocence. While they were engaged her piety had touched him. Now the conventional definiteness of her views and convictions seemed to him a barrier, behind which the real truth could not be seen. Already everything in his married life was agonizing. When his wife, sitting beside him in the theater, sighed or laughed spontaneously, it was bitter to him that she enjoyed herself alone and would not share her delight with him. And it was remarkable that she was friendly with all his friends, and they all knew what she was like already, while he knew nothing about her, and only moped and was dumbly jealous. When he got home Laptev put on his dressing gown and slippers, and sat down in his study to read a novel. His wife was not at home. But within half an hour there was a ring at the hall door, and he heard the muffled footsteps of Pyotr running to open it. It was Yulia. She walked into the study in her fur coat, her cheeks rosy with the frost. "There's a great fire in Pryesnia," she said breathlessly. "There's a tremendous glow. I'm going to see it with Konstantin Ivanovitch." "Well, do, dear." The sight of her health, her freshness, and the childish horror in her eyes, reassured Laptev. He read for another half-hour and went to bed. Next day Paulina Nikolaevna sent to the warehouse 2 books she had borrowed from him, all his letters and his photographs. With them was a note consisting of one word, basta. Chapter 8. Towards the end of October Nina Fyodorovna had unmistakable symptoms of a relapse. There was a change in her face, and she grew rapidly thinner. In spite of acute pain she still imagined that she was getting better, and got up and dressed every morning as though she were well, and then lay on her bed, fully dressed, for the rest of the day. And towards the end she became very talkative. She would lie on her back and talk in a low voice, speaking with an effort and breathing painfully. She died suddenly under the following circumstances. It was a clear moonlight evening. In the street people were tobogganing in the fresh snow, and their clamor floated in at the window. Nina Fyodorovna was lying on her back in bed, and Sasha, who had no one to take turns with her now, was sitting beside her half asleep. "I don't remember his father's name," Nina Fyodorovna was saying softly, "but his name was Ivan Kochevoy, a poor clerk. He was a sad drunkard, the kingdom of heaven be his. He used to come to us, and every month we used to give him a pound of sugar and 2 ounces of tea. And money, too, sometimes, of course. Yes. And then, this is what happened. Our Kochevoy began drinking heavily and died, consumed by vodka. He left a little son, a boy of 7. Poor little orphan. We took him and hid him in the clerk's quarters, and he lived there for a whole year, without father's knowing. And when father did see him, he only waved his hand and said nothing. When Kostya, the little orphan, was 9 years old, by that time I was engaged to be married, I took him round to all the day schools. I went from one to the other, and no one would take him. And he cried. 'What are you crying for, little silly?' I said. I took him to Razgulye to the second school, where, God bless them for it. They took him, and the boy began going every day on foot from Pyatnitsky Street to Razgulye Street and back again. Alyosha paid for him. By God's grace the boy got on, was good at his lessons, and turned out well. He's a lawyer now in Moscow, a friend of Alyosha's, and so good in science. Yes, we had compassion on a fellow creature and took him into our house, and now I dare say, he remembers us in his prayers. Yes." Nina Fyodorovna spoke more and more slowly with long pauses, then after a brief silence she suddenly raised herself and sat up. "There's something the matter with me, something seems wrong," she said. "Lord have mercy on me. Oh, I can't breathe." Sasha knew that her mother would soon die. Seeing now how suddenly her face looked drawn, she guessed that it was the end, and she was frightened. "Mother, you mustn't," she began sobbing. "You mustn't. Run to the kitchen. Let them go for father. I am very ill indeed." Sasha ran through all the rooms calling, but there were none of the servants in the house. And the only person she found was Lida asleep on a chest in the dining room with her clothes on and without a pillow. Sasha ran into the yard just as she was without her galoshes, and then into the street. On a bench at the gate her nurse was sitting watching the tobogganing. From beyond the river, where the tobogganing slope was, came the strains of a military band. "Nurse, mother's dying," sobbed Sasha. "You must go for father." The nurse went upstairs, and, glancing at the sick woman, thrust a lighted wax candle into her hand. Sasha rushed about in terror and besought someone to go for her father, then she put on a coat and a kerchief, and ran into the street. From the servants she knew already that her father had another wife and 2 children with whom he lived in Bazarny Street. She ran out of the gate and turned to the left, crying, and frightened of unknown people. She soon began to sink into the snow and grew numb with cold. She met an empty sledge, but she did not take it. Perhaps, she thought, the man would drive her out of town, rob her, and throw her into the cemetery. The servants had talked of such a case at tea. She went on, sobbing and panting with exhaustion. When she got into Bazarny Street, she inquired where Panarov lived. An unknown woman spent a long time directing her, and seeing that she did not understand, took her by the hand and led her to a house of one story that stood back from the street. The door stood open. Sasha ran through the entry, along the corridor, and found herself at last in a warm, lighted room where her father was sitting by the samovar with a lady and 2 children. But by now she was unable to utter a word, and could only sob. Panarov understood. "Mother's worse?" he asked. "Tell me, child, is mother worse?" He was alarmed and sent for a sledge. When they got home, Nina Fyodorovna was sitting propped up with pillows, with a candle in her hand. Her face looked dark and her eyes were closed. Crowding in the doorway stood the nurse, the cook, the housemaid, a peasant called Prokofy and a few persons of the humbler class, who were complete strangers. The nurse was giving them orders in a whisper, and they did not understand. Inside the room at the window stood Lida, with a pale and sleepy face, gazing severely at her mother. Panarov took the candle out of Nina Fyodorovna's hand, and, frowning contemptuously, flung it on the chest of drawers. "This is awful," he said, and his shoulders quivered. "Nina, you must lie down," he said affectionately. "Lie down, dear." She looked at him, but did not know him. They laid her down on her back. When the priest and the doctor, Sergei Borisovich, arrived, the servants crossed themselves devoutly and prayed for her. "What a sad business," said the doctor thoughtfully, coming out into the drawing room. Why, she was still young, not yet 40. They heard the loud sobbing of the little girls. Panarov, with a pale face and moist eyes, went up to the doctor and said in a faint, weak voice, "Do me a favor, my dear fellow. Send a telegram to Moscow. I'm not equal to it." The doctor fetched the ink and wrote the following telegram to his daughter. "Madame Panarov died at 8 o'clock this evening. Tell your husband, a mortgaged house for sale in Dvoryansky Street, 9,000 cash. Auction on 12th. Advise him not miss opportunity." Chapter 9. Loptev lived in one of the turnings out of Little Dmitrovka. Besides the big house facing the street, he rented also a 2-story lodge in the yard at the back of his friend Kochevoy, a lawyer's assistant whom all the Loptevs called Kostya, because he had grown up under their eyes. Facing this lodge stood another, also of 2 stories, inhabited by a French family consisting of a husband and wife and 5 daughters. There was a frost of 20 degrees. The windows were frozen over. Waking up in the morning, Kostya, with an anxious face, took 20 drops of a medicine, then, taking 2 dumbbells out of the bookcase, he did gymnastic exercises. He was tall and thin, with big reddish mustaches, but what was most noticeable in his appearance was the length of his legs. Pyotr, a middle-aged peasant in a reefer jacket and cotton breeches tucked into his high boots, brought in the samovar and made the tea. "It's very nice weather now, Konstantin Ivanovitch," he said. "It is, but I tell you what, brother, it's a pity we can't get on, you and I, without such exclamations." Pyotr sighed from politeness. "What are the little girls doing?" asked Kochevoy. "The priest has not come. Alexey Fyodorovitch is giving them their lesson himself." Kostya found a spot in the window that was not covered with frost, and began looking through a field glass at the windows of the house where the French family lived. "There's no seeing," he said. Meanwhile Alexey Fyodorovitch was giving Sasha and Lida a scripture lesson below. For the last 6 weeks they had been living in Moscow, and were installed with their governess in the lower story of the lodge. And 3 times a week a teacher from a school in the town, and a priest, came to give them lessons. Sasha was going through the New Testament and Lida was going through the Old. The time before Lida had been set the story up to Abraham to learn by heart. And so Adam and Eve had 2 sons, said Loptev. Very good. But what were they called? Try to remember them. Lida, still with the same severe face, gazed dumbly at the table. She moved her lips, but without speaking, and the elder girl, Sasha, looked into her face, frowning. You know it very well, only you mustn't be nervous, said Loptev. Come, what were Adam's sons called? Abel and Canel, Lida whispered. Cain and Abel, Loptev corrected her. A big tear rolled down Lida's cheek and dropped on the book. Sasha looked down and turned red, and she, too, was on the point of tears. Loptev felt a lump in his throat, and was so sorry for them he could not speak. He got up from the table and lighted a cigarette. At that moment Kochevoy came down the stairs with a paper in his hand. The little girls stood up, and without looking at him, made curtsies. For God's sake, Kostya, give them their lessons, said Loptev, turning to him. I'm afraid I shall cry, too, and I have to go to the warehouse before dinner. All right. Alexey Fyodorovitch went away. Kostya, with a very serious face, sat down to the table and drew the scripture history towards him. Well, he said, where have you got to? She knows about the flood, said Sasha. The flood? All right. Let's peg in at the flood. Fire away about the flood. Kostya skimmed through a brief description of the flood in the book, and said, I must remark that there really never was a flood such as is described here. And there was no such person as Noah. Some thousands of years before the birth of Christ, there was an extraordinary inundation of the earth, and that's not only mentioned in the Jewish Bible, but in the books of other ancient peoples, the Greeks, the Chaldeans, the Hindus. But whatever the inundation may have been, it couldn't have covered the whole earth. It may have flooded the plains, but the mountains must have remained. You can read this book, of course, but don't put too much faith in it. Tears trickled down Lida's face again. She turned away and suddenly burst into such loud sobs, that Kostya started and jumped up from his seat in great confusion. I want to go home, she said, to Papa and to Nurse. Sasha cried too. Kostya went upstairs to his own room, and spoke on the telephone to Yulia Sergeyevna. My dear soul, he said, the little girls are crying again, there's no doing anything with them. Yulia Sergeyevna ran across from the big house in her indoor dress, with only a knitted shawl over her shoulders, and chilled through by the frost, began comforting the children. Do believe me, she said in an imploring voice, hugging first one and then the other. Your papa's coming today, he has sent a telegram. You're grieving for mother, and I grieve too. My heart's torn, but what can we do? We must bow to God's will. When they left off crying, she wrapped them up and took them out for a drive. They stopped near the Iverskoy chapel, put up candles at the shrine, and, kneeling down, prayed. On the way back they went in Filipov's, and had cake sprinkled with poppy seeds. The Loptevs had dinner between 2 and 3. Pyotr handed the dishes. This Pyotr waited on the family, and by day ran to the post, to the warehouse, to the law courts for Kostya. He spent his evenings making cigarettes, ran to open the door at night, and before 5 o'clock in the morning was up lighting the stoves, and no one knew where he slept. He was very fond of opening seltzer water bottles and did it easily, without a bang and without spilling a drop. With God's blessing, said Kostya, drinking off a glass of vodka before the soup. At first Yulia Sergeyevna did not like Kostya, his bass voice, his phrases such as landed him one on the beak, filth, produced the samovar, etc. His habit of clinking glasses and making sentimental speeches, seemed to her trivial. But as she got to know him better, she began to feel very much at home with him. He was open with her. He liked talking to her in a low voice in the evening, and even gave her novels of his own composition to read, though these had been kept a secret even from such friends as Laptev and Yartsev. She read these novels and praised them, so that she might not disappoint him, and he was delighted because he hoped sooner or later to become a distinguished author. In his novels he described nothing but country house life, though he had only seen the country on rare occasions when visiting friends at a summer villa. And had only been in a real country house once in his life, when he had been to Volokholamsk on law business. He avoided any love interest as though he were ashamed of it. He put in frequent descriptions of nature, and in them was fond of using such expressions as, the capricious lines of the mountains, the miraculous forms of the clouds, the harmony of mysterious rhythms. His novels had never been published, and this he attributed to the censorship. He liked the duties of a lawyer, but yet he considered that his most important pursuit was not the law but these novels. He believed that he had a subtle, aesthetic temperament, and he always had leanings towards art. He neither sang nor played on any musical instrument, and was absolutely without an ear for music, but he attended all the symphony and philharmonic concerts, got up concerts for charitable objects, and made the acquaintance of singers. They used to talk at dinner. "It's a strange thing," said Laptev, "my Fyodor took my breath away again. He said we must find out the date of the centenary of our firm, so as to try and get raised to noble rank, and he said it quite seriously. What can be the matter with him? I confess I begin to feel worried about him." They talked of Fyodor, and of its being the fashion nowadays to adopt some pose or other. Fyodor, for instance, tried to appear like a plain merchant, though he had ceased to be one. And when the teacher came from the school, of which old Laptev was the patron, to ask Fyodor for his salary, the latter changed his voice and deportment, and behaved with the teacher as though he were someone in authority. There was nothing to be done. After dinner they went into the study. They talked about the decadence, about the Maid of Orleans, and Kostya delivered a regular monologue. He fancied that he was very successful in imitating Ermolova. Then they sat down and played whist. The little girls had not gone back to the lodge but were sitting together in one armchair, with pale and mournful faces, and were listening to every noise in the street, wondering whether it was their father coming. In the evening when it was dark and the candles were lighted, they felt deeply dejected. The talk over the whist, the footsteps of Pyotr, the crackling in the fireplace, jarred on their nerves, and they did not like to look at the fire. In the evenings they did not want to cry, but they felt strange, and there was a load on their hearts. They could not understand how people could talk and laugh when their mother was dead. "What did you see through the field glasses today?" Yulia Sergeyevna asked Kostya. "Nothing today, but yesterday I saw the old Frenchman having his bath." At 7 o'clock Yulia and Kostya went to the little theater. Laptev was left with the little girls. "It's time your father was here," he said, looking at his watch. "The train must be late." The children sat in their armchair dumb and huddling together like animals when they are cold, while he walked about the room looking impatiently at his watch. It was quiet in the house. But just before 9 o'clock someone rang at the bell. Pyotr went to open the door. Hearing a familiar voice, the children shrieked, burst into sobs, and ran into the hall. Panorov was wearing a sumptuous coat of antelope skin, and his head and mustaches were white with hoarfrost. In a minute, he muttered, while Sasha and Lida, sobbing and laughing, kissed his cold hands, his hat, his antelope coat. With the languor of a handsome man spoilt by too much love, he fondled the children without haste, then went into the study and said, rubbing his hands, "I've not come to stay long, my friends. I'm going to Petersburg tomorrow. They've promised to transfer me to another town." He was staying at the Dresden Hotel. Chapter 10. A friend who was often at the Laptevs was Ivan Gavrilich Yartsev. He was a strong, healthy man with black hair and a clever, pleasant face. He was considered to be handsome, but of late he had begun to grow stout, and that rather spoilt his face and figure. Another thing that spoilt him was that he wore his hair cut so close that the skin showed through. At the university his tall figure and physical strength had won him the nickname of the Pounder among the students. He had taken his degree with the Loptev brothers in the faculty of philology, then he went in for science and now had the degree of magister in chemistry. But he had never given a lecture or even been a demonstrator. He taught physics and natural history in the modern school, and in 2 girls' high schools. He was enthusiastic over his pupils, especially the girls, and used to maintain that a remarkable generation was growing up. At home he spent his time studying sociology and Russian history, as well as chemistry, and he sometimes published brief notes in the newspapers and magazines, signing them Y. When he talked of some botanical or zoological subject, he spoke like an historian. When he was discussing some historical question, he approached it as a man of science. Kish, nicknamed the Eternal Student, was also like one of the family at the Loptevs. He had been for 3 years studying medicine. Then he took up mathematics, and spent 2 years over each year's course. His father, a provincial druggist, used to send him 40 rubles a month, to which his mother, without his father's knowledge, added another 10. And this sum was not only sufficient for his board and lodging, but even for such luxuries as an overcoat lined with Polish beaver, gloves, scent, and photographs. He often had photographs taken of himself and used to distribute them among his friends. He was neat and demure, slightly bald, with golden side whiskers, and he had the air of a man nearly always ready to oblige. He was always busy looking after other people's affairs. At one time he would be rushing about with a subscription list. At another time he would be freezing in the early morning at a ticket office to buy tickets for ladies of his acquaintance, or at somebody's request would be ordering a wreath or a bouquet. People simply said of him, "Kish will go, Kish will do it, Kish will buy it." He was usually unsuccessful in carrying out his commissions. Reproaches were showered upon him, people frequently forgot to pay him for the things he bought, but he simply sighed in hard cases and never protested. He was never particularly delighted or disappointed, his stories were always long and boring, and his jokes invariably provoked laughter just because they were not funny. Thus, one day, for instance, intending to make a joke, he said to Pyotr, "Pyotr, you're not a sturgeon." And this aroused a general laugh, and he, too, laughed for a long time, much pleased at having made such a successful jest. Whenever one of the professors was buried, he walked in front with the mutes. Yartsev and Kish usually came in the evening to tea. If the Loptevs were not going to the theater or a concert, the evening tea lingered on till supper. One evening in February the following conversation took place. A work of art is only significant and valuable when there are some serious social problems contained in its central idea, said Kostya, looking wrathfully at Yartsev. If there is in the work a protest against serfdom, or the author takes up arms against the vulgarity of aristocratic society, the work is significant and valuable. The novels that are taken up with ach, and och, and she loved him, while he ceased to love her, I tell you, are worthless, and damn them all, I say. I agree with you, Konstantin Ivanovitch, said Yulia Sergeyevna. One describes a love scene, another, a betrayal, and the third, meeting again after separation. Are there no other subjects? Why, there are many people sick, unhappy, harassed by poverty, to whom reading all that must be distasteful. It was disagreeable to Loptev to hear his wife, not yet 22, speaking so seriously and coldly about love. He understood why this was so. If poetry does not solve questions that seem so important, said Yartsev, you should turn to works on technical subjects, criminal law, or finance, read scientific pamphlets. What need is there to discuss in Romeo and Juliet, liberty of speech, or the disinfecting of prisons, instead of love, when you can find all that in special articles and textbooks? That's pushing it to the extreme, Kostya interrupted. We are not talking of giants like Shakespeare or Goethe. We are talking of the hundreds of talented mediocre writers, who would be infinitely more valuable if they would let love alone, and would employ themselves in spreading knowledge and humane ideas among the masses. Kish, lisping and speaking a little through his nose, began telling the story of a novel he had lately been reading. He spoke circumstantially and without haste. 3 minutes passed, then 5, then 10, and no one could make out what he was talking about, and his face grew more and more indifferent, and his eyes more and more blank. Kish, do be quick over it, Yulia Sergeyevna could not resist saying, it's really agonizing. Shut up, Kish! Kostya shouted to him. They all laughed, and Kish with them. Fyodor came in. Flushing red in patches, he greeted them all in a nervous flurry, and led his brother away into the study. Of late he had taken to avoiding the company of more than one person at once. Let the young people laugh, while we speak from the heart in here, he said, settling himself in a deep armchair at a distance from the lamp. It's a long time, my dear brother, since we've seen each other. How long is it since you were at the warehouse? I think it must be a week. Yes, there's nothing for me to do there. And I must confess that the old man wearies me. Of course, they could get on at the warehouse without you and me, but one must have some occupation. In the sweat of thy brow thou shalt eat bread, as it is written. God loves work. Pyotr brought in a glass of tea on a tray. Fyodor drank it without sugar, and asked for more. He drank a great deal of tea, and could get through as many as 10 glasses in the evening. I tell you what, brother, he said, getting up and going to his brother. Laying aside philosophic subtleties, you must get elected on to the town council, and little by little we will get you on to the local board, and then to be an alderman. And as time goes on, you are a clever man and well educated, you will be noticed in Petersburg and asked to go there. Active men on the provincial assemblies and town councils are all the fashion there now, and before you are 50 you'll be a privy councillor. And have a ribbon across your shoulders. Loptev made no answer. He knew that all this, being a privy councillor and having a ribbon over his shoulder, was what Fyodor desired for himself, and he did not know what to say. The brothers sat still and said nothing. Fyodor opened his watch and for a long, long time gazed into it with strained attention, as though he wanted to detect the motion of the hand, and the expression of his face struck Loptev as strange. They were summoned to supper. Loptev went into the dining room, while Fyodor remained in the study. The argument was over and Yartsev was speaking in the tones of a professor giving a lecture. Owing to differences of climate, of energy, of tastes, of age, equality among men is physically impossible. But civilized man can make this inequality innocuous, as he has already done with bogs and bears. A learned man succeeded in making a cat, a mouse, a falcon, a sparrow, all eat out of one plate. And education, one must hope, will do the same thing with men. Life continually progresses, civilization makes enormous advances before our eyes, and obviously a time will come when we shall think, for instance, the present condition of the factory population as absurd as we now do the state of serfdom, in which girls were exchanged for dogs. That won't be for a long while, a very long while, said Kostya, with a laugh, not till Rothschild thinks his cellars full of gold absurd. And till then the workers may bend their backs and die of hunger. No, that's not it. We mustn't wait for it, we must struggle for it. Do you suppose because the cat eats out of the same saucer as the mouse, do you suppose that she is influenced by a sense of conscious intelligence? Not a bit of it. She's made to do it by force. Fyodor and I are rich, our father's a capitalist, a millionaire. You will have to struggle with us, said Loptev, rubbing his forehead with his hand. Struggle with me is an idea I cannot grasp. I am rich, but what has money given me so far? What has this power given me? In what way am I happier than you? My childhood was slavery, and money did not save me from the birch. When Nina was ill and died, my money did not help her. If people don't care for me, I can't make them like me if I spend 100 million. But you can do a great deal of good, said Kish. Good, indeed. You spoke to me yesterday of a mathematical man who is looking for a job. Believe me, I can do as little for him as you can. I can give money, but that's not what he wants. I asked a well-known musician to help a poor violinist, and this is what he answered: you apply to me just because you are not a musician yourself. In the same way I say to you that you apply for help to me so confidently because you've never been in the position of a rich man. Why you bring in the comparison with a well-known musician I don't understand, said Yulia Sergeyevna, and she flushed crimson. What has the well-known musician to do with it? Her face was quivering with hatred, and she dropped her eyes to conceal the feeling. And not only her husband, but all the men sitting at the table, knew what the look in her face meant. What has the well-known musician got to do with it? She said slowly. Why, nothing's easier than helping someone poor. Silence followed. Pyotr handed the woodcock, but they all refused it, and ate nothing but salad. Laptev did not remember what he had said, but it was clear to him that it was not his words that were hateful, but the fact of his meddling in the conversation at all. After supper he went into his study, intently, with a beating heart, expecting further humiliation. He listened to what was going on in the hall. An argument had sprung up there again. Then Yartsev sat down to the piano and played a sentimental song. He was a man of varied accomplishments. He could play and sing, and even perform conjuring tricks. You may please yourselves, my friends, but I'm not going to stay at home, said Yulia. We must go somewhere. They decided to drive out of town, and sent Kish to the Merchants' Club to order a 3-horse sledge. They did not ask Laptev to go with them because he did not usually join these expeditions, and because his brother was sitting with him. But he took it to mean that his society bored them, and that he was not wanted in their light-hearted youthful company. And his vexation, his bitter feeling, was so intense that he almost shed tears. He was positively glad that he was treated so ungraciously, that he was scorned, that he was a stupid, dull husband, a moneybag. And it seemed to him, that he would have been even more glad if his wife were to deceive him that night with his best friend, and were afterwards to acknowledge it, looking at him with hatred. He was jealous on her account of their student friends, of actors, of singers, of Yartsev, even of casual acquaintances. And now he had a passionate longing for her really to be unfaithful to him. He longed to find her in another man's arms, and to be rid of this nightmare forever. Fyodor was drinking tea, gulping it noisily. But he, too, got up to go. Our old father must have got cataract, he said, as he put on his fur coat. His sight has become very poor. Laptev put on his coat, too, and went out. After seeing his brother part of the way home, he took a sledge and drove to Yars. And this is family happiness, he said, jeering at himself. This is love. His teeth were chattering, and he did not know if it were jealousy or something else. He walked about near the tables, listened to a comic singer in the hall. He had not a single phrase ready if he should meet his own party. And he felt sure beforehand that if he met his wife, he would only smile pitifully and not cleverly, and that everyone would understand what feeling had induced him to come here. He was bewildered by the electric light, the loud music, the smell of powder, and the fact that the ladies he met looked at him. He stood at the doors trying to see and to hear what was going on in the private rooms, and it seemed to him that he was somehow playing a mean, contemptible part on a level with the comic singers and those ladies. Then he went to Strelna, but he found none of his circle there either, and only when on the way home he was again driving up to Yars, a 3-horse sledge noisily overtook him. The driver was drunk and shouting, and he could hear Yartsev laughing, ha, ha, ha. Laptev returned home between 3 and 4. Yulia Sergeyevna was in bed. Noticing that she was not asleep, he went up to her and said sharply, I understand your repulsion, your hatred, but you might spare me before other people, you might conceal your feelings. She got up and sat on the bed with her legs dangling. Her eyes looked big and black in the lamplight. I beg your pardon, she said. He could not utter a single word from excitement and the trembling of his whole body. He stood facing her and was dumb. She trembled, too, and sat with the air of a criminal waiting for explanations. "How I suffer," he said at last, and he clutched his head. "I'm in hell, and I'm out of my mind." "And do you suppose it's easy for me?" she asked, with a quiver in her voice. "God alone knows what I go through. You've been my wife for 6 months, but you haven't a spark of love for me in your heart. There's no hope, not one ray of light. Why did you marry me?" Laptev went on with despair. "Why? What demon thrust you into my arms? What did you hope for? What did you want?" She looked at him with terror, as though she were afraid he would kill her. "Did I attract you? Did you like me?" He went on, gasping for breath. "No." "Then what?" "What? Tell me what?" he cried. "Oh, the cursed money. The cursed money. I swear to God, no," she cried, and she crossed herself. She seemed to shrink under the insult, and for the first time he heard her crying. "I swear to God, no," she repeated. "I didn't think about your money, I didn't want it. I simply thought I should do wrong if I refused you. I was afraid of spoiling your life and mine. And now I am suffering for my mistake. I'm suffering unbearably." She sobbed bitterly, and he saw that she was hurt, and not knowing what to say, dropped down on the carpet before her. That's enough," he muttered. "I insulted you because I love you madly." He suddenly kissed her foot and passionately hugged it. "If only a spark of love," he muttered. "Come, lie to me, tell me a lie. Don't say it's a mistake." But she went on crying, and he felt that she was only enduring his caresses as an inevitable consequence of her mistake. And the foot he had kissed she drew under her like a bird. He felt sorry for her. She got into bed and covered her head over. He undressed and got into bed, too. In the morning they both felt confused and did not know what to talk about, and he even fancied she walked unsteadily on the foot he had kissed. Before dinner Panorov came to say goodbye. Yulia had an irresistible desire to go to her own home. It would be nice, she thought, to go away and have a rest from married life, from the embarrassment and the continual consciousness that she had done wrong. It was decided at dinner that she should set off with Panorov, and stay with her father for 2 or 3 weeks until she was tired of it. Chapter 11. She traveled with Panorov in a reserved compartment. He had on his head an astrakhan cap of peculiar shape. "Yes, Petersburg did not satisfy me," he said, drawling, with a sigh. "They promise much, but nothing definite. Yes, my dear girl. I have been a justice of the peace, a member of the local board, chairman of the board of magistrates, and finally councillor of the provincial administration. I think I have served my country and have earned the right to receive attention, but, would you believe it, I can never succeed in wringing from the authorities a post in another town." Panorov closed his eyes and shook his head. "They don't recognize me," he went on, as though dropping asleep. "Of course I'm not an administrator of genius, but, on the other hand, I'm a decent, honest man, and nowadays even that's something rare. I regret to say I have not been always quite straightforward with women, but in my relations with the Russian government I've always been a gentleman. But enough of that," he said, opening his eyes. "Let us talk of you. What put it into your head to visit your papa so suddenly?" "Well, I had a little misunderstanding with my husband," said Yulia, looking at his cap. "Yes. What a queer fellow he is. All the Laptevs are queer. Your husband's all right, he's nothing out of the way, but his brother Fyodor is a perfect fool." Panorov sighed and asked seriously. "And have you a lover yet?" Yulia looked at him in amazement and laughed. "Goodness knows what you're talking about." It was past 10 o'clock when they got out at a big station and had supper. When the train went on again Panorov took off his greatcoat and his cap, and sat down beside Yulia. "You are very charming, I must tell you," he began. "Excuse me for the eating-house comparison, but you remind me of fresh salted cucumber. It still smells of the hotbed, so to speak, and yet has a smack of the salt and a scent of fennel about it. As time goes on you will make a magnificent woman, a wonderful, exquisite woman. If this trip of ours had happened 5 years ago, he sighed, I should have felt it my duty to join the ranks of your adorers, but now, alas, I'm a veteran on the retired list. He smiled mournfully, but at the same time graciously, and put his arm round her waist. You must be mad, she said. She flushed crimson and was so frightened that her hands and feet turned cold. Leave off, Grigory Nikolaevich. What are you afraid of, dear? He asked softly. What is there dreadful about it? It's simply that you're not used to it. If a woman protested, he always interpreted it as a sign that he had made an impression on her and attracted her. Holding Yulia round the waist, he kissed her firmly on the cheek, then on the lips, in the full conviction that he was giving her intense gratification. Yulia recovered from her alarm and confusion, and began laughing. He kissed her once more and said, as he put on his ridiculous cap, "That is all that the old veteran can give you." A Turkish pasha, a kind-hearted old fellow, was presented by someone, or inherited, I fancy it was, a whole harem. When his beautiful young wives drew up in a row before him, he walked round them, kissed each one of them, and said, "That is all that I am equal to giving you." And that's just what I say, too. All this struck her as stupid and extraordinary, and amused her. She felt mischievous. Standing up on the seat and humming, she got a box of sweets from the shelf, and throwing him a piece of chocolate, shouted, "Catch!" He caught it. With a loud laugh she threw him another sweet, then a third, and he kept catching them and putting them into his mouth, looking at her with imploring eyes. And it seemed to her that in his face, his features, his expression, there was a great deal that was feminine and childlike. And when, out of breath, she sat down on the seat and looked at him, laughing, he tapped her cheek with 2 fingers, and said as though he were vexed, "Naughty girl." "Take it," she said, giving him the box. "I don't care for sweet things." He ate up the sweets, every one of them, and locked the empty box in his trunk. He liked boxes with pictures on them. "That's mischief enough, though," he said. "It's time for the veteran to go bye-bye." He took out of his hold-all a Bokhara dressing gown and a pillow, lay down, and covered himself with the dressing gown. "Good night, darling," he said softly, and sighed as though his whole body ached. And soon a snore was heard. Without the slightest feeling of constraint, she, too, lay down and went to sleep. When next morning she drove through her native town from the station homewards, the streets seemed to her empty and deserted. The snow looked grey, and the houses small, as though someone had squashed them. She was met by a funeral procession. The dead body was carried in an open coffin with banners. Meeting a funeral, they say, is lucky, she thought. There were white bills pasted in the windows of the house where Nina Fyodorovna used to live. With a sinking at her heart she drove into her own courtyard and rang at the door. It was opened by a servant she did not know, a plump, sleepy-looking girl wearing a warm wadded jacket. As she went upstairs Yulia remembered how Laptev had declared his love there, but now the staircase was unscrubbed, covered with footmarks. Upstairs in the cold passage patients were waiting in their outdoor coats. And for some reason her heart beat violently, and she was so excited she could scarcely walk. The doctor, who had grown even stouter, was sitting with a brick-red face and disheveled hair, drinking tea. Seeing his daughter, he was greatly delighted, and even lachrymose. She thought that she was the only joy in this old man's life, and much moved, she embraced him warmly, and told him she would stay a long time, till Easter. After taking off her things in her own room, she went back to the dining room to have tea with him. He was pacing up and down with his hands in his pockets, humming, "Ru-are-you-are-you." This meant that he was dissatisfied with something. "You have a gay time of it in Moscow," he said. "I am very glad for your sake. I'm an old man and I need nothing. I shall soon give up the ghost and set you all free. And the wonder is that my hide is so tough, that I'm alive still." It's amazing. He said that he was a tough old ass that everyone rode on. They had thrust on him the care of Nina Fyodorovna, the worry of her children and of her burial. And that coxcomb Panorov would not trouble himself about it, and had even borrowed 100 rubles from him and had never paid it back. "Take me to Moscow and put me in a madhouse," said the doctor. "I'm mad, I'm a simple child, as I still put faith in truth and justice." Then he found fault with her husband for his short-sightedness in not buying houses that were being sold so cheaply. And now it seemed to Yulia that she was not the one joy in this old man's life. While he was seeing his patients, and afterwards going his rounds, she walked through all the rooms, not knowing what to do or what to think about. She had already grown strange to her own town and her own home. She felt no inclination to go into the streets or see her friends. And at the thought of her old friends and her life as a girl, she felt no sadness nor regret for the past. In the evening she dressed a little more smartly and went to the evening service. But there were only poor people in the church, and her splendid fur coat and hat made no impression. And it seemed to her that there was some change in the church as well as in herself. In old days she had loved it when they read the prayers for the day at evening service, and the choir sang anthems such as, "I will open my lips." She liked moving slowly in the crowd to the priest who stood in the middle of the church, and then to feel the holy oil on her forehead. Now she only waited for the service to be over. And now, going out of the church, she was only afraid that beggars would ask for alms. It was such a bore to have to stop and feel for her pockets. Besides, she had no coppers in her pocket now, nothing but rubles. She went to bed early, and was a long time in going to sleep. She kept dreaming of portraits of some sort, and of the funeral procession she had met that morning. The open coffin with the dead body was carried into the yard, and brought to a standstill at the door. Then the coffin was swung backwards and forwards on a sheet, and dashed violently against the door. Yulia woke and jumped up in alarm. There really was a bang at the door, and the wire of the bell rustled against the wall, though no ring was to be heard. The doctor coughed. Then she heard the servant go downstairs, and then come back. "Madam," she said, and knocked at the door. "Madam." "What is it?" said Yulia. "A telegram for you." Yulia went out to her with a candle. Behind the servant stood the doctor, in his nightclothes and greatcoat, and he, too, had a candle in his hand. "Our bell is broken," he said, yawning sleepily. "It ought to have been mended long ago." Yulia broke open the telegram and read. "We drink to your health. Yartsev, Kochevoy." "Ah, what idiots," she said, and burst out laughing. And her heart felt light and gay. Going back into her room, she quietly washed and dressed, then she spent a long time in packing her things, until it was daylight, and at midday she set off for Moscow. Chapter 12. In Holy Week the Loptevs went to an exhibition of pictures in the School of Painting. The whole family went together in the Moscow fashion, the little girls, the governess, Kostya, and all. Loptev knew the names of all the well-known painters, and never missed an exhibition. He used sometimes to paint little landscape paintings when he was in the country in the summer, and he fancied he had a good deal of taste. And that if he had studied he might have made a good painter. When he was abroad he sometimes used to go to curio shops, examining the antiques with the air of a connoisseur and giving his opinion on them. When he bought any article he gave just what the shopkeeper liked to ask for it, and his purchase remained afterwards in a box in the coach-house till it disappeared altogether. Or going into a print shop, he would slowly and attentively examine the engravings and the bronzes, making various remarks on them, and would buy a common frame or a box of wretched prints. At home he had pictures always of large dimensions but of inferior quality, the best among them were badly hung. It had happened to him more than once to pay large sums for things which had afterwards turned out to be forgeries of the grossest kind. And it was remarkable that, though as a rule timid in the affairs of life, he was exceedingly bold and self-confident at a picture exhibition. Why? Yulia Sergeyevna looked at the pictures as her husband did, through her open fist or an opera glass, and was surprised that the people in the pictures were like live people. And the trees like real trees. But she did not understand art, and it seemed to her that many pictures in the exhibition were alike. And she imagined that the whole object in painting was that the figures and objects should stand out as though they were real, when you looked at the picture through your open fist. That forest is Shishkin's, her husband explained to her. He always paints the same thing. But notice snow's never such a lilac color as that. And that boy's left arm is shorter than his right. When they were all tired and Laptev had gone to look for Kostya, that they might go home, Yulia stopped indifferently before a small landscape. In the foreground was a stream, over it a little wooden bridge, on the further side a path that disappeared in the dark grass, a field on the right, a copse. Near it a campfire, no doubt of watchers by night, and in the distance there was a glow of the evening sunset. Yulia imagined walking herself along the little bridge, and then along the little path further and further, while all round was stillness. The drowsy landrails calling and the fire flickering in the distance. And for some reason she suddenly began to feel that she had seen those very clouds that stretched across the red part of the sky, and that copse, and that field before, many times before. She felt lonely, and longed to walk on and on along the path, and there, in the glow of sunset was the calm reflection of something unearthly, eternal. How finely that's painted! She said, surprised that the picture had suddenly become intelligible to her. Look, Alyosha. Do you see how peaceful it is? She began trying to explain why she liked the landscape so much, but neither Kostya nor her husband understood her. She kept looking at the picture with a mournful smile, and the fact that the others saw nothing special in it troubled her. Then she began walking through the rooms and looking at the pictures again. She tried to understand them and no longer thought that a great many of them were alike. When, on returning home, for the first time she looked attentively at the big picture that hung over the piano in the drawing room, she felt a dislike for it. And said, "What an idea to have pictures like that." And after that the gilt cornices, the Venetian looking-glasses with flowers on them, the pictures of the same sort as the one that hung over the piano. And also her husband's and Kostya's reflections upon art, aroused in her a feeling of dreariness and vexation, even of hatred. Life went on its ordinary course from day to day with no promise of anything special. The theatrical season was over, the warm days had come. There was a long spell of glorious weather. One morning the Laptevs attended the district court to hear Kostya, who had been appointed by the court to defend someone. They were late in starting, and reached the court after the examination of the witnesses had begun. A soldier in the reserve was accused of theft and housebreaking. There were a great number of witnesses, washerwomen. They all testified that the accused was often in the house of their employer, a woman who kept a laundry. At the feast of the exaltation of the cross he came late in the evening and began asking for money. He wanted a pick-me-up, as he had been drinking, but no one gave him anything. Then he went away, but an hour afterwards he came back, and brought with him some beer and a soft gingerbread cake for the little girl. They drank and sang songs almost till daybreak, and when in the morning they looked about, the lock of the door leading up into the attic was broken, and of the linen 3 men's shirts, a petticoat, and 2 sheets were missing. Kostya asked each witness sarcastically whether she had not drunk the beer the accused had brought. Evidently he was insinuating that the washerwomen had stolen the linen themselves. He delivered his speech without the slightest nervousness, looking angrily at the jury. He explained what robbery with housebreaking meant, and the difference between that and simple theft. He spoke very circumstantially and convincingly, displaying an unusual talent for speaking at length and in a serious tone about what had been known to everyone long before. And it was difficult to make out exactly what he was aiming at. From his long speech the foreman of the jury could only have deduced that it was housebreaking but not robbery, as the washerwomen had sold the linen for drink themselves. Or, if there had been robbery, there had not been housebreaking. But obviously, he said just what was wanted, as his speech moved the jury and the audience, and was very much liked. When they gave a verdict of acquittal, Yulia nodded to Kostya, and afterwards pressed his hand warmly. In May the Loptevs moved to a country villa at Sokolniki. By that time Yulia was expecting a baby. Chapter 13. More than a year had passed. Yulia and Yartsev were lying on the grass at Sokolniki, not far from the embankment of the Yaroslav railway. A little distance away Kochevoy was lying with hands under his head, looking at the sky. All three had been for a walk, and were waiting for the 6 o'clock train to pass to go home to tea. Mothers see something extraordinary in their children, that is ordained by nature, said Yulia. A mother will stand for hours together by the baby's cot looking at its little ears and eyes and nose, and fascinated by them. If anyone else kisses her baby, the poor thing imagines that it gives him immense pleasure. And a mother talks of nothing but her baby. I know that weakness in mothers, and I keep watch over myself, but my Olga really is exceptional. How she looks at me when I'm nursing her. How she laughs. She's only 8 months old, but, upon my word, I've never seen such intelligent eyes in a child of 3. Tell me, by the way, asked Yartsev, which do you love most, your husband or your baby? Yulia shrugged her shoulders. I don't know, she said. I never was so very fond of my husband, and Olga is in reality my first love. You know that I did not marry Alexei for love. In old days I was foolish and miserable, and thought that I had ruined my life and his, and now I see that love is not necessary, that it is all nonsense. But if it is not love, what feeling is it that binds you to your husband? Why do you go on living with him? I don't know. I suppose it must be habit. I respect him, I miss him when he's away for long, but that's not love. He is a clever, honest man, and that's enough to make me happy. He is very kind and good-hearted. Alyosha's intelligent, Alyosha's good, said Kostya, raising his head lazily. But, my dear girl, to find out that he is intelligent, good, and interesting, you have to eat 100 weight of salt with him. And what's the use of his goodness and intelligence? He can fork out money as much as you want, but when character is needed to resist insolence or aggressiveness, he is faint-hearted and overcome with nervousness. People like your amiable Alyosha are splendid people, but they are no use at all for fighting. In fact, they are no use for anything. At last the train came in sight. Coils of perfectly pink smoke from the funnels floated over the copse, and 2 windows in the last compartment flashed so brilliantly in the sun, that it hurt their eyes to look at it. Tea time, said Yulia Sergeyevna, getting up. She had grown somewhat stouter of late, and her movements were already a little matronly, a little indolent. It's bad to be without love though, said Yartsev, walking behind her. We talk and read of nothing else but love, but we do very little loving ourselves, and that's really bad. All that's nonsense, Ivan Gavrilich, said Yulia. That's not what gives happiness. They had tea in the little garden, where mignonette, stocks, and tobacco plants were in flower, and spikes of early gladiolus were just opening. Yartsev and Kochevoy could see from Yulia's face that she was passing through a happy period of inward peace and serenity, that she wanted nothing but what she had, and they, too, had a feeling of peace and comfort in their hearts. Whatever was said sounded apt and clever, the pines were lovely, the fragrance of them was exquisite as it had never been before, and the cream was very nice, and Sasha was a good, intelligent child. After tea Yartsev sang songs, accompanying himself on the piano, while Yulia and Kochevoy sat listening in silence. The Yulia got up from time to time, and went softly indoors to take a look at the baby and at Lida, who had been in bed for the last 2 days feverish and eating nothing. My friend, my tender friend, sang Yartsev. No, my friends, I'll be hanged if I understand why you are all so against love, he said, flinging back his head. If I weren't busy for 15 hours of the 24, should certainly fall in love. Supper was served on the veranda. It was warm and still, but Yulia wrapped herself in a shawl and complained of the damp. When it got dark, she seemed not quite herself. She kept shivering and begging her visitors to stay a little longer. She regaled them with wine, and after supper ordered brandy to keep them from going. She didn't want to be left alone with the children and the servants. "We summer visitors are getting up a performance for the children," she said. "We have got everything, a stage and actors. We are only at a loss for a play. 24 plays of different sorts have been sent us, but there isn't one that is suitable. Now, you are fond of the theater, and are so good at history," she said, addressing Yartsev. "Write an historical play for us." "Well, I might." The men drank up all the brandy, and prepared to go. It was past 10, and for summer villa people that was late. "How dark it is. One can't see a bit," said Yulia, as she went with them to the gate. "I don't know how you'll find your way. But, isn't it cold?" She wrapped herself up more closely and walked back to the porch. "I suppose my Alexei's playing cards somewhere," she called to them. "Good night." After the lighted rooms nothing could be seen. Yartsev and Kostya groped their way like blind men to the railway embankment and crossed it. "One can't see a thing," said Kostya in his bass voice, standing still and gazing at the sky. "And the stars, they are like new threepenny bits." "Gavrilich." Yartsev responded somewhere in the darkness. "I say, one can't see a thing. Where are you?" Yartsev went up to him whistling, and took his arm. "Hi, there, you summer visitors," Kostya shouted at the top of his voice. "We've caught a socialist." When he was exhilarated he was always very rowdy, shouting, wrangling with policemen and cab drivers, singing, and laughing violently. "Nature be damned," he shouted. Come," said Yartsev, trying to pacify him. "You mustn't. Please don't." Soon the friends grew accustomed to the darkness, and were able to distinguish the outlines of the tall pines and telegraph posts. From time to time the sound of whistles reached them from the station and the telegraph wires hummed plaintively. From the copse itself there came no sound, and there was a feeling of pride, strength, and mystery in its silence, and on the right it seemed that the tops of the pines were almost touching the sky. The friends found their path and walked along it. There it was quite dark, and it was only from the long strip of sky dotted with stars, and from the firmly trodden earth under their feet, that they could tell they were walking along a path. They walked along side by side in silence, and it seemed to both of them that people were coming to meet them. Their tipsy exhilaration passed off. The fancy came into Yartsev's mind that perhaps that copse was haunted by the spirits of the Muscovite tsars, boyars, and patriarchs, and he was on the point of telling Kostya about it. But he checked himself. When they reached the town gate there was a faint light of dawn in the sky. Still in silence, Yartsev and Kochevoy walked along the wooden pavement, by the cheap summer cottages, eating houses, timber stacks. Under the arch of interlacing branches, the damp air was fragrant of lime trees, and then a broad, long street opened before them, and on it not a soul, not a light. When they reached the Red Pond, it was daylight. "Moscow, it's a town that will have to suffer a great deal more," said Yartsev, looking at the Alexievsky Monastery. "What put that into your head?" "I don't know. I love Moscow." Both Yartsev and Kostya had been born in Moscow, and adored the town, and felt for some reason antagonistic to every other town. Both were convinced that Moscow was a remarkable town, and Russia a remarkable country. In the Crimea, in the Caucasus, and abroad, they felt dull, uncomfortable, and ill at ease, and they thought their grey Moscow weather very pleasant and healthy. And when the rain lashed at the window panes and it got dark early, and when the walls of the churches and houses looked a drab, dismal color. Days when one doesn't know what to put on when one is going out, such days excited them agreeably. At last near the station they took a cab. "It really would be nice to write an historical play," said Yartsev, "but not about the Lyapunovs or the Godunovs, but of the times of Yaroslav or of Monomakh." I hate all historical plays except the monologue of Pimen. When you have to do with some historical authority or even read a textbook of Russian history, you feel that everyone in Russia is exceptionally talented, gifted, and interesting. But when I see an historical play at the theater, Russian life begins to seem stupid, morbid, and not original. Near Dmitrovka the friends separated, and Yartsev went on to his lodging in Nikitsky Street. He sat half dozing, swaying from side to side, and pondering on the play. He suddenly imagined a terrible din, a clanging noise, and shouts in some unknown language, that might have been Kalmuk, and a village wrapped in flames. And forests anear covered with hoarfrost and soft pink in the glow of the fire, visible for miles around, and so clearly that every little fir tree could be distinguished. And savage men darting about the village on horseback and on foot, and as red as the glow in the sky. The Polovtsy, thought Yartsev. One of them, a terrible old man with a blood-stained face all scorched from the fire, binds to his saddle a young girl with a white Russian face, and the girl looks sorrowful, understanding. Yartsev flung back his head and woke up. "My friend, my tender friend," he hummed. As he paid the cabman and went up his stairs, he could not shake off his dreaminess. He saw the flames catching the village, and the forest beginning to crackle and smoke. A huge, wild bear frantic with terror rushed through the village. And the girl tied to the saddle was still looking. When at last he went into his room it was broad daylight. 2 candles were burning by some open music on the piano. On the sofa lay Paulina Razedin wearing a black dress and a sash, with a newspaper in her hand, fast asleep. She must have been playing late, waiting for Yartsev to come home, and, tired of waiting, fell asleep. "Hello, she's worn out," he thought. Carefully taking the newspaper out of her hands, he covered her with a rug. He put out the candles and went into his bedroom. As he got into bed, he still thought of his historical play, and the tune of "My friend, my tender friend" was still ringing in his head. 2 days later Loptev looked in upon him for a moment to tell him that Lida was ill with diphtheria, and that Yulia Sergeyevna and her baby had caught it from her. And 5 days later came the news that Lida and Yulia were recovering, but the baby was dead, and that the Loptevs had left their villa at Sokolniki and had hastened back to Moscow. Chapter 14. It had become distasteful to Loptev to be long at home. His wife was constantly away in the lodge declaring that she had to look after the little girls, but he knew that she did not go to the lodge to give them lessons but to cry in Kostya's room. The 9th day came, then the 20th, and then the 40th, and still he had to go to the cemetery to listen to the requiem. And then to wear himself out for a whole day and night thinking of nothing but that unhappy baby, and trying to comfort his wife with all sorts of commonplace expressions. He went rarely to the warehouse now, and spent most of his time in charitable work, seizing upon every pretext requiring his attention. And he was glad when he had for some trivial reason to be out for the whole day. He had been intending of late to go abroad, to study night refuges, and that idea attracted him now. It was an autumn day. Yulia had just gone to the lodge to cry, while Loptev lay on a sofa in the study thinking where he could go. Just at that moment Pyotr announced Paulina Razedin. Loptev was delighted. He leapt up and went to meet the unexpected visitor, who had been his closest friend, though he had almost begun to forget her. She had not changed in the least since that evening when he had seen her for the last time, and was just the same as ever. "Paulina," he said, holding out both hands to her. "What ages! If you only knew how glad I am to see you. Do come in." Paulina greeted him, jerked him by the hand, and without taking off her coat and hat, went into the study and sat down. "I've come to you for 1 minute," she said. "I haven't time to talk of any nonsense. Sit down and listen. Whether you are glad to see me or not is absolutely nothing to me, for I don't care a straw for the gracious attentions of you lords of creation. I've only come to you because I've been to 5 other places already today, and everywhere I was met with a refusal, and it's a matter that can't be put off. Listen," she went on, looking into his face. 5 students of my acquaintance, stupid, unintelligent people, but certainly poor, have neglected to pay their fees, and are being excluded from the university. Your wealth makes it your duty to go straight to the university and pay for them. With pleasure, Paulina. Here are their names, she said, giving him a list. Go this minute. You'll have plenty of time to enjoy your domestic happiness afterwards. At that moment a rustle was heard through the door that led into the drawing room, probably the dog was scratching itself. Paulina turned crimson and jumped up. Your Dulcinea's eavesdropping, she said. That's horrid. Laptev was offended at this insult to Yulia. She's not here, she's in the lodge, he said. And don't speak of her like that. Our child is dead, and she is in great distress. You can console her, Paulina scoffed, sitting down again, she'll have another dozen. You don't need much sense to bring children into the world. Laptev remembered that he had heard this, or something very like it, many times in old days, and it brought back a whiff of the romance of the past, of solitary freedom, of his bachelor life. When he was young and thought he could do anything he chose, when he had neither love for his wife nor memory of his baby. Let us go together, he said, stretching. When they reached the university, Paulina waited at the gate, while Laptev went into the office. He came back soon afterwards and handed Paulina 5 receipts. Where are you going now? He asked. To Yartsev's. I'll come with you. But you'll prevent him from writing. No, I assure you I won't, he said, and looked at her imploringly. She had on a black hat trimmed with crape, as though she were in mourning, and a short, shabby coat, the pockets of which stuck out. Her nose looked longer than it used to be, and her face looked bloodless in spite of the cold. Laptev liked walking with her, doing what she told him, and listening to her grumbling. He walked along thinking about her, what inward strength there must be in this woman, since, though she was so ugly, so angular, so restless, though she did not know how to dress, and always had untidy hair, and was always somehow out of harmony, she was yet so fascinating. They went into Yartsev's flat by the back way through the kitchen, where they were met by the cook, a clean little old woman with grey curls. She was overcome with embarrassment, and with a honeyed smile which made her little face look like a pie, said, "Please walk in." Yartsev was not at home. Paulina sat down to the piano, and beginning upon a tedious, difficult exercise, told Laptev not to hinder her. And without distracting her attention by conversation, he sat on one side and began turning over the pages of The Messenger of Europe. After practicing for 2 hours, it was the task she set herself every day, she ate something in the kitchen and went out to her lessons. Laptev read the continuation of a story, then sat for a long time without reading and without being bored, glad to think that he was too late for dinner at home. Ha, ha, ha. Came Yartsev's laugh, and he walked in with ruddy cheeks, looking strong and healthy, wearing a new coat with bright buttons. Ha, ha, ha. The friends dined together. Then Laptev lay on the sofa while Yartsev sat near and lighted a cigar. It got dark. I must be getting old, said Laptev. Ever since my sister Nina died, I've taken to constantly thinking of death. They began talking of death, of the immortality of the soul, of how nice it would be to rise again and fly off somewhere to Mars, to be always idle and happy, and, above all, to think in a new special way, not as on earth. One doesn't want to die, said Yartsev softly. No sort of philosophy can reconcile me to death, and I look on it simply as annihilation. One wants to live. You love life, Gavrilich? Yes, I love it. Do you know, I can never understand myself about that. I'm always in a gloomy mood or else indifferent. I'm timid, without self-confidence, I have a cowardly conscience. I never can adapt myself to life, or become its master. Some people talk nonsense or cheat, and even so enjoy life, while I consciously do good, and feel nothing but uneasiness or complete indifference. I explain all that, Gavrilich, by my being a slave, the grandson of a serf. Before we plebeians fight our way into the true path, many of our sort will perish on the way. That's all quite right, my dear fellow, said Yartsev, and he sighed. That only proves once again how rich and varied Russian life is. Ah, how rich it is. Do you know, I feel more convinced every day that we are on the eve of the greatest triumph, and I should like to live to take part in it. Whether you like to believe it or not, to my thinking a remarkable generation is growing up. It gives me great enjoyment to teach the children, especially the girls. They are wonderful children. Yartsev went to the piano and struck a chord. I'm a chemist, I think in chemical terms, and I shall die a chemist, he went on. But I am greedy, and I am afraid of dying unsatisfied. And chemistry is not enough for me, and I seize upon Russian history, history of art, the science of teaching music. Your wife asked me in the summer to write an historical play, and now I'm longing to write and write. I feel as though I could sit for 3 days and 3 nights without moving, writing all the time. I am worn out with ideas, my brain's crowded with them, and I feel as though there were a pulse throbbing in my head. I don't in the least want to become anything special, to create something great. I simply want to live, to dream, to hope, to be in the midst of everything. Life is short, my dear fellow, and one must make the most of everything. After this friendly talk, which was not over till midnight, Laptev took to coming to see Yartsev almost every day. He felt drawn to him. As a rule he came towards evening, lay down on the sofa, and waited patiently for Yartsev to come in, without feeling in the least bored. When Yartsev came back from his work, he had dinner, and sat down to work. But Laptev would ask him a question, a conversation would spring up, and there was no more thought of work, and at midnight the friends parted very well pleased with one another. But this did not last long. Arriving one day at Yartsev's, Laptev found no one there but Paulina, who was sitting at the piano practicing her exercises. She looked at him with a cold, almost hostile expression, and asked without shaking hands. Tell me, please, how much longer is this going on? This? What? Asked Laptev, not understanding. You come here every day and hinder Yartsev from working. Yartsev is not a tradesman, he is a scientific man, and every moment of his life is precious. You ought to understand and to have some little delicacy. If you think that I hinder him, said Laptev, mildly, disconcerted, I will give up my visits. Quite right, too. You had better go, or he may be home in a minute and find you here. The tone in which this was said, and the indifference in Paulina's eyes, completely disconcerted him. She had absolutely no sort of feeling for him now, except the desire that he should go as soon as possible, and what a contrast it was to her old love for him. He went out without shaking hands with her, and he fancied she would call out to him, bring him back, but he heard the scales again. And as he slowly went down the stairs he realized that he had become a stranger to her now. 3 days later Yartsev came to spend the evening with him. I have news, he said, laughing. Paulina Nikolaevna has moved into my rooms altogether. He was a little confused, and went on in a low voice, well, we are not in love with each other, of course, but I suppose that doesn't matter. I am glad I can give her a refuge and peace and quiet, and make it possible for her not to work if she's ill. She fancies that her coming to live with me will make things more orderly, and that under her influence I shall become a great scientist. That's what she fancies. And let her fancy it. In the South they have a saying, fancy makes the fool a rich man. Ha, ha, ha. Laptev said nothing. Yartsev walked up and down the study, looking at the pictures he had seen so many times before, and said with a sigh. Yes, my dear fellow, I am 3 years older than you are. And it's too late for me to think of real love, and in reality a woman like Paulina Nikolaevna is a godsend to me, and, of course, I shall get on capitally with her till we're both old people. But, goodness knows why, one still regrets something, one still longs for something, and I still feel as though I am lying in the Vale of Dagestan and dreaming of a ball. In short, man's never satisfied with what he has. He went into the drawing room and began singing as though nothing had happened, and Laptev sat in his study with his eyes shut, and tried to understand why Paulina had gone to live with Yartsev. And then he felt sad that there were no lasting, permanent attachments. And he felt vexed that Paulina Nikolaevna had gone to live with Yartsev, and vexed with himself that his feeling for his wife was not what it had been. Chapter 15. Laptev sat reading and swaying to and fro in a rocking chair. Yulia was in the study, and she, too, was reading. It seemed there was nothing to talk about, they had both been silent all day. From time to time he looked at her from over his book and thought, whether one marries from passionate love, or without love at all, doesn't it come to the same thing? And the time when he used to be jealous, troubled, distressed, seemed to him far away. He had succeeded in going abroad, and now he was resting after the journey and looking forward to another visit in the spring to England, which he had very much liked. And Yulia Sergeyevna had grown used to her sorrow, and had left off going to the lodge to cry. That winter she had given up driving out shopping, had given up the theaters and concerts, and had stayed at home. She never cared for big rooms, and always sat in her husband's study or in her own room, where she had shrines of icons that had come to her on her marriage. And where there hung on the wall the landscape that had pleased her so much at the exhibition. She spent hardly any money on herself, and was almost as frugal now as she had been in her father's house. The winter passed cheerlessly. Card-playing was the rule everywhere in Moscow, and if any other recreation was attempted, such as singing, reading, drawing, the result was even more tedious. And since there were few talented people in Moscow, and the same singers and reciters performed at every entertainment, even the enjoyment of art gradually palled and became for many people a tiresome and monotonous social duty. Moreover, the Laptevs never had a day without something vexatious happening. Old Laptev's eyesight was failing. He no longer went to the warehouse, and the oculist told them that he would soon be blind. Fyodor had for some reason given up going to the warehouse and spent his time sitting at home writing something. Panorov had got a post in another town, and had been promoted an actual civil councillor, and was now staying at the Dresden. He came to the Laptevs almost every day to ask for money. Kish had finished his studies at last, and while waiting for Laptev to find him a job, used to spend whole days at a time with them, telling them long, tedious stories. All this was irritating and exhausting, and made daily life unpleasant. Pyotr came into the study, and announced an unknown lady. On the card he brought in was the name, Josephina Iosifovna Milan. Yulia Sergeyevna got up languidly and went out limping slightly, as her foot had gone to sleep. In the doorway appeared a pale, thin lady with dark eyebrows, dressed altogether in black. She clasped her hands on her bosom and said supplicatingly, Laptev, save my children." The jingle of her bracelets sounded familiar to him, and he knew the face with patches of powder on it. He recognized her as the lady with whom he had once so inappropriately dined before his marriage. It was Panorov's second wife. "Save my children," she repeated, and her face suddenly quivered and looked old and pitiful. "You alone can save us, and I have spent my last penny coming to Moscow to see you. My children are starving." She made a motion as though she were going to fall on her knees. Laptev was alarmed, and clutched her by the arm. Sit down," he muttered, making her sit down. "I beg you to be seated." "We have no money to buy bread," she said. "Grigory Nikolaevich is going away to a new post, but he will not take the children and me with him, and the money which you so generously send us he spends only on himself. What are we to do?" "What? My poor, unhappy children. Calm yourself, I beg. I will give orders that that money shall be made payable to you." She began sobbing, and then grew calmer, and he noticed that the tears had made little pathways through the powder on her cheeks, and that she was growing a mustache. "You are infinitely generous, Laptev. But be our guardian angel, our good fairy, persuade Grigory Nikolaevich not to abandon me, but to take me with him. You know I love him insanely, he's the comfort of my life. Laptev gave her 100 rubles, and promised to talk to Panorov, and saw her out to the hall in trepidation the whole time, for fear she should break into sobs or fall on her knees. After her, Kish made his appearance. Then Kostya came in with his photographic apparatus. Of late he had been attracted by photography and took photographs of everyone in the house several times a day. This new pursuit caused him many disappointments, and he had actually grown thinner. Before evening tea Fyodor arrived. Sitting in a corner in the study, he opened a book and stared for a long time at a page, obviously not reading. Then he spent a long time drinking tea. His face turned red. In his presence Laptev felt a load on his heart, even his silence was irksome to him. Russia may be congratulated on the appearance of a new author, said Fyodor. Joking apart, though, brother, I have turned out a little article, the first fruits of my pen, so to say, and I've brought it to show you. Read it, dear boy, and tell me your opinion, but sincerely. He took a manuscript out of his pocket and gave it to his brother. The article was called The Russian Soul. It was written tediously, in the colorless style in which people with no talent, but full of secret vanity, usually write. The leading idea of it was that the intellectual man has the right to disbelieve in the supernatural, but it is his duty to conceal his lack of faith. That he may not be a stumbling block and shake the faith of others. Without faith there is no idealism, and idealism is destined to save Europe and guide humanity into the true path. But you don't say what Europe has to be saved from, said Laptev. That's intelligible of itself. Nothing is intelligible, said Laptev, and he walked about the room in agitation. It's not intelligible to me why you wrote it. But that's your business. I want to publish it in pamphlet form. That's your affair. They were silent for a minute. Fyodor sighed and said, It's an immense regret to me, dear brother, that we think differently. Oh, Alyosha, Alyosha, my darling brother. You and I are true Russians, true believers, men of broad nature. All of these German and Jewish crochets are not for us. You and I are not wretched upstarts, you know, but representatives of a distinguished merchant family. What do you mean by a distinguished family, said Laptev, restraining his irritation. A distinguished family. The landowners beat our grandfather and every low little government clerk punched him in the face. Our grandfather thrashed our father, and our father thrashed us. What has your distinguished family done for us? What sort of nerves, what sort of blood, have we inherited? For nearly 3 years you've been arguing like an ignorant deacon, and talking all sorts of nonsense, and now you've written this slavish drivel here. While I. Look at me. No elasticity, no boldness, no strength of will, I tremble over every step I take as though I should be flogged for it. I am timid before nonentities, idiots, brutes, who are immeasurably my inferiors mentally and morally. I am afraid of porters, doorkeepers, policemen, gendarmes. I am afraid of everyone, because I was born of a mother who was terrified, and because from a child I was beaten and frightened. You and I will do well to have no children. Oh, God, grant that this distinguished merchant family may die with us. Yulia Sergeyevna came into the study and sat down at the table. Are you arguing about something here? She asked. Am I interrupting? No, little sister, answered Fyodor. Our discussion was of principles. Here, you are abusing the family, he added, turning to his brother. That family has created a business worth $1 million, though. That stands for something, anyway. A great distinction, a business worth $1 million. A man with no particular brains, without abilities, by chance becomes a trader, and then when he has grown rich he goes on trading from day to day, with no sort of system, with no aim. Without having any particular greed for money. He trades mechanically, and money comes to him of itself, without his going to meet it. He sits all his life at his work, likes it only because he can domineer over his clerks and get the better of his customers. He's a churchwarden because he can domineer over the choristers and keep them under his thumb. He's the patron of a school because he likes to feel the teacher is his subordinate and enjoys lording it over him. The merchant does not love trading, he loves dominating, and your warehouse is not so much a commercial establishment as a torture chamber. And for a business like yours, you want clerks who have been deprived of individual character and personal life, and you make them such by forcing them in childhood to lick the dust for a crust of bread. And you've trained them from childhood to believe that you are their benefactors. No fear of your taking a university man into your warehouse. University men are not suitable for our business. That's not true, cried Laptev. It's a lie. Excuse me, it seems to me you spit into the well from which you drink yourself, said Fyodor, and he got up. Our business is hateful to you, yet you make use of the income from it. Aha! We've spoken our minds, said Laptev, and he laughed, looking angrily at his brother. Yes, if I didn't belong to your distinguished family, if I had an ounce of will and courage, I should long ago have flung away that income, and have gone to work for my living. But in your warehouse you've destroyed all character in me from a child. I'm your product. Fyodor looked at the clock and began hurriedly saying goodbye. He kissed Yulia's hand and went out, but instead of going into the hall, walked into the drawing room, then into the bedroom. I've forgotten how the rooms go, he said in extreme confusion. It's a strange house. Isn't it a strange house? He seemed utterly overcome as he put on his coat, and there was a look of pain on his face. Laptev felt no more anger. He was frightened, and at the same time felt sorry for Fyodor, and the warm, true love for his brother, which seemed to have died down in his heart during those 3 years, awoke. And he felt an intense desire to express that love. Come to dinner with us tomorrow, Fyodor, he said, and stroked him on the shoulder. Will you come? Yes, but give me some water. Laptev ran himself to the dining room to take the first thing he could get from the sideboard. This was a tall beer jug. He poured water into it and brought it to his brother. Fyodor began drinking, but bit a piece out of the jug. They heard a crunch, and then sobs. The water ran over his fur coat and his jacket, and Laptev, who had never seen men cry, stood in confusion and dismay, not knowing what to do. He looked on helplessly while Yulia and the servant took off Fyodor's coat and helped him back again into the room, and went with him, feeling guilty. Yulia made Fyodor lie down on the sofa and knelt beside him. It's nothing, she said, trying to comfort him. It's your nerves. I'm so miserable, my dear, he said. I am so unhappy, but all the time I've been hiding it. He put his arm round her neck and whispered in her ear. Every night I see my sister Nina. She comes and sits in the chair near my bed. When, an hour later, he put on his fur coat in the hall, he was smiling again and ashamed to face the servant. Laptev went with him to Pyatnitsky Street. Come and have dinner with us tomorrow, he said on the way, holding him by the arm, and at Easter we'll go abroad together. You absolutely must have a change, or you'll be getting quite morbid. When he got home Laptev found his wife in a state of great nervous agitation. The scene with Fyodor had upset her, and she could not recover her composure. She wasn't crying but kept tossing on the bed, clutching with cold fingers at the quilt, at the pillows, at her husband's hands. Her eyes looked big and frightened. Don't go away from me, don't go away, she said to her husband. Tell me, Alyosha, why have I left off saying my prayers? What has become of my faith? Oh, why did you talk of religion before me? You've shaken my faith, you and your friends. I never pray now. He put compresses on her forehead, chafed her hands, gave her tea to drink, while she huddled up to him in terror. Towards morning she was worn out and fell asleep, while Laptev sat beside her and held her hand. So that he could get no sleep. The whole day afterwards he felt shattered and dull, and wandered listlessly about the rooms without a thought in his head. Chapter 16. The doctor said that Fyodor's mind was affected. Laptev did not know what to do in his father's house, while the dark warehouse in which neither his father nor Fyodor ever appeared now seemed to him like a sepulchre. When his wife told him that he absolutely must go every day to the warehouse and also to his father's, he either said nothing, or began talking irritably of his childhood. Saying that it was beyond his power to forgive his father for his past, that the warehouse and the house in Pyatnitsky Street were hateful to him, and so on. One Sunday morning Yulia went herself to Pyatnitsky Street. She found old Fyodor Stepanovich in the same big drawing room in which the service had been held on her first arrival. Wearing slippers, and without a cravat, he was sitting motionless in his armchair, blinking with his sightless eyes. "It's I, your daughter-in-law," she said, going up to him. "I've come to see how you are." He began breathing heavily with excitement. Touched by his affliction and his loneliness, she kissed his hand. And he passed his hand over her face and head, and having satisfied himself that it was she, made the sign of the cross over her. thank you," he said. "You know I've lost my eyes and can see nothing. I can dimly see the window and the fire, but people and things I cannot see at all. Yes, I'm going blind, and Fyodor has fallen ill, and without the masters things are in a bad way now. If there is any irregularity there's no one to look into it, and folks soon get spoiled. And why is it Fyodor has fallen ill? Did he catch cold? Here I have never ailed in my life and never taken medicine. I never saw anything of doctors." And, as he always did, the old man began boasting. Meanwhile the servants hurriedly laid the table and brought in lunch and bottles of wine. 10 bottles were put on the table. One of them was in the shape of the Eiffel Tower. There was a whole dish of hot pies smelling of jam, rice, and fish. "I beg my dear guest to have lunch," said the old man. She took him by the arm, led him to the table, and poured him out a glass of vodka. "I will come to you again tomorrow," she said, "and I'll bring your grandchildren, Sasha and Lida. They will be sorry for you, and fondle you. There's no need. Don't bring them. They are illegitimate." "Why are they illegitimate?" "Why, their father and mother were married. Without my permission. I do not bless them, and I don't want to know them. Let them be." "You speak strangely, Fyodor Stepanovich," said Yulia, with a sigh. "It is written in the Gospel, children must fear and honor their parents." "Nothing of the sort. The Gospel tells us that we must forgive even our enemies. One can't forgive in our business. If you were to forgive everyone, you would come to ruin in 3 years. But to forgive, to say a kind, friendly word to anyone, even a sinner, is something far above business, far above wealth." Yulia longed to soften the old man, to awaken a feeling of compassion in him, to move him to repentance. But he only listened condescendingly to all she said, as a grown-up person listens to a child. "Fyodor Stepanovich," said Yulia resolutely, "you are an old man, and God soon will call you to himself. He won't ask you how you managed your business, and whether you were successful in it, but whether you were gracious to people. Or whether you were harsh to those who were weaker than you, such as your servants, your clerks. I was always the benefactor of those that served me. They ought to remember me in their prayers forever," said the old man, with conviction, but touched by Yulia's tone of sincerity, and anxious to give her pleasure, he said, "Very well. Bring my grandchildren tomorrow. I will tell them to buy me some little presents for them." The old man was slovenly in his dress, and there was cigar ash on his breast and on his knees. Apparently no one cleaned his boots, or brushed his clothes. The rice in the pies was half cooked, the tablecloth smelt of soap, the servants tramped noisily about the room. And the old man and the whole house had a neglected look, and Yulia, who felt this, was ashamed of herself and of her husband. "I will be sure to come and see you tomorrow," she said. She walked through the rooms, and gave orders for the old man's bedroom to be set to rights, and the lamp to be lighted under the icons in it. Fyodor, sitting in his own room, was looking at an open book without reading it. Yulia talked to him and told the servants to tidy his room, too, then she went downstairs to the clerks. In the middle of the room where the clerks used to dine, there was an unpainted wooden post to support the ceiling and to prevent its coming down. The ceilings in the basement were low, the walls covered with cheap paper, and there was a smell of charcoal fumes and cooking. As it was a holiday, all the clerks were at home, sitting on their bedsteads waiting for dinner. When Yulia went in they jumped up, and answered her questions timidly, looking up at her from under their brows like convicts. "Good heavens! What a horrid room you have!" she said, throwing up her hands. "Aren't you crowded here?" "Crowded, but not aggrieved," said Makachev. "We are greatly indebted to you, and will offer up our prayers for you to our Heavenly Father." "The congruity of life with the conceit of the personality," said Potchatkin. And noticing that Yulia did not understand Potchatkin, Makachev hastened to explain. "We are humble people and must live according to our position." She inspected the boys' quarters, and then the kitchen, made acquaintance with the housekeeper, and was thoroughly dissatisfied. When she got home she said to her husband, "We ought to move into your father's house and settle there for good as soon as possible. And you will go every day to the warehouse." Then they both sat side by side in the study without speaking. His heart was heavy, and he did not want to move into Pyatnitsky Street or to go into the warehouse. But he guessed what his wife was thinking, and could not oppose her. He stroked her cheek and said, "I feel as though our life is already over, and that a grey half-life is beginning for us. When I knew that my brother Fyodor was hopelessly ill, I shed tears. We spent our childhood and youth together, when I loved him with my whole soul. And now this catastrophe has come, and it seems, too, as though, losing him, I am finally cut away from my past. And when you said just now that we must move into the house in Pyatnitsky Street, to that prison, it began to seem to me that there was no future for me either." He got up and walked to the window. "However that may be, one has to give up all thoughts of happiness," he said, looking out into the street. "There is none. I never have had any, and I suppose it doesn't exist at all. I was happy once in my life, though, when I sat at night under your parasol." "Do you remember how you left your parasol at Nina's?" he asked, turning to his wife. "I was in love with you then, and I remember I spent all night sitting under your parasol, and was perfectly blissful." Near the bookcase in the study stood a mahogany chest with bronze fittings where Laptev kept various useless things, including the parasol. He took it out and handed it to his wife. "Here it is." Yulia looked for a minute at the parasol, recognized it, and smiled mournfully. "I remember," she said. "When you proposed to me you held it in your hand." And seeing that he was preparing to go out, she said, "Please come back early if you can. I am dull without you." And then she went into her own room, and gazed for a long time at the parasol. Chapter 17. In spite of the complexity of the business and the immense turnover, there were no bookkeepers in the warehouse. And it was impossible to make anything out of the books kept by the cashier in the office. Every day the warehouse was visited by agents, German and English, with whom the clerks talked politics and religion. A man of noble birth, ruined by drink, an ailing, pitiable creature, used to come to translate the foreign correspondence in the office. The clerks used to call him a midge, and put salt in his tea. And altogether the whole concern struck Laptev as a very queer business. He went to the warehouse every day and tried to establish a new order of things. He forbade them to thrash the boys and to jeer at the buyers, and was violently angry when the clerks gleefully dispatched to the provinces worthless shop-soiled goods as though they were new and fashionable. Now he was the chief person in the warehouse, but still, as before, he did not know how large his fortune was, whether his business was doing well, how much the senior clerks were paid, and so on. Potchatkin and Makachev looked upon him as young and inexperienced, concealed a great deal from him, and whispered mysteriously every evening with his blind old father. It somehow happened at the beginning of June that Laptev went into the Bubnovsky restaurant with Potchatkin to talk business with him over lunch. Potchatkin had been with the Laptevs a long while, and had entered their service at 8 years old. He seemed to belong to them, they trusted him fully. And when on leaving the warehouse he gathered up all the takings from the till and thrust them into his pocket, it never aroused the slightest suspicion. He was the head man in the business and in the house, and also in the church, where he performed the duties of churchwarden in place of his old master. He was nicknamed Malyuta Skuratov, on account of his cruel treatment of the boys and clerks under him. When they went into the restaurant he nodded to a waiter and said, "Bring us, my lad, half a bodkin and 24 unsavoris." After a brief pause the waiter brought on a tray half a bottle of vodka and some plates of various kinds of savories. "Look here, my good fellow," said Potchatkin. "Give us a plateful of the source of all slander and evil speaking, with mashed potatoes." The waiter did not understand. He was puzzled, and would have said something, but Potchatkin looked at him sternly and said, "Accept." The waiter thought intently, then went to consult with his colleagues, and in the end, guessing what was meant, brought a plateful of tongue. When they had drunk a couple of glasses and had had lunch, Laptev asked, "Tell me, Ivan Vassilitch, is it true that our business has been dropping off for the last year?" "Not a bit of it. Tell me frankly and honestly what income we have been making and are making, and what our profits are. We can't go on in the dark. We had a balancing of the accounts at the warehouse lately, but, excuse me, I don't believe in it. You think fit to conceal something from me and only tell the truth to my father. You have been used to being diplomatic from your childhood, and now you can't get on without it. And what's the use of it? So I beg you to be open. What is our position?" "It all depends upon the fluctuation of credit," Potchatkin answered after a moment's pause. "What do you understand by the fluctuation of credit?" Potchatkin began explaining, but Laptev could make nothing of it, and sent for Makachev. The latter promptly made his appearance, had some lunch after saying grace, and in his sedate, mellow baritone began saying first of all that the clerks were in duty bound to pray night and day for their benefactors. "By all means, only allow me not to consider myself your benefactor," said Laptev. "Every man ought to remember what he is, and to be conscious of his station. By the grace of God you are a father and benefactor to us, and we are your slaves." "I am sick of all that," said Laptev, getting angry. "Please be a benefactor to me now. Please explain the position of our business. Give up looking upon me as a boy, or tomorrow I shall close the business. My father is blind, my brother is in the asylum, my nieces are only children. I hate the business, I should be glad to go away, but there's no one to take my place, as you know. For goodness sake, drop your diplomacy." They went to the warehouse to go into the accounts. Then they went on with them at home in the evening, the old father himself assisting. Initiating his son into his commercial secrets, the old man spoke as though he were engaged, not in trade, but in sorcery. It appeared that the profits of the business were increasing approximately 10% per annum, and that the Laptev's fortune, reckoning only money and paper securities, amounted to 6 million rubles. When at 1 o'clock at night, after balancing the accounts, Laptev went out into the open air, he was still under the spell of those figures. It was a still, sultry, moonlight night. The white walls of the houses beyond the river, the heavy barred gates, the stillness and the black shadows, combined to give the impression of a fortress. And nothing was wanting to complete the picture but a sentinel with a gun. Laptev went into the garden and sat down on a seat near the fence, which divided them from the neighbor's yard, where there was a garden, too. The bird cherry was in bloom. Laptev remembered that the tree had been just as gnarled and just as big when he was a child, and had not changed at all since then. Every corner of the garden and of the yard recalled the faraway past. And in his childhood, too, just as now, the whole yard bathed in moonlight could be seen through the sparse trees, the shadows had been mysterious and forbidding. A black dog had lain in the middle of the yard, and the clerk's windows had stood wide open. And all these were cheerless memories. The other side of the fence, in the neighbor's yard, there was a sound of light steps. "My sweet, my precious," said a man's voice so near the fence that Laptev could hear the man's breathing. Now they were kissing. Laptev was convinced that the millions and the business which was so distasteful to him were ruining his life, and would make him a complete slave. He imagined how, little by little, he would grow accustomed to his position, would, little by little, enter into the part of the head of a great firm. Would begin to grow dull and old, die in the end, as the average man usually does die, in a decrepit, soured old age, making everyone about him miserable and depressed. But what hindered him from giving up those millions and that business, and leaving that yard and garden which had been hateful to him from his childhood? The whispering and kisses the other side of the fence disturbed him. He moved into the middle of the yard, and, unbuttoning his shirt over his chest, looked at the moon, and it seemed to him that he would order the gate to be unlocked, and would go out and never come back again. His heart ached sweetly with the foretaste of freedom, he laughed joyously, and pictured how exquisite, poetical, and even holy, life might be. But he still stood and did not go away, and kept asking himself, "What keeps me here?" And he felt angry with himself and with the black dog, which still lay stretched on the stone yard, instead of running off to the open country, to the woods, where it would have been free and happy. It was clear that that dog and he were prevented from leaving the yard by the same thing, the habit of bondage, of servitude. At midday next morning he went to see his wife, and that he might not be dull, asked Yartsev to go with him. Yulia Sergeyevna was staying in a summer villa at Butovo, and he had not been to see her for 5 days. When they reached the station the friends got into a carriage, and all the way there Yartsev was singing and in raptures over the exquisite weather. The villa was in a great park not far from the station. At the beginning of an avenue, about 20 paces from the gates, Yulia Sergeyevna was sitting under a broad, spreading poplar, waiting for her guests. She had on a light, elegant dress of a pale cream color trimmed with lace, and in her hand she had the old familiar parasol. Yartsev greeted her and went on to the villa from which came the sound of Sasha's and Lida's voices, while Laptev sat down beside her to talk of business matters. "Why is it you haven't been for so long?" she said, keeping his hand in hers. "I have been sitting here for days watching for you to come. I miss you so when you are away." She stood up and passed her hand over his hair, and scanned his face, his shoulders, his hat, with interest. "You know I love you," she said, and flushed crimson. "You are precious to me. Here you've come. I see you, and I'm so happy I can't tell you." "Well, let us talk. Tell me something." She had told him she loved him, and he could only feel as though he had been married to her for 10 years, and that he was hungry for his lunch. She had put her arm round his neck, tickling his cheek with the silk of her dress. He cautiously removed her hand, stood up, and without uttering a single word, walked to the villa. The little girls ran to meet him. How they have grown, he thought. And what changes in these 3 years. But one may have to live another 13 years, another 30 years. What is there in store for us in the future? If we live, we shall see. He embraced Sasha and Lida, who hung upon his neck, and said, "Grandpapa sends his love. Uncle Fyodor is dying. Uncle Kostya has sent a letter from America and sends you his love in it. He's bored at the exhibition and will soon be back. And Uncle Alyosha is hungry." Then he sat on the veranda and saw his wife walking slowly along the avenue towards the house. She was deep in thought. There was a mournful, charming expression in her face, and her eyes were bright with tears. She was not now the slender, fragile, pale-faced girl she used to be. She was a mature, beautiful, vigorous woman. And Laptev saw the enthusiasm with which Yartsev looked at her when he met her, and the way her new, lovely expression was reflected in his face, which looked mournful and ecstatic too. One would have thought that he was seeing her for the first time in his life. And while they were at lunch on the veranda, Yartsev smiled with a sort of joyous shyness, and kept gazing at Yulia and at her beautiful neck. Laptev could not help watching them while he thought that he had perhaps another 30 years of life before him. And what would he have to live through in that time? What is in store for us in the future? And he thought, let us live, and we shall see. An Artist's Story. Chapter 1. It was 6 or 7 years ago when I was living in one of the districts of the province of T, on the estate of a young landowner called Bialokurov, who used to get up very early, wear a peasant tunic, drink beer in the evenings, and continually complain to me that he never met with sympathy from anyone. He lived in the lodge in the garden, and I in the old seigneurial house, in a big room with columns, where there was no furniture except a wide sofa on which I used to sleep, and a table on which I used to lay out patience. There was always, even in still weather, a droning noise in the old Amos stoves, and in thunderstorms the whole house shook and seemed to be cracking into pieces. And it was rather terrifying, especially at night, when all the 10 big windows were suddenly lit up by lightning. Condemned by destiny to perpetual idleness, I did absolutely nothing. For hours together I gazed out of window at the sky, at the birds, at the avenue, read everything that was brought me by post, slept. Sometimes I went out of the house and wandered about till late in the evening. One day as I was returning home, I accidentally strayed into a place I did not know. The sun was already sinking, and the shades of evening lay across the flowering rye. 2 rows of old, closely planted, very tall fir trees stood like 2 dense walls forming a picturesque, gloomy avenue. I easily climbed over the fence and walked along the avenue, slipping over the fir needles which lay 2 inches deep on the ground. It was still and dark, and only here and there on the high treetops the vivid golden light quivered and made rainbows in the spiders' webs. There was a strong, almost stifling smell of resin. Then I turned into a long avenue of limes. Here, too, all was desolation and age. Last year's leaves rusted mournfully under my feet and in the twilight shadows lurked between the trees. From the old orchard on the right came the faint, reluctant note of the golden oriole, who must have been old too. But at last the limes ended. I walked by an old white house of 2 stories with a terrace, and there suddenly opened before me a view of a courtyard, a large pond with a bathing house, a group of green willows, and a village on the further bank, with a high, narrow belfry on which there glittered a cross reflecting the setting sun. For a moment it breathed upon me the fascination of something near and very familiar, as though I had seen that landscape at some time in my childhood. At the white stone gates which led from the yard to the fields, old-fashioned solid gates with lions on them, were standing 2 girls. One of them, the elder, a slim, pale, very handsome girl with a perfect haystack of chestnut hair and a little obstinate mouth, had a severe expression and scarcely took notice of me. While the other, who was still very young, not more than 17 or 18, and was also slim and pale, with a large mouth and large eyes, looked at me with astonishment as I passed by, said something in English, and was overcome with embarrassment. And it seemed to me that these 2 charming faces, too, had long been familiar to me. And I returned home feeling as though I had had a delightful dream. One morning soon afterwards, as Bialokurov and I were walking near the house, a carriage drove unexpectedly into the yard, rustling over the grass, and in it was sitting one of those girls. It was the elder one. She had come to ask for subscriptions for some villagers whose cottages had been burnt down. Speaking with great earnestness and precision, and not looking at us, she told us how many houses in the village of Sayanovo had been burnt, how many men, women, and children were left homeless, and what steps were proposed, to begin with, by the Relief Committee, of which she was now a member. After handing us the subscription list for our signatures, she put it away and immediately began to take leave of us. "You have quite forgotten us, Pyotr Petrovitch," she said to Bialokurov as she shook hands with him. "Do come, and if Monsieur N., she mentioned my name, cares to make the acquaintance of admirers of his work, and will come and see us, mother and I will be delighted." I bowed. When she had gone, Pyotr Petrovitch began to tell me about her. The girl was, he said, of good family, and her name was Lydia Volchaninov, and the estate on which she lived with her mother and sister, like the village on the other side of the pond, was called Shelkovka. Her father had once held an important position in Moscow, and had died with the rank of privy councillor. Although they had ample means, the Volchaninovs lived on their estate summer and winter without going away. Lydia was a teacher in the Zemstvo school in her own village, and received a salary of 25 rubles a month. She spent nothing on herself but her salary, and was proud of earning her own living. "An interesting family," said Bialokurov. "Let us go over one day. They will be delighted to see you." One afternoon on a holiday we thought of the Volchaninovs, and went to Shelkovka to see them. They, the mother and 2 daughters, were at home. The mother, Ekaterina Pavlovna, who at one time had been handsome, but now, asthmatic, depressed, vague, and over-feeble for her years, tried to entertain me with conversation about painting. Having heard from her daughter that I might come to Shelkovka, she had hurriedly recalled 2 or 3 of my landscapes which she had seen in exhibitions in Moscow, and now asked what I meant to express by them. Lydia, or as they called her Lida, talked more to Bialokurov than to me. Earnest and unsmiling, she asked him why he was not on the Zemstvo, and why he had not attended any of its meetings. "It's not right, Pyotr Petrovitch," she said reproachfully. "It's not right. It's too bad." "That's true, Lida, that's true," the mother assented. "It isn't right. Our whole district is in the hands of Balagin," Lida went on, addressing me. "He is the chairman of the Zemstvo board, and he has distributed all the posts in the district among his nephews and sons-in-law, and he does as he likes. He ought to be opposed. The young men ought to make a strong party, but you see what the young men among us are like. It's a shame, Pyotr Petrovitch." The younger sister, Genya, was silent while they were talking of the Zemstvo. She took no part in serious conversation. She was not looked upon as quite grown up by her family, and, like a child, was always called by the nickname of Monsieur, because that was what she had called her English governess when she was a child. She was all the time looking at me with curiosity, and when I glanced at the photographs in the album, she explained to me, "That's uncle, that's godfather," moving her finger across the photograph. As she did so she touched me with her shoulder like a child, and I had a close view of her delicate, undeveloped chest, her slender shoulders, her plait, and her thin little body tightly drawn in by her sash. We played croquet and lawn tennis, we walked about the garden, drank tea, and then sat a long time over supper. After the huge empty room with columns, I felt, as it were, at home in this small snug house where there were no oleographs on the walls and where the servants were spoken to with civility. And everything seemed to me young and pure, thanks to the presence of Lida and Monsieur, and there was an atmosphere of refinement over everything. At supper Lida talked to Bialokurov again of the Zemstvo, of Balagin, and of school libraries. She was an energetic, genuine girl, with convictions, and it was interesting to listen to her. Though she talked a great deal and in a loud voice, perhaps because she was accustomed to talking at school. On the other hand, Pyotr Petrovitch, who had retained from his student days the habit of turning every conversation into an argument, was tedious, flat, long-winded, and unmistakably anxious to appear clever and advanced. Gesticulating, he upset a sauce-boat with his sleeve, making a huge pool on the tablecloth, but no one except me appeared to notice it. It was dark and still as we went home. Good breeding is shown, not by not upsetting the sauce, but by not noticing it when somebody else does, said Bialokurov, with a sigh. Yes, a splendid, intellectual family. I've dropped out of all decent society, it's dreadful how I've dropped out of it. It's all through work, work, work. He talked of how hard one had to work if one wanted to be a model farmer. And I thought what a heavy, sluggish fellow he was. Whenever he talked of anything serious he articulated error with intense effort, and worked just as he talked, slowly, always late and behindhand. I had little faith in his business capacity, if only from the fact that when I gave him letters to post he carried them about in his pocket for weeks together. "The hardest thing of all," he muttered as he walked beside me, "the hardest thing of all is that, work as one may, one meets with no sympathy from anyone. No sympathy." Chapter 2. I took to going to see the Volchaninovs. As a rule I sat on the lower step of the terrace. I was fretted by dissatisfaction with myself. I was sorry at the thought of my life passing so rapidly and uninterestingly, and felt as though I would like to tear out of my breast the heart which had grown so heavy. And meanwhile I heard talk on the terrace, the rustling of dresses, the pages of a book being turned. I soon grew accustomed to the idea that during the day Lida received patients, gave out books, and often went into the village with a parasol and no hat. And in the evening talked aloud of the Zemstvo and schools. This slim, handsome, invariably austere girl, with her small well-cut mouth, always said dryly when the conversation turned on serious subjects, "That's of no interest to you." She did not like me. She disliked me because I was a landscape painter and did not in my pictures portray the privations of the peasants, and that, as she fancied, I was indifferent to what she put such faith in. I remember when I was traveling on the banks of Lake Baikal, I met a Buryat girl on horseback, wearing a shirt and trousers of blue Chinese canvas. I asked her if she would sell me her pipe. While we talked she looked contemptuously at my European face and hat, and in a moment she was bored with talking to me. She shouted to her horse and galloped on. And in just the same way Lida despised me as an alien. She never outwardly expressed her dislike for me, but I felt it, and sitting on the lower step of the terrace, I felt irritated. And said that doctoring peasants when one was not a doctor was deceiving them, and that it was easy to be benevolent when one had 6,000 acres. Meanwhile her sister Misieuse had no cares, and spent her life in complete idleness just as I did. When she got up in the morning she immediately took up a book and sat down to read on the terrace in a deep armchair, with her feet hardly touching the ground. Or hid herself with her book in the lime avenue, or walked out into the fields. She spent the whole day reading, poring greedily over her book, and only from the tired, dazed look in her eyes and the extreme paleness of her face one could divine how this continual reading exhausted her brain. When I arrived she would flush a little, leave her book, and looking into my face with her big eyes, would tell me eagerly of anything that had happened, for instance, that the chimney had been on fire in the servants' hall, or that one of the men had caught a huge fish in the pond. On ordinary days she usually went about in a light blouse and a dark blue skirt. We went for walks together, picked cherries for making jam, went out in the boat. When she jumped up to reach a cherry or sculled in the boat, her thin, weak arms showed through her transparent sleeves. Or I painted a sketch, and she stood beside me watching rapturously. One Sunday at the end of July I came to the Volchaninovs about 9 o'clock in the morning. I walked about the park, keeping a good distance from the house, looking for white mushrooms, of which there was a great number that summer, and noting their position so as to come and pick them afterwards with Genya. There was a warm breeze. I saw Genya and her mother both in light holiday dresses coming home from church, Genya holding her hat in the wind. Afterwards I heard them having tea on the terrace. For a careless person like me, trying to find justification for my perpetual idleness, these holiday mornings in our country houses in the summer have always had a particular charm. When the green garden, still wet with dew, is all sparkling in the sun and looks radiant with happiness, when there is a scent of mignonette and oleander near the house. When the young people have just come back from church and are having breakfast in the garden, all so charmingly dressed and gay, and one knows that all these healthy, well-fed, handsome people are going to do nothing the whole long day, one wishes that all life were like that. Now, too, I had the same thought, and walked about the garden prepared to walk about like that, aimless and unoccupied, the whole day, the whole summer. Genya came out with a basket. She had a look in her face as though she knew she would find me in the garden, or had a presentiment of it. We gathered mushrooms and talked, and when she asked a question she walked a little ahead so as to see my face. "A miracle happened in the village yesterday," she said. "The lame woman Pelagia has been ill the whole year. No doctors or medicines did her any good, but yesterday an old woman came and whispered something over her, and her illness passed away." "That's nothing much," I said. "You mustn't look for miracles only among sick people and old women. Isn't health a miracle? And life itself? Whatever is beyond understanding is a miracle. And aren't you afraid of what is beyond understanding?" "No. Phenomena I don't understand I face boldly, and am not overwhelmed by them. I am above them. Man ought to recognize himself as superior to lions, tigers, stars, superior to everything in nature, even what seems miraculous and is beyond his understanding, or else he is not a man. But a mouse afraid of everything." Genya believed that as an artist I knew a very great deal, and could guess correctly what I did not know. She longed for me to initiate her into the domain of the eternal and the beautiful, into that higher world in which, as she imagined, I was quite at home. And she talked to me of God, of the eternal life, of the miraculous. And I, who could never admit that myself and my imagination would be lost forever after death, answered, "Yes, men are immortal. Yes, there is eternal life in store for us." And she listened, believed, and did not ask for proofs. As we were going home she stopped suddenly and said, "Our Lida is a remarkable person, isn't she? I love her very dearly, and would be ready to give my life for her any minute. But tell me," Genya touched my sleeve with her finger, "tell me, why do you always argue with her? Why are you irritated?" "Because she is wrong." Genya shook her head and tears came into her eyes. "How incomprehensible that is," she said. At that minute Lida had just returned from somewhere, and standing with a whip in her hand, a slim, beautiful figure in the sunlight, at the steps, she was giving some orders to one of the men. Talking loudly, she hurriedly received 2 or 3 sick villagers, then with a busy and anxious face she walked about the rooms, opening one cupboard after another, and went upstairs. It was a long time before they could find her and call her to dinner, and she came in when we had finished our soup. All these tiny details I remember with tenderness, and that whole day I remember vividly, though nothing special happened. After dinner Genya lay in a long armchair reading, while I sat upon the bottom step of the terrace. We were silent. The whole sky was overcast with clouds, and it began to spot with fine rain. It was hot, the wind had dropped, and it seemed as though the day would never end. Ekaterina Pavlovna came out on the terrace, looking drowsy and carrying a fan. "Oh, mother," said Genya, kissing her hand, "it's not good for you to sleep in the day." They adored each other. When one went into the garden, the other would stand on the terrace, and, looking towards the trees, call, "Oh, Genya," or, "Mother, where are you?" They always said their prayers together, and had the same faith, and they understood each other perfectly even when they did not speak. And their attitude to people was the same. Ekaterina Pavlovna, too, grew quickly used to me and fond of me, and when I did not come for 2 or 3 days, sent to ask if I were well. She, too, gazed at my sketches with enthusiasm, and with the same openness and readiness to chatter as Monsieur's, she told me what had happened, and confided to me her domestic secrets. She had a perfect reverence for her elder daughter. Lida did not care for endearments, she talked only of serious matters. She lived her life apart, and to her mother and sister was as sacred and enigmatic a person as the admiral, always sitting in his cabin, is to the sailors. "Our Lida is a remarkable person," the mother would often say. "Isn't she?" Now, too, while it was drizzling with rain, we talked of Lida. "She is a remarkable girl," said her mother, and added in an undertone, like a conspirator, looking about her timidly, "You wouldn't easily find another like her. Only, do you know, I am beginning to be a little uneasy. The school, the dispensary, books, all that's very good, but why go to extremes? She is 23, you know. It's time for her to think seriously of herself. With her books and her dispensary she will find life has slipped by without having noticed it. She must be married. Genya, pale from reading, with her hair disarranged, raised her head and said as it were to herself, looking at her mother. Mother, everything is in God's hands. And again she buried herself in her book. Bialogurov came in his tunic and embroidered shirt. We played croquet and tennis, then when it got dark, sat a long time over supper and talked again about schools, and about Balagin, who had the whole district under his thumb. As I went away from the Volchaninovs that evening, I carried away the impression of a long, long idle day, with a melancholy consciousness that everything ends in this world, however long it may be. Genya saw us out to the gate, and perhaps because she had been with me all day, from morning till night, I felt dull without her, and that all that charming family were near and dear to me. And for the first time that summer I had a yearning to paint. Tell me, why do you lead such a dreary, colorless life? I asked Bialogurov as I went home. My life is dreary, difficult, and monotonous because I am an artist, a strange person. From my earliest days I've been wrung by envy, self-dissatisfaction, distrust in my work. I'm always poor, I'm a wanderer, but you're a healthy, normal man, a landowner, and a gentleman. Why do you live in such an uninteresting way? Why do you get so little out of life? Why haven't you, for instance, fallen in love with Lida or Genya? You forget that I love another woman, answered Bialogurov. He was referring to Lyubov Ivanovna, the lady who shared the lodge with him. Every day I saw this lady, very plump, rotund, and dignified, not unlike a fat goose, walking about the garden, in the Russian national dress and beads, always carrying a parasol. And the servant was continually calling her in to dinner or to tea. 3 years before she had taken one of the lodges for a summer holiday, and had settled down at Bialogurov's apparently forever. She was 10 years older than he was, and kept a sharp hand over him, so much so that he had to ask her permission when he went out of the house. She often sobbed in a deep masculine note, and then I used to send word to her that if she did not leave off, I should give up my rooms there, and she left off. When we got home Bialogurov sat down on the sofa and frowned thoughtfully, and I began walking up and down the room, conscious of a soft emotion as though I were in love. I wanted to talk about the Volchaninovs. Lida could only fall in love with a member of the Zemstvo, as devoted to schools and hospitals as she is, I said. Oh, for the sake of a girl like that one might not only go into the Zemstvo, but even wear out iron shoes, like the girl in the fairy tale. And Misseuse? What a sweet creature she is, that Misseuse. Bialogurov, drawling out air, began a long-winded disquisition on the malady of the age, pessimism. He talked confidently, in a tone that suggested that I was opposing him. Hundreds of miles of desolate, monotonous, burnt-up steppe cannot induce such deep depression as one man when he sits and talks, and one does not know when he will go. It's not a question of pessimism or optimism, I said irritably, it's simply that 99 people out of 100 have no sense. Bialogurov took this as aimed at himself, was offended, and went away. Chapter 3. The prince is staying at Molosiemovo, and he asks to be remembered to you, said Lida to her mother. She had just come in, and was taking off her gloves. He gave me a great deal of interesting news. He promised to raise the question of a medical relief center at Molosiemovo again at the provincial assembly, but he says there is very little hope of it. And turning to me, she said, "Excuse me, I always forget that this cannot be interesting to you." I felt irritated. Why not interesting to me? I said, shrugging my shoulders. You do not care to know my opinion, but I assure you the question has great interest for me. Yes? Yes. In my opinion a medical relief center at Molosiemovo is quite unnecessary. My irritation infected her, she looked at me, screwing up her eyes, and asked. What is necessary? Landscapes? Landscapes are not, either. Nothing is. She finished taking off her gloves, and opened the newspaper, which had just been brought from the post. A minute later she said quietly, evidently restraining herself. Last week Anna died in childbirth, and if there had been a medical relief center near, she would have lived. And I think even landscape painters ought to have some opinions on the subject. I have a very definite opinion on that subject, I assure you, I answered. And she screened herself with the newspaper, as though unwilling to listen to me. To my mind, all these schools, dispensaries, libraries, medical relief centers, under present conditions, only serve to aggravate the bondage of the people. The peasants are fettered by a great chain, and you do not break the chain, but only add fresh links to it. That's my view of it. She raised her eyes to me and smiled ironically, and I went on trying to formulate my leading idea. What matters is not that Anna died in childbirth, but that all these Annas, Mavras, Pelagias, toil from early morning till dark, fall ill from working beyond their strength. All their lives tremble for their sick and hungry children, all their lives are being doctored, and in dread of death and disease, fade and grow old early, and die in filth and stench. Their children begin the same story over again as soon as they grow up, and so it goes on for hundreds of years, and milliards of men live worse than beasts, in continual terror. For a mere crust of bread. The whole horror of their position lies in their never having time to think of their souls, of their image and semblance. Cold, hunger, animal terror, a burden of toil, like avalanches of snow, block for them every way to spiritual activity, that is, to what distinguishes man from the brutes and what is the only thing which makes life worth living. You go to their help with hospitals and schools, but you don't free them from their fetters by that. On the contrary, you bind them in closer bonds, as, by introducing new prejudices, you increase the number of their wants. To say nothing of the fact that they've got to pay the zemstvo for drugs and books, and so toil harder than ever. I am not going to argue with you, said Lida, putting down the paper. I've heard all that before. I will only say one thing: one cannot sit with one's hands in one's lap. It's true that we are not saving humanity, and perhaps we make a great many mistakes, but we do what we can, and we are right. The highest and holiest task for a civilized being is to serve his neighbors, and we try to serve them as best we can. You don't like it, but one can't please everyone. That's true, Lida, said her mother, that's true. In Lida's presence she was always a little timid, and looked at her nervously as she talked, afraid of saying something superfluous or inopportune. And she never contradicted her, but always assented, that's true, Lida, that's true. Teaching the peasants to read and write, books of wretched precepts and rhymes, and medical relief centers, cannot diminish either ignorance or the death rate. Just as the light from your windows cannot light up this huge garden, said I. You give nothing. By meddling in these people's lives you only create new wants in them, and new demands on their labor. ACH. Good heavens. But one must do something, said Lida with vexation, and from her tone one could see that she thought my arguments worthless and despised them. The people must be freed from hard physical labor, said I. We must lighten their yoke, let them have time to breathe, that they may not spend all their lives at the stove, at the washtub, and in the fields, but may also have time to think of their souls. Of God, may have time to develop their spiritual capacities. The highest vocation of man is spiritual activity, the perpetual search for truth and the meaning of life. Make coarse animal labor unnecessary for them, let them feel themselves free, and then you will see what a mockery these dispensaries and books are. Once a man recognizes his true vocation, he can only be satisfied by religion, science, and art, and not by these trifles. Free them from labor, laughed Lida. But is that possible? Yes. Take upon yourself a share of their labor. If all of us, townspeople and country people, all without exception, would agree to divide between us the labor which mankind spends on the satisfaction of their physical needs. Each of us would perhaps need to work only for 2 or 3 hours a day. Imagine that we all, rich and poor, work only for 3 hours a day, and the rest of our time is free. Imagine further that in order to depend even less upon our bodies and to labor less, we invent machines to replace our work, we try to cut down our needs to the minimum. We would harden ourselves and our children that they should not be afraid of hunger and cold, and that we shouldn't be continually trembling for their health like Anna, Mavra, and Pelagia. Imagine that we don't doctor ourselves, don't keep dispensaries, tobacco factories, distilleries. What a lot of free time would be left us after all. All of us together would devote our leisure to science and art. Just as the peasants sometimes work, the whole community together mending the roads, so all of us, as a community, would search for truth and the meaning of life. And I am convinced that the truth would be discovered very quickly. Man would escape from this continual, agonizing, oppressive dread of death, and even from death itself. You contradict yourself, though, said Leda. You talk about science, and are yourself opposed to elementary education. Elementary education when a man has nothing to read but the signs on public houses and sometimes books which he cannot understand, such education has existed among us since the times of Rurik. Gogol's Petrushka has been reading for ever so long, yet as the village was in the days of Rurik so it has remained. What is needed is not elementary education, but freedom for a wide development of spiritual capacities. What are wanted are not schools, but universities. You are opposed to medicine, too. Yes. It would be necessary only for the study of diseases as natural phenomena, and not for the cure of them. If one must cure, it should not be diseases, but the causes of them. Remove the principal cause, physical labor, and then there will be no disease. I don't believe in a science that cures disease, I went on excitedly. When science and art are real, they aim not at temporary private ends, but at eternal and universal. They seek for truth and the meaning of life, they seek for God, for the soul. And when they are tied down to the needs and evils of the day, to dispensaries and libraries, they only complicate and hamper life. We have plenty of doctors, chemists, lawyers, plenty of people can read and write, but we are quite without biologists, mathematicians, philosophers, poets. The whole of our intelligence, the whole of our spiritual energy, is spent on satisfying temporary, passing needs. Scientific men, writers, artists, are hard at work. Thanks to them, the conveniences of life are multiplied from day to day. Our physical demands increase, yet truth is still a long way off, and man still remains the most rapacious and dirty animal. Everything is tending to the degeneration of the majority of mankind, and the loss forever of all fitness for life. In such conditions an artist's work has no meaning, and the more talented he is, the stranger and the more unintelligible is his position, as when one looks into it. It is evident that he is working for the amusement of a rapacious and unclean animal, and is supporting the existing order. And I don't care to work and I won't work. Nothing is any use, let the earth sink to perdition. Messieurs, go out of the room, said Leda to her sister, apparently thinking my words pernicious to the young girl. Genya looked mournfully at her mother and sister, and went out of the room. These are the charming things people say when they want to justify their indifference, said Leda. It is easier to disapprove of schools and hospitals, than to teach or heal. That's true, Leda, that's true, the mother assented. You threaten to give up working, said Leda. You evidently set a high value on your work. Let us give up arguing. We shall never agree, since I put the most imperfect dispensary or library of which you have just spoken so contemptuously on a higher level than any landscape. And turning at once to her mother, she began speaking in quite a different tone. The prince is very much changed, and much thinner than when he was with us last. He is being sent to Vichy. She told her mother about the prince in order to avoid talking to me. Her face glowed, and to hide her feelings she bent low over the table as though she were short-sighted, and made a show of reading the newspaper. My presence was disagreeable to her. I said goodbye and went home. Chapter 4. It was quite still out of doors, the village on the further side of the pond was already asleep. There was not a light to be seen, and only the stars were faintly reflected in the pond. At the gate with the lions on it, Genya was standing motionless, waiting to escort me. "Everyone is asleep in the village," I said to her, trying to make out her face in the darkness, and I saw her mournful dark eyes fixed upon me. "The publican and the horse stealers are asleep, while we, well-bred people, argue and irritate each other." It was a melancholy August night, melancholy because there was already a feeling of autumn. The moon was rising behind a purple cloud, and it shed a faint light upon the road and on the dark fields of winter corn by the sides. From time to time a star fell. Genya walked beside me along the road, and tried not to look at the sky, that she might not see the falling stars, which for some reason frightened her. "I believe you are right," she said, shivering with the damp night air. "If people, all together, could devote themselves to spiritual ends, they would soon know everything. Of course. We are higher beings, and if we were really to recognize the whole force of human genius and lived only for higher ends, we should in the end become like gods. But that will never be, mankind will degenerate till no traces of genius remain." When the gates were out of sight, Genya stopped and shook hands with me. "Good night," she said, shivering. She had nothing but her blouse over her shoulders and was shrinking with cold. "Come tomorrow." I felt wretched at the thought of being left alone, irritated and dissatisfied with myself and other people, and I, too, tried not to look at the falling stars. "Stay another minute," I said to her, "I entreat you." I loved Genya. I must have loved her because she met me when I came and saw me off when I went away. Because she looked at me tenderly and enthusiastically. How touchingly beautiful were her pale face, slender neck, slender arms, her weakness, her idleness, her reading. And intelligence? I suspected in her intelligence above the average. I was fascinated by the breadth of her views, perhaps because they were different from those of the stern, handsome Lida, who disliked me. Genya liked me, because I was an artist. I had conquered her heart by my talent, and had a passionate desire to paint for her sake alone. And I dreamed of her as of my little queen who with me would possess those trees, those fields, the mists, the dawn. The exquisite and beautiful scenery in the midst of which I had felt myself hopelessly solitary and useless. "Stay another minute," I begged her. "I beseech you." I took off my overcoat and put it over her chilly shoulders. Afraid of looking ugly and absurd in a man's overcoat, she laughed, threw it off, and at that instant I put my arms round her and covered her face, shoulders, and hands with kisses. "Till tomorrow," she whispered, and softly, as though afraid of breaking upon the silence of the night, she embraced me. "We have no secrets from one another. I must tell my mother and my sister at once. It's so dreadful. Mother is all right, mother likes you, but Lida." She ran to the gates. "Goodbye," she called. And then for 2 minutes I heard her running. I did not want to go home, and I had nothing to go for. I stood still for a little time hesitating, and made my way slowly back, to look once more at the house in which she lived, the sweet, simple old house, which seemed to be watching me from the windows of its upper story, and understanding all about it. I walked by the terrace, sat on the seat by the tennis ground, in the dark under the old elm tree, and looked from there at the house. In the windows of the top story where Monsieur slept there appeared a bright light, which changed to a soft green. They had covered the lamp with the shade. Shadows began to move. I was full of tenderness, peace, and satisfaction with myself, satisfaction at having been able to be carried away by my feelings and having fallen in love. And at the same time I felt uncomfortable at the thought that only a few steps away from me, in one of the rooms of that house there was Lida, who disliked and perhaps hated me. I went on sitting there wondering whether Genya would come out. I listened and fancied I heard voices talking upstairs. About an hour passed. The green light went out, and the shadows were no longer visible. The moon was standing high above the house, and lighting up the sleeping garden and the paths. The dahlias and the roses in front of the house could be seen distinctly, and looked all the same color. It began to grow very cold. I went out of the garden, picked up my coat on the road, and slowly sauntered home. When next day after dinner I went to the Volchaninovs, the glass door into the garden was wide open. I sat down on the terrace, expecting Genya every minute, to appear from behind the flower beds on the lawn, or from one of the avenues, or that I should hear her voice from the house. Then I walked into the drawing room, the dining room. There was not a soul to be seen. From the dining room I walked along the long corridor to the hall and back. In this corridor there were several doors, and through one of them I heard the voice of Lida. "God sent a crow," she said in a loud, emphatic voice. Probably dictating, "God sent a crow a piece of cheese." A crow, a piece of cheese. "Who's there?" she called suddenly, hearing my steps. "It's I." "Ah. Excuse me, I cannot come out to you this minute, I'm giving Dasha her lesson." "Is Ekaterina Pavlovna in the garden?" "No, she went away with my sister this morning to our aunt in the province of Penza. And in the winter they will probably go abroad," she added after a pause. "God sent the crow a piece of cheese. Have you written it?" I went into the hall, and stared vacantly at the pond and the village, and the sound reached me of "a piece of cheese." God sent the crow a piece of cheese. And I went back by the way I had come here for the first time, first from the yard into the garden past the house, then into the avenue of lime trees. At this point I was overtaken by a small boy who gave me a note. "I told my sister everything and she insists on my parting from you," I read. "I could not wound her by disobeying. God will give you happiness. Forgive me. If only you knew how bitterly my mother and I are crying." Then there was the dark fir avenue, the broken-down fence. On the field where then the rye was in flower and the corncrakes were calling, now there were cows and hobbled horses. On the slope there were bright green patches of winter corn. A sober workaday feeling came over me and I felt ashamed of all I had said at the Volchaninovs, and felt bored with life as I had been before. When I got home, I packed and set off that evening for Petersburg. I never saw the Volchaninovs again. Not long ago, on my way to the Crimea, I met Bialokirov in the train. As before, he was wearing a jerkin and an embroidered shirt, and when I asked how he was, he replied that, God be praised, he was well. We began talking. He had sold his old estate and bought another smaller one, in the name of Lyubov Ivanovna. He could tell me little about the Volchaninovs. Lida, he said, was still living in Shelkovka and teaching in the school. She had by degrees succeeded in gathering round her a circle of people sympathetic to her who made a strong party, and at the last election had turned out Balagin, who had till then had the whole district under his thumb. About Genya he only told me that she did not live at home, and that he did not know where she was. I am beginning to forget the old house, and only sometimes when I am painting or reading I suddenly, apropos of nothing, remember the green light in the window. The sound of my footsteps as I walked home through the fields in the night, with my heart full of love, rubbing my hands in the cold. And still more rarely, at moments when I am sad and depressed by loneliness, I have dim memories, and little by little I begin to feel that she is thinking of me, too, that she is waiting for me. And that we shall meet. Messieurs, where are you?